So, you may already know this, but I've played a lot of Mario Odyssey. I've completed plenty of challenges, was a top 3 80% speedrunner, and even had the 100% world record at one point. And throughout all of this, people continue to ask me the same stupid question of what's your favorite moon? And you know what? Fine, you've broken me. I won't just give you my favorite moon. I'm gonna rank every single moon out there. Here's what we'll do. I'm gonna go through every kingdom, collecting the moons in order, and each time I collect a moon, I'm going to give them a rank from F tier to S tier. Then at the end, we're going to make a tiered list that ranks all 836 collectible moons. This is gonna take a while, so let's get started with Cap Kingdom. The first moon on the list is Frog Jumping Above the Fog. It's a pretty simple moon too. You see a moon up in the sky and wonder how you can get there and reach it with a frog after some simple platforming. Overall, I consider it a very average moon because the only real challenge is figuring out how to get to it. I'd give it a C+. Our next moon is Frog Jumping from the Top Deck. It is the exact same premise as the last moon, minus the minor platforming. I don't think this makes it a moon that's necessarily bad, but it's definitely just a worse version of the last one. C tier. Moon number 3 is going to be our first timer challenge moon. The premise here is you'll trigger some sort of switch that will give you a limited amount of time to collect a moon, usually without Cappy. I think these are fun little challenges, but honestly they aren't the most memorable. Cap Kingdom Timer Challenge 1 in particular is just rolling in a straight line across a bridge. I'm putting it in C tier because even if there's a chance this is the worst timer challenge moon in the game, I don't actively dislike anything about it. Good Evening Captain Toad is our first Captain Toad moon, and I just want to say I love this little guy. Sure, he may just be positioned right on the top of Top Hat Tower, he isn't hidden or hard to reach or anything, but in spite of that, it still feels exciting to find him. Like if they just put a normal moon where Captain Toad was, it'd be an easy F tier, no questions asked, but finding this guy makes up for the boring spot. So, C tier. Generally speaking, I think these shop moons are a good addition to the game, but what I don't like is what happens when you beat Mario Odyssey. You're in the ability to purchase an unlimited number of moons from each and every shop. I don't think this is necessarily a horrible decision because it makes Dark and Darker Side more accessible kingdoms, but the amount of confusion this seems to cause for players is something that really annoys me. So many people think there are 999 moons in Mario Odyssey. I would get asked constantly during speedruns why in the all moons category you only get 880 moons, and it's because of that stupid unlimited moon stock. And to make matters worse, there's probably somebody watching this video who has 999 moons in the Odyssey, but doesn't realize there are moons they have never collected. It turns the moon count in Odyssey into this confusing mess that it just doesn't need to be, and for that reason I have to give Shopping in Bonneton a D. These next two moons are our very first sub-area moons, with Skimming the Poison Tide and Slipping Through the Poison Tide. The premise here is you have to use a Paragoomba to navigate through the poison waves to collect 5 moon shards and spawn the moon. Additionally, if you fly near the back when the waves are lower, you can make it through a broken fence that lets you climb up and reach a second moon. Overall, I really like this challenge. The poison waves complement the Paragoomba's capture ability quite well, and the location they chose for the secret moon is very fitting to the challenge. And for that reason, I'm putting both these moons up in A tier. Our next sub-area takes us into the surreal landscape of bright and colorful moving blocks that push in and out of the wall. This is honestly a really satisfying challenge because while it's one of the more difficult moons, it never really felt unfair to me. And the same can be said for the secret moon in the sub-area. This one you find by looking backwards at some of the push blocks to reveal a secret compartment holding a moon, which is just perfect given the theme of the level. I'm more than happy to give both these moons an A+. This next sub-area hits us with another moon shards room, but is admittedly a lot less exciting than the Poison Tide room from earlier. You have to use a frog to jump around and collect moon shards, which just isn't fun at all. Not to mention the secret moon here is sort of just high up on the wall, which is boring. Like, I get it, the frog capture jumps high, but it really just feels like a 6th moon shard that just happens to be worth a full moon. I'll give the main moon shards moon a B and the secret moon a B-. Like, I don't hate the area by any means, it's just nothing to write home about. The Forgotten Treasure is probably one of my favorite normal moons in the game, just because of how unique it is. You speak to an NPC in Cap Kingdom that reminds Cappy of a treasure he hid long ago. This leads Cappy to give you a series of hints that take you to different parts of Bonneton, each one bringing another hint until eventually the last one brings you to the treasure. The hints aren't all that difficult to decipher, but it doesn't matter because it's such an interesting, unique moon that I honestly wish they did in other kingdoms. Like if Mario Odyssey can have multiple dog or hint art moons, why not more forgotten treasure moons? Either way, this is a definite favorite of mine, easy S tier. Taxi flying through Bonneton is our next moon and is part of a recurring set where you use the binoculars to look at something off in the distance that will spawn a moon. These moons are some of the most infamous in Super Mario Odyssey because they are hidden in a spot so obscure and stupid, only a very small percentage of players actually find them organically. They are dumb, have an unnecessarily long cutscene, and should honestly just be deleted from the game. Triple F tier because one F isn't good enough. Bonnet or Block 8 has us find one of the residents of Cap Kingdom protecting a moon as they exclaim just how unafraid they are of Paragoombas. While I don't know why this Bonneter won't just give Mario the moon, we still can collect it by scaring him away with the exact thing he said he was unafraid of. I like this moon idea. It's not that hard, but it's cute, fun, and doesn't feel like filler. B tier. While I am mostly keeping this list in order, there are a few moons like number 15, Cap Kingdom Regular Cup, and number 29, Cap Kingdom Master Cup, which are essentially the same moon, so it makes more sense to rank them together. These two moons are our first Koopa freerunning moons, which I will admit are some of my favorite moons in the game. These moons are a fun throwback for people who may have enjoyed similar challenges in Mario 64 or Sunshine while still improving on the concept. At its core, the moons are still just a race, but they added in more competitors that all take their own unique routes that the player can learn from. Cap Kingdom freerunning admittedly is not the best example of this because it's a pretty linear path to the finish, but in spite of this, it's still a really fun moon. I haven't even begun to talk about how the game keeps track of your best time so you can compete with yourself and even friends online, which is so cool. This makes the Koopa freerunning moon some of the most replayable in the game, though unfortunately the worldwide leaderboards have a bit of a cheating problem, but I'm not going to let that affect my rating. Cap Kingdom Koopa freerunning is easily an S+ for me. Peach in Cap Kingdom is a part of a series of moons where you find Princess Peach in almost every kingdom after beating the game. Talking to a toad just outside of Peach's castle is what starts the quest, and admittedly, I think this is a pretty cute idea, especially given the fact you get to see some of the different outfits she wears while touring the kingdoms. However, the main downside of these moons is most of them are just sort of right there. In Cap Kingdom, she's just a short walk from the shop, which thematically makes sense because she's touring the kingdoms, but it does make it feel like bloat as opposed to actual new content. I'll give it a C tier because it's still a fun idea and the alternate outfits are cool to see. Next, we have the first hint art moon, which is the beginning of another series of moons where we find artwork on a wall that functions as a hint to a moon's location in another kingdom. The first one shows us 8 box-shaped figures meant to represent the residents of different kingdoms on top of a background that's meant to imitate the edge of Moon Kingdom where you can look back down at the earth. Surely enough, if you head there, you'll find members of each kingdom, and ground pounding behind the Lake Kingdom resident will reveal a moon. I absolutely love this idea. Finding the hint art moons is such a unique and standout experience if you're willing to give them a try before looking them up. This one in particular is one of my favorites because of how clever the hint is without feeling unfair. I'm putting the moon in A tier because while I do think it's a really cool moon, if you can't narrow down the location based on the image alone, you're forced to look through all 17 kingdoms for another lead, which is not fun. All that's left in Cap Kingdom are the Moon Rock moons, which can only be found by hitting one of these mysterious rocks after beating the game. One of the neat things about these moons is you never actually have to search for them because Nintendo added a quality of life feature that shows you their exact location on the map once they're spawned in. Which begs the question, why the hell is this a moon rock moon? You can't even make the argument they added it for exploration because it's just right there and you can see exactly where it is on the map. Moons like this feel unnecessary already, and you're telling me this is content Nintendo wanted to save for post-game? F tier. Danger Sign is fortunately an upgrade from the last moon and follows that simple pattern of I see a moon in the distance, ponder how I can get there, ah yes, Paragoomba. C+. Our next moon runs into the same issue as next to Glass's Bridge, where the moon is sort of just there. The spot at least is kind of cute because you have to jump off Top Hat Tower, and the name under the big one's brim is also fun, but it'd be wrong to rank this higher than a D-. Flying to the edge of the fog is basically just danger sign, but hidden a bit better because it's physically in the fog. But because you can see the moon on the map, it definitely begs the question of, is it really hidden? Another C+. Spin the hat and get a prize. Spin the little hat emblem found over the gate to Cap Kingdom's bridge and you'll get a moon. This is definitely more filler, but I don't hate it as much as some of the other moons we've seen so far because of its fun vibe. D tier. Our next spot has us find a glowing spot on a hat that we can spin Cappy on for a moon. It's a lot like some of the other ones we've seen already, where the only real challenge is figuring out you need to fly here with a Paragoomba. I'll give it a C+ like the others, but I'm doing so a bit reluctantly at this point. Fog Shrouded Platform is another bare bones boring moon that is just a ground pound spot hidden off to the side of the kingdom by some fog. Since you don't get to do anything fun like spin a hat, it's a D-. After a string of frankly disappointing post-game moons, we finally have something unique to talk about with Bird traveling the fog. This is one of the first moons we see that features a glowing bird traveling around the kingdom. Our goal is to find a way to chase down the bird so we can collect its moon. I think this is a really fun idea. Using a Paragoomba to chase down a bird is definitely more fun than a lot of the things we've done already, though the chase itself is a bit finicky. B-. Caught hopping near the ship is a lot like the bird moon, but instead with a rabbit, which is a very recurring challenge in the 3D Mario series. I'd honestly just describe this moon as a better version of the bird moon. It's a more fun chase, and overall the challenge is just better. B+. Next, we have our first Taking Notes moon, Taking Notes in the Fog. For these moons, you grab a treble clef symbol to spawn a series of notes that you have to collect in a limited time to spawn a moon. Overall, these moons are fine, though I kind of wish they played a small theme like that one star in Mario Galaxy. In terms of quality, Taking Notes in the Fog is fine, but it also doesn't do anything exciting because you're just flying in a straight line and then end it with a circle. C+. Cap Kingdom Timer Challenge 2 requires us to jump across some rising and falling platforms to collect a key and then make it back to the mainland before the timer runs out. Another pretty basic challenge deserving of a pretty basic rating. B-. Our last two moons in Cap Kingdom take us back into a sub-area for a short slide level. It's not nearly as long as something you'd see in previous titles, but that doesn't mean it isn't fun. For the first moon, you just have to make it down the entire hill without dying, while for the secret moon, you have to take a thin side path. I definitely like this sub-area a lot, but I do wish it was longer and more complex. Like the main moon is just a straight line with some enemies, a turn, and then one more curve leading into the final jump. The simplicity isn't enough to stop me from liking the moon, but it's just so easy to wish there was something more here. I'm still gonna give both moons an A+, but if there was just a little bit more going on here, I think this would have easily been one of my favorite moons in the game. With the types of moons found in Cap Kingdom, I think it's pretty obvious it was designed more as a linear introduction to Mario Odyssey and less as a sandbox ripe for exploration. I don't hate the kingdom by any means, it still accomplishes what it needs to, but it's definitely one of the weaker ones. My favorite moons here were mostly in sub-areas, while everything else was pretty forgetful outside of a few exceptions. Entering Cascade Kingdom for the first time, we're greeted with our first Power Moon. While it isn't the first moon I'm ranking, it is the first moon you'll ever collect in a playthrough of Super Mario Odyssey, and even though it's pretty basic, I have to give it some credit. For a first moon, this does exactly what it needs to. Introduces you to your objective of collecting moons, and teaches you how to use the Chain Chomp capture without going through a series of annoying tutorials. For that, I'm willing to give the moon a B. It's pretty basic, but I feel for good reason. Up next is Multi-Moon atop the Falls. While this isn't the first boss fight in the game, it definitely feels like the first proper one. To win, you have to knock the hat off Madame Brutal's Chain Chomp so you can capture it and fling it right back at her. The concept is pretty simple, but it's still fun, and the fact it uses a capture you become familiar with throughout the kingdom is clever. Overall, it's a fun fight. A tier. Chomp Through the Rocks is another Chain Chomp moon that's behind a breakable stone wall. It's kind of just a more hidden version of our first Power Moon, which is a bit boring to see again, especially because it serves less of a purpose than the first moon, but I'll give it a C. Behind the waterfall is a secret moon hidden in the 2D section that you can reach by hitting a hidden block and walking, well, behind the waterfall. The moon's hidden in a fun spot that's also fair, but it isn't anything special, so C+. This next moon is probably one of the most infamous in the entirety of Super Mario Odyssey. On top of the rubble. A moon that simply sits out in the open on top of some rubble. I don't think I have to explain why this is one of the worst and most pointless moons in the game. I'll give it an F- because it's worse than the average F tier moon, but still not as bad as Taxi flying through Bonneton. Treasure of the Waterfall Basin is a pretty simple chess moon hidden in a cave by the flowing water of the falls. There really isn't much to say about this moon because it's about as average as a moon can get. C tier. Above a high cliff is basically just a less infamous version of On Top of the Rubble. It suffers from just being right there, and you can do one really simple jump to get to it, but it does have the bonus of having an alternate route to get up by breaking a rock and revealing a pipe. Though I still think it's a stupid moon. F tier. Across the floating islands is our next moon, and it's another basic one. I know I shouldn't be expecting much from the first real kingdom, but this moon is sort of just sitting there past a couple floating islands. The jumps don't pose any real threat, so the only positive thing I have to say is the floating island aesthetic is neat. D+. This next moon finally gives us something interesting with another timer challenge moon. It's nothing too fancy and you can technically solve the whole puzzle without even jumping, but hey, it's still the most engaging non-story moon we've seen so far. C+. Cascade Kingdom Timer Challenge 2 is next, and they must have heard my complaints about the last one because this moon is just jumping. Some of these jumps are a little high, so you actually have to consider doing things like ground pound jumps to make it up in time. Though, for just being some steps you have to climb without capping in the time limit, it's actually pretty solid. B-. Good morning, Captain Toad. He's back and better than ever. Instead of being put in some boring spot like in Cap Kingdom, we have him hiding below the edge of the boss arena. It's not the most difficult or creative spot, but it's still Captain Toad, and in my opinion, he's a really fun addition to each and every kingdom, so solid B tier. Finally, it's time for Cascade sub-areas, and admittedly, this kingdom has some of my favorites in the entire game, including Dinosaur Nest. The main moon here, Dinosaur Nest Big Cleanup, follows you capturing the T-Rex and using them to kill over 100 of the small Burbo enemies throughout the room. The concept is super simple, but it's a ton of fun. The dinosaur capture is one of my favorites in the game, and this was honestly one of the best ways they could have utilized it. I do, however, have a small problem with the secret moon, Dinosaur Nest Running Wild. In the room, there's a lower ledge you can jump down to with the dinosaur to break some extra blocks, and in one of these blocks is a moon. It does fit within the theme of the sub-area where you get to run around and destroy stuff, but it doesn't really feel like it adds much to the challenge. And with how little you get to use the dinosaur capture in Mario Odyssey, I just wish they did something more creative than a single breakable block with a hidden moon. Big Cleanup gets an A+, while I'm giving Running Wild a B-. Our next two moons take us into the Nice Shot Chain Chomp sub-area, which might even be my favorite in the entire game. Your goal here is to ricochet the chain chomps off each other to hit them into a target found in the back of the room. You do this 3 times until you reach the moon and are given the option to go even further and do one last challenge for the secret moon. This is such a cool and creative use of the chain chomp capture, I can't help but absolutely adore it. Not only that, but the secret moon fits so seamlessly into the sub area, feeling like a natural extension instead of being forced like other secret moons. The only real caveat with this room's design is how you can cheat by capturing the last chain chomp in the set to fire directly into the target, though I don't view this as a bad thing and more so as a reward for clever players. I'm putting both these moons in the God tier because even if the tier name sounds pretty cringe, with 836 moons to rank, I really need a separate tier for those 15 or so moons that are my favorites in the game. Past the chasm lifts is our next sub-area, which takes us through a pretty casual 2D section with various lifts and enemies. The room is complemented by its secret moon that can be found with the assistance of a Koopa shell breaking a block to reveal a hidden passage. Overall, the sub-area and secret moon are pretty solid, with my only real complaint being that the secret moon should have been hidden in the secret alcove past the final moon. There's still some purple coins back here, but that's not what we're ranking today. I'm still willing to give both moons a B+ though for being a generally enjoyable experience. Secret Path to Fossil Falls is our very first Secret Path moon. The premise here is there's a painting found somewhere in a different kingdom that will lead to a spot that is only reachable through that painting. These moons get a bit confusing because depending on whether you decide to go to wooded or lake first, as well as snow or seaside first, where the paintings lead will change. In the case of my save file, to get this moon, I had to head into Snow Kingdom, use the Typho to push some steps, and climb over into Cascade Kingdom for the moon. This is admittedly one of the more interesting spots for the painting, but because which leads where varies, I can't in good faith give any painting a higher or lower rating based on location, and would rather just give them all the same score. So going forward, I'll be giving each secret path moon a B, but if there's anything new to talk about in future kingdoms, I'll make sure to mention it. A tourist in Cascade Kingdom is our next moon that can be found in multiple kingdoms with a new recurring gimmick. The series starts initially in Sand Kingdom, where you talk to an aspiring tourist who wants to ride around the world with a new donker in their taxi. You'll receive a hint to where they're going next based on either the literal name of the kingdom or an aspect of that kingdom. Find where they go and you'll get the moon, as well as a hint to their next travel destination. For tourists in Cascade Kingdom, you receive the blatant hint in Metro Kingdom that they are heading to Cascade. After, you can find them right next to Koopa Free Running. Even if the hints are sometimes a little obvious, I still find this to be a very fun series of moons. I'd give this one in particular a B+. Our next moon, Rolling Rock by the Falls, is admittedly another one I hate. There's no real indicator that this rock here serves any sort of significance until you hit it. Once you do, you'll notice the mysterious glow and be awarded a moon if you manage to break it. I think the glow is a good thing because it indicates something special, but the mere concept that I am expected to go around kicking every single rock in Mario Odyssey is atrocious. The moon is hidden in a spot that is way too easy to miss and not even satisfying to find. An easy F- for me. Peach in Cascade Kingdom. Another Peach moon out in the open, just like we saw in Cap Kingdom. C tier. Our next two moons are another set of Koopa Free Running moons with Cascade Kingdom Regular and Master Cup. This is a really solid Koopa Free Running where the main route takes you around most of the kingdom from the Odyssey all the way to right before the 2D section. But there's actually an intended shortcut you can take by cutting across the clouds floating behind the waterfall, saving a ton of time. But what's even cooler is the speedrunning community found an even faster shortcut where you can use a tiny ledge on the wall to scale immediately from the beginning to the finish. I know this way isn't intended, but with Koopa Free Running, it's really cool to see room for this sort of optimization within the race, giving players a chance to grind for absolutely unreal times. S+. Caveman Cavefan is a moon where your goal is to help this little monitor see a real living caveman. So Mario, being the upstanding citizen he is going to lie by spending 15 of the regional currency to purchase a fake costume and scam the little guy out of a moon. Honestly, I think moons like this are cute, but I really wish there was more of a puzzle to figure out what costume you needed, because the hint they give you is just the word caveman in yellow text, which is way too obvious. C+. The next moon is Cascade Kingdom's Shopping Moon. I already explained how I feel about these moons in Cap Kingdom, and this does nothing to change that. D tier. Uh-oh, we've got another moon where you look far off into the distance for no good reason. Triple F, just like the last. We finally made it to Cascade Kingdom's Moon Rock moons, and we're starting with Bottom of the Waterfall Basin, which is just a ground pound moon found in the rushing waters of the falls. Not a bad spot to put a ground pound moon, but it's still just a ground pound moon. D tier. Just a hat, skip, and a jump is what I wanted from across the floating isles. It's a slightly tricky platforming challenge that requires you to use the temporary cloud blocks to make it to a moon floating in the distance. B tier. Treasure Under the Cliff is another one of those moon rock moons that are just sort of there. Like, yeah, you have to do a kinda high jump to reach it, but again, why is this a post-game moon? It just feels like filler. D-. Next to the Stone Arch. Gee, I wonder where I've seen this moon before. D-. Guarded by a colossal fossil is a basic moon hidden in a cool spot. Like, this moon doesn't really do anything different than hidden in a sunken hat in terms of gameplay, but it's on a giant dinosaur fossil, which is freaking sick. That alone is enough to bump the moon up to B tier for me. The next moon, Under the Old Electrical Pole, is one that I can only really describe as confusing. Like other moon rock moons, you can see where it is on the map, but if you go there, you'll only find an electrical pole and no moon. The solution is to bring the dinosaur over, break the pole, and find a moon hidden beneath. Like, I can't entirely put this into words, but it's just not very compelling. I feel like they wanted to try and hide a moon somewhere interesting, but it just doesn't do that for me. D tier. Next up is Under the Ground, which is the exact same concept as the last moon. Break something to reveal a ground pound moon. Once again, D tier. Inside the busted fossil is another moon similar to the last two, but instead of the dinosaur, we have to use a chain chomp. There's a bit more going on with this one because there's another chain chomp in the way that we have to avoid, but that only makes the moon marginally better than the last. D+. Caught hopping at the waterfall is Cascade Kingdom's iteration of the hopping moon. The pattern here is pretty basic. I mean, hopping literally only runs around in a circle, but I think that's fine since it's still fun and we're only in the second kingdom anyways. B+. Taking Notes Hurry Upward is the second Notes moon on our list, and in my opinion is a big improvement from the Notes moon in Cap Kingdom. Here we have to travel up a 2D section, breaking blocks and avoiding Goombas to collect all the notes and get the moon. The timing here can be a little tight, but if you clear the path beforehand, you can make it to the moon a lot easier. Really solid. B tier. Finally, we've made it to the Moon Rock subareas with the Mysterious Clouds room. The level combines swinging platforms with temporary cloud blocks to make a pretty difficult challenge. The secret moon fits well too, where you have to navigate to a higher part of the level using a hidden block and some more clouds. Also, I just want to say I've always enjoyed the surreal aesthetic of these sorts of rooms. The seemingly endless cubic void is something that I've always enjoyed. It reminds me a bit of the secret levels in Mario Sunshine that take place in this weird space that resembles absolutely nothing else in the game. Though, I've got a ton of moons left to talk about, so I don't really have time to go on a bigger tangent. Both moons get an A. Up next, we have the Gusty Bridges subarea. This is a pretty cool room that revolves around the wind mechanic that doesn't actually come up too frequently in the game. The player has to avoid getting pushed into the abyss by the wind or carefully navigate platforms that are being pushed back and forth by it. It makes for a genuinely interesting challenge that the secret moon here expands upon. Instead of avoiding the wind like it's a hazard, you time a cap throw so that the wind pushes it far enough to trigger a switch that'll spawn a moon. It's a pretty straightforward idea, but fits so excellently into the theme here. Both these moons are easily an A+. Cascade Kingdom as a whole definitely felt like a huge improvement to Cap Kingdom, and I think there's a good reason for that. Cap Kingdom felt like it was much more designed around that linear path you take the first time you travel through the kingdom, whereas with Cascade, even though there's an intended path you take at first, it felt much more open and fun to explore, and I think the moons helped reflect that. Not to mention there wasn't a single sub-area here that felt like a miss. Seeing what they did definitely makes me optimistic for the quality of moons in future kingdoms that have even more flexibility to be less linear. Another new kingdom means a new set of story moons, starting with atop the highest tower. This one is pretty self-explanatory. We need to make our way past the town and all the way to the top of the tower found in the center of the kingdom. The path to get there is fun too. You get to explore the Tostarena ruins, going in and out of 2D and maybe even finding the occasional moon along the way. There's a single path most players will take and a lot of obstacles that you can't skip, but the openness of the area definitely leaves room for exploration, which is something I really like about this part. A-. After collecting the first story moon, we travel across this short moving platform section until we make it to a poison swamp which houses a new capture, the Moais. These stone heads let us see invisible platforms which aid us in the next story moon, Moon Shards in the Sand. What's strange to me about this moon is only 2 of the shards actually use the Moai capture's ability while the rest are just littered in the sand. This doesn't make the moon bad by any means, but it just feels like they could have done more with the invisible platforms. I'm still giving this moon a B though, because at the end of the day, this part of the story is still fun. After collecting the Shards moon, a door opens leading us into the inverted pyramid. Inside, we face a variety of challenges that focus on messing with the gravity of 2D sections, which really fits into the theme of this being an inverted pyramid. Once we reach the top, we get to face off with Harriet, another brutal boss fight. Harriet makes for a very solid fight too. The bombs she throws litter the arena with pockets of lava that you have to avoid, or alternately you can shoot these bombs back at her to speed up the fight. That's actually my favorite thing about the brutal boss fights in general. They always seem to have a slower, easier way to do the fight, as well as a faster and more difficult one. For Harriet, it's a matter of whether or not you use the bigger or smaller bombs to progress the battle. This all puts Showdown on the inverted pyramid as an A+ moon for me. After finishing the boss fight, it turns to night in Sand Kingdom, with the inverted pyramid hovering high into the air to reveal a deep hole into the underground. With nighttime sand, we get the addition of these little mummies running around the overworld, so we have to figure out a way to reach the hole without running into too much trouble. The obvious way, and in my opinion the most fun, is buying the Jaxi and running over any that get in the way. Once we're underground, we first have to use a Goomba to navigate past some icy platforms, and then use a bullet bill to maneuver around some moving walls. Once that's done, we enter the boss room, fly a bullet bill to the arena, and reach Knuckle-Tech, Mario Odyssey's obligatory hand boss. You'd think because of how overdone this idea is, I wouldn't like it, but admittedly it's one of the best bosses in the game. The presentation here is phenomenal. Capturing the fists is fun, and you already know how to use them because they function like bullet bills, which are found all over Sand Kingdom. In spite of being Nintendo's stereotype, the fight is great, and even if I think they should try and explore more ideas, I'm happy this boss made it into the game. S+. I guess it's only appropriate that after a series of fantastic story moons, we have a pretty crummy one that's just sitting there at the top of town. Pretty boring and uninspiring. F tier. Alcove in the Ruins is a moon hidden in a small alcove above the quicksand. It's a pretty average moon that I'd compare to Treasure the Waterfall Basin in Sand Kingdom, so it's also going in C tier like that moon. On the Leaning Pillar is another just there moon. It has a few different ways to get to it, like flying glide on, bullet bill, or oh, you can just jump to it I guess. D-. The next moon, Hidden Room in the Flowing Sands, is neat because it's a moon tucked away in a spot that dares the player to try something scary. There's this little opening in the quicksand of the ruins that's just big enough to sink under without dying. If you do, you'll find a moon. I love moons like this because of how rewarding they are to discover. I'm gonna give this one a B+. Secret of the Mural is another hidden moon that you find in the 2D section near the top of the ruins tower. It's not entirely obvious, but there's enough hints that suggest something is behind the wall to make it pretty reasonable to discover. B-. Secret of the Inverted Mural is basically the same as the last moon, except in the upside down section of the inverted pyramid. I'd be willing to give this one another B-. At first, on top of the stone archway seems like a pretty boring moon, because if you get it later in the game, it's a really easy one to collect just by uncapturing the electrical wire from above. But earlier in the story, before the wire existed, you could also jump up this ice, or use a bullet bill. Like, it's still not a fantastic moon, but I do think the versatility at least puts it in C+. From a crate in the ruins. There's a glowing crate found at the ruins. Break it to spawn a moon that's only a short jump away. D tier. On the Lone Pillar is basically just a better version of On the Leaning Pillar. There's a few ways you can reach it like Bullet Bill or Glide On, but you can't just make a short jump like before. C+. On the Statue's Tail is another boring spin your hat on something moon that's slightly more interesting because it's a tail. D+. Hang your hat on the fountain is another boring spin your hat on something moon that's slightly less interesting because it's a fountain. D tier. Where the Birds Gather is a ground pound moon, but instead of having a light indicating the spot, you've got birds. I mean, it's kinda cute, and the mound makes it pretty obvious something is there, so I'll give it a C-. This next one is a bit of a weird one because you get it for ground pounding on the very top of the highest dune in Sand Kingdom. There isn't a light spot, but you will feel a rumble, and admittedly it does feel appropriate to have a moon up here, but it still falls into the trap of being too well hidden in a way that isn't even satisfying if you do find it. Not to mention hitting the exact ground pound spot is annoying. D-. Lost in the Luggage is just another obvious ground pound moon in the sand. D-. Bullet Bill, Breakthrough, and Inside a Block is a Hard Place are our next two moons, and both get Mario to capture a bullet bill and ram into a nearby object to spawn a moon. Pretty basic, both get a C+. Bird Traveling the Desert is Sand Kingdom's bird moon, and in my opinion, it's an improvement from the one in Cap Kingdom. Instead of forcing the player to get a Paragoomba to chase down the bird, they have to do so as Mario, looking for a good spot in the kingdom where the bird is close enough to jump up and hit it. I think this format makes the moon a lot more fun, while also removing things I disliked about the last bird moon, like how it could turn around and avoid the player. B tier. Bird Traveling the Wastes is Sand Kingdom's second bird moon that travels in a path around one of the poison swamps. This one is a little bit less exciting because the path it takes is so much shorter and you don't even have to navigate over the poison lake to get it. B-. Moon number 23 hits us with our very first lurker moon. For these moons, you'll see a glowing bump moving through the ground that you can stomp on to get a moon. These sorts of challenges are okay. Like, I think there's an interesting idea here, but because they can be so finicky, I never end up enjoying them. C+. The treasure of Jaxi Ruins is next, with the intended way to get the moon taking you into this quicksand hole where you'll find a short platforming section with dangerous crusher blocks. Reach the end and you'll find yourself atop the Jaxi Ruins where you'll receive a moon and 50 coins. The little subsection to make it up to the chest is charming and even has a little few secrets like a massive stack of coins atop one of the pillars, but it isn't very memorable. Not to mention you can just completely skip this sub-room by using Glidon. B tier at best. Up next, we have the 3 desert gardening moons of Sand Kingdom. The way these ones work is you find a seed in Sand Kingdom, bring it back to town, and about 20 minutes later, it'll grow into a moon. Desert Gardening Plaza seed is placed right next to the pots to function as a tutorial, which is fine. The next seed is found in the ruins, which also works even if the run back is annoying. The final seed, however, is found right below the cliffside, and honestly, I hate spots like this. The map is huge, and I don't want to walk around the entire thing just so I can check below every ledge. Ruin Seed and Plaza Seed get a C+, while Seed on a Cliff gets a D-. Sand Kingdom Timer Challenge 1 is up next, where we have a limited time to roll under a low ceiling and wall jump up to get a moon. I guess rolling under stuff is cool, but this moon really just feels like it exists to serve as a tutorial for rolling, which I don't know if that's all that necessary. C tier. Sand Kingdom Timer Challenge 2 brings us back to the Poison Lake, where we'll be shown a platform before it disappears. You can either try and memorize the platform to collect the key and grab the moon, or use one of the nearby moais to see the floor as you collect the key. Both options here are a pretty neat way to solve the moon, and I definitely think this timer challenge is a good addition to the game because of it. Especially since if you use the moai, you have to be quick and only use the sunglasses a little bit, or else you won't make it to the end before time runs out. B+. Our last Timer Challenge moon in Sand Kingdom is Timer Challenge 3, which brings us back to the other poison swamp. For this one, you're expected to quickly roll across the sand and then use these platforms to jump across the poison. In spite of being a straight path, it maintains a fun level of difficulty, though you can cheese the entire challenge just by using a Jaxi to run straight across the poison. I don't think this is a bad thing though, since it rewards the player for thinking outside the box. Another B+. Found in the Sand Good Dog is a moon where if you interact with this dog, they'll take you to a moon in the ground. I love dogs. S tier. Moon number 32 is another notes moon, where this time we have to collect 6 notes across 2 palm trees. This moon is pretty forgetful, with the only real challenge being not to fall off the tree. C+. Herding sheep in the dunes is our first sheep moon. Now I know a lot of people dislike this series, which is fair. The sheep are pretty finicky to herd, which can be unfun, but I at least want to applaud Nintendo here for trying something unique. I'm giving this one a C because even if the core idea is a little annoying, the sheep here are easy to collect. Fishing in the Oasis. I love the fact that Nintendo included fishing in this game, and think using Lakitu as the capture for it was a fantastic decision. The gameplay for these moons is a bit underwhelming though, because you're waiting until you feel a big rumble on your controller to reel them in, and that's it. B tier. Love in the Heart of the Desert is a new type of moon where you're expected to bring a Goomba over to a Lady Goomba. For this one, all you need to do is some minor platforming in the ruins, so it really doesn't feel any better than similar moons like Bonnet or Blockade. B tier. Our next moon among the 5 cactuses takes us to a glowing cactus found at the edge of the kingdom. You can't break a cactus as Mario, so you'll have to bring Jaxi over to free the moon. I think this is a cool idea because it requires you to actually think about how you might be able to get the moon, but I have one major gripe here. Knocking the cactus off the edge not only means you don't get the moon, but to try again you'll have to warp somewhere else in the kingdom and then bring Jaxi all the way back. I don't mind the fact that the moon's a bit harder because you can't knock it off the edge, but I do have a big problem with how tedious it is to try again. D tier. You're Quite the Catch Captain Toad is another fishing moon, except it's a bit more hidden and you get to fish up Captain Toad. Still B tier though. Jaxi Reunion is a puzzle moon that you complete by bringing Jaxi to an old statue. I always thought this moon was a cute one because the Jaxi's dialogue about Mario taking him to see his family is real charming. That being said, there really isn't anything else that blows me away about this moon. B-. Welcome Back Jaxi, on the other hand, is a similar moon but with a more interesting puzzle. This time Mario is awarded for bringing the Jaxi on top of the inverted pyramid where a statue is missing. What makes this puzzle interesting is the only way to get a Jaxi up here is by calling one to the rest stop on top of the pyramid. The dialogue you get here is also neat but not as charming as the previous moon. Still, I think it's an improvement. B+. Wandering Cactus. B tier, solely because you get to be a cactus. Up next is Sand Quiz Wonderful and Sphinx Treasure Vault. You get the Vault Moon for answering the first quiz question, but for the second you need to answer an additional 4 more. I've always loved these moons because they're really unique and test your knowledge of the game's kingdoms. I've also always enjoyed seeing what they come up with for the wrong answers, like Quiz Kitty as an example. Sand Quiz Wonderful gets an A-, while Treasure Vault gets a B+, because it's kind of weird you get all the treasure the Sphinx is guarding just for answering one question. If you ask me, these 2 moons should have been combined into one moon that you get for answering all 5 questions. Shopping in Toast Arena. Yes, I still dislike these moons. D tier. Employees Only is a fun moon, not only because it implies that Mario is trespassing, but also robbing the shop in the process. B tier. Since we're taking on bad habits, might as well start gambling too. While Sand Kingdom Slots isn't technically real gambling, I still like its addition to the game. You can play it risky by trying to hit all 3 slots at once, or take it slow by going 1 at a time. Overall, a fun moon with nice presentation. B tier. Our next 2 moons are our first set of Koopa Trace Walking moons. Here, the goal is to memorize the path of the ground and then continue to follow it as accurately as possible. It makes for a moon that's a weird mix of precision and memory game, which I think is pretty neat. Sand Kingdom's Trace Walking moon requires you to walk in a circle, scoring 80 points for the first moon and then 90 for the second. I put both these moons in the B- tier because even if they're a neat addition, the challenge is still just walk in a circle. Hidden Room in the Inverted Pyramid is a really cool moon just because of where it's stashed. If you decide to stand on this moving conveyor belt with the pillars, you'll actually be pushed into another room where you'll find a chest and loads of coins. This is a really rewarding moon to find on your own because the spot it's hidden in is so clever. Sure, it may be hard to find, but the payoff is definitely worth it. A tier. Underground Treasure Chest is another chest moon that's hidden in Sand Kingdom, but compared to the last moon, it just isn't as compelling. All you have to do is take a bullet bill over to this ledge, and once you're up on the wall, keep going until you find the chest. I'd give it a B-. Goomba Tower Assembly is a Goomba stacking moon, except the problem is the stack is basically already finished. The fun part of these moons is making the stack, don't just give me one that's 2 away from being finished. C-. Under the Mummy's Curse ends up being one of the worst moons in Sand Kingdom because you have to kill a single specific mummy in the underground arena. They could have done something cool with a Jaxie in a similar way to the Dinosaur Nest sub-area in Cascade Kingdom, but no. You have to go to this specific part of the arena, wait for the glowing mummy to spawn, and then kill it. D-. Ice Cave Treasure takes us back into the Jaxie Ruins Ice Cave where we can wall jump up the Crusher blocks to find a secret moon. I think this is a pretty cool spot for a secret moon because wall jumping up the Crushers is a fun idea and it's not the easiest thing to do either. B+. A Rumble from the Sandy 4 is a moon where you use the rumble on your controller to figure out where a ground pound moon is. I just don't think this one is fun, so I'm putting it in D tier. Dancing with New Friends is another one of those moons where you need a specific outfit to get it, except with this one, you get to do a fun little dance, bumping it up to B tier for that reason. The Invisible Maze is up next, and dang is it a solid sub-area. It fully takes advantage of the Moai's ability to see invisible platforms to create a genuine memory game where you have to remember where the floors are. It's not Timer Challenge 2 where you can just take the Moai with you. You have to actually uncapture it to progress. My main complaint about the sub-area has to be that there's only 3 rooms in total. Also, the secret moon just being throw your cap on a skull sign is pretty boring. Like, I would have loved to have a 4th harder room as an extra challenge for another moon, but I guess Nintendo doesn't agree. The main moon, Invisible Maze, gets an A+, while Skull Sign gets a D. The Bullet Bill Maze is up next and is another fantastic sub-area. You're tasked with taking a bullet bill through a maze, slipping through holes and avoiding moving walls to reach the end. Travel down the wrong path and you may be rewarded with 6 purple coins or have to face a more difficult challenge for the secret moon. I think the general theming of this sub-area is fantastic. While it's honestly not much of a maze, the way the sub-area was designed works perfectly for the bullet bill capture. They truly create a challenge that you can only complete with it. Well, that is until you consider the fact that developers let you walk on the walls. They even put 100 coins up there. I don't think this hurts the sub-area by any means though. In fact, it feels like another fun reward for players who dare to try something other than the obvious answer. Both moons get an S+. Something about Sand Kingdom sub-areas just doesn't miss because Jaxie driving is another absolute banger. This is a very difficult sub-area where you have to utilize the Jaxie mount to run over a poison racetrack and make it to the end. It's filled with tight corners, moving platforms, and even alternate harder paths that give the player a chance to earn purple coins. The secret moon ties well into the main one as well by being a notes moon where you're forced to use Jaxie. As a speedrunner, I absolutely love it when Mario Odyssey is willing to present the player with a generally more difficult challenge like they do with this sub-area. It's fun for me, but I can't deny that controlling Jaxi is a bit finicky, especially if you're running into drift issues, which is common with Switch controllers. I'm still willing to put both moons in S tier, but if I had any less issues with Jaxi, it might have gone even higher. We have one more sub-area to go through before getting back to some normal moons, and that's Strange Neighborhood. The main moon here gets an A+ on presentation alone. There's just something really cool about platforming across rotating buildings in the void of space. The secret moon, however, kinda just sucks. They could have done something cool, but hey, let's just place a moon above a question mark block. That's engaging, right? F tier. Secret Path to Toast Arena gets a B like the other Secret Path moons. Up next is the Sand Kingdom hint art moon, which might just be my favorite hint art in the game. The image shows the Bowser's Kingdom shop, a checkpoint flag, and then the numbers 3 and 6 pointing to the moon in the middle. What these numbers represent are the stones between the shop and the checkpoint flag in Bowser's Kingdom. If you go to the 6th stone from the shop, or the 3rd stone from the checkpoint flag, you can ground pound to find the moon. What I really love about this hint is everything you need to be able to easily find the moon is right there in the image. No guessing the kingdom because of the clear shop design, plus the numbers are even colored to match the stones. It's clever, not too hard, and overall a cool moon. Solid A. Moon 64 in Sand Kingdom introduces us to another new series of moons, the Jammin' Toad moons. Whenever you find this cool dude, he requests a certain type of song which the player has to select from their music list in-game. Guess right and you get the moon. In Sand Kingdom, the hint is memories of a tough battle, which means any boss fight song will work. This is a really fun idea. I love it when the game creates a really unique puzzle for the player to solve, even if it's not that hard. The only downside about these moons is if you don't know the name of the track you're looking for, scrolling through the long list of over 80 songs is kind of annoying. A-. Hide and Seek in the Sand, another new moon series, except I don't like this one. The way it works is if you see one of these distressed monitors, it means they have a friend hiding on the back of someone's hat, but that's all you get. There's no hint. If you think checking behind every NPC in the kingdom is fun, you'll like this moon, but I don't. D-. Up next is Sand Kingdom's freerunning moon, which takes you across the entire desert during the night. I really like this freerunning moon because you have so many different options for how to reach the end. Like you could take Jaxi, or maybe the wires, or are you going to try cutting through the ruins? Overall, I'd say it's a fun race casually, but once you start pushing for a better time and learn the fastest route is only taking the wires, it starts to get boring. Still love freerunning though, S+. Binding Band Return is just a boring ground pound moon found underground in Sand Kingdom after beating the game. I will admit it makes sense for a moon to be here, but it's still a little boring. D+. Round the World Tourist. This is the tourist moon you get after finishing the entire journey by following the tourist through all the kingdoms. This one is pretty obvious because he just says it's time to go home, so B+. Peach in Sand Kingdom. It's Peach, but she's on the inverted pyramid. Who would have guessed another boss arena? C tier. Finally, we reach Sand Kingdom's Moonrock moons, which I'm realizing seems to imply we'll get at least one really crappy F tier moon like this one. Up next, we're at Moon 71 with On the North Pillar. All you gotta do is jump down from this wire to reach it. C-, I guess. Into the Flowing Sands. It's just right there, but at least the sand flows, so D-. In the Skies Above the Canyon is also sort of just right there, but since you need to take the floating lifts or glide on to get it, the moon's a bit more fun, but still no better than a C-. Man, Sand Kingdom is on a roll with these filler moons, but this one is in the Poison Swamp. That won't stop you from just jumping to it though. D tier. An Invisible Gleam. This moon is kind of interesting because the developers tried to make a ground pound moon that you find using the Moai. If we put on our sunglasses, we can see this little light indicating the moon, hence the name An Invisible Gleam. But hypothetically, if you were to use the map to see there's a Moonrock moon located in this spot, went there and felt the rumble, it'd be pretty easy to infer that ground pounding will give you the moon you're looking for. I'd be willing to bet most people found this moon without ever seeing the invisible light. This puts the moon in D- for me because I think they tried to do something interesting, but it just didn't work. Up next, we have On the Eastern Pillar, which ends up being a surprisingly difficult moon. Your goal is to bring a bullet bill all the way over from the ruins to this breakable block. If you capture the bill right next to the blaster, even with motion controls, you won't make it far enough. To actually collect the moon, you need to jump onto one of the leading pillars and capture the bill from there. And even then, only with motion controls will you make it far enough to reach the moon. I don't like this moon. The fact that it requires you to think outside the box is cool, but I don't think bullet bill explosion timer mechanics are very intuitive. Not to mention requiring motion controls in a platformer is cringe. C-. Caught hopping in the desert is our next moon in the hopping series, and its main difference is the fact that there are now 3 rabbits. I don't like this change, but it's not a big enough difference to sway me from my typical B+ rating. Poster Cleanup's a moon found in the top corner of the kingdom where you're tasked with taking down a series of Bowser's wedding posters. Overall, it's a pretty average moon, C tier. Taking Notes Running Down is a notes moon where you're supposed to use Jaxie to run in a straight line and collect all the notes. The moon itself is fine, but I feel like they could have done something more interesting with this idea. C+. Taking Notes in the Wall Painting is another average notes moon. You're just grabbing them in this 2D section while avoiding bullet bills. It's serviceable, just not very memorable. C+. This next moon, Love at the Edge of the Desert, is stupid. There's a Lady Goomba at the edge of the desert, and your only real challenge is walking a Goomba all the way over there. Like, why? What's the point? F-. Where the transparent platforms end is our next sub-area, which revolves around taking a Moai across a lift while avoiding transparent walls along the way. The challenge is a constant balancing act between keeping your sunglasses on to see the walls and taking them off for extra speed. This sub-area is a fantastic use of the Moai capture. The designer's ability to create such a fun challenge for an ability as basic as seeing invisible blocks is commendable. Easy S tier. The Secret Moon, on the other hand, is really just looking down with the Moai to see a hidden invisible block to drop to. It works, but it's kind of a letdown given everything else in here. C+. The Colossal Ruins sub-area is up next, and it's absolutely incredible. Use rocket flowers to run across a wall as it sinks into a sea of poison. The sub-area is hard, but fair, making that inevitable victory feel all the more great when you finally reach it. I also really enjoy how well they integrate the Secret Moon into the challenge. You get it by collecting a key that's found on a more difficult path and then making it to the end. It's nothing you can cheese, you just have to take the harder route and survive, which I think is really cool. Both moons get an S+. The final sub-area in the kingdom is Through the Freezing Waterway, which requires the player to use a Gushin to fly over poison and across moving platforms to reach a moon at the end. This sub-area can be another challenging one, especially with the extra hidden area for the Secret Moon. The whole level does a great job of providing an interesting and difficult challenge with the Gushin, but I have to ask, why is this in Sand Kingdom? It doesn't affect my rating, but I still wanted to bring it up because I think it's a strange decision. Both moons get put in S tier. Sand Kingdom as a whole is a huge upgrade from Cascade Kingdom. It makes sense though, the whole world here is a lot more open and doesn't feel as restricted by the story. And not to mention that story is fantastic. There's like one story moon that's meh, but that's it. While the kingdom does have a lot of good things going on, it definitely suffers from having large stretches of land with nothing. This makes sense because it's a desert, but I don't know, it still just feels like they could have done more in some spots, especially given the amount of filler. There are so many moons that just don't add anything. I'm hoping as I go through future kingdoms, their smaller sizes will create less pressure to include these filler moons, but we'll have to see. Strangely enough, in Lake Kingdom, there's only one story moon, and it's for the Rango boss fight. In this fight, you use his hat to spin up into the air and jump right on top of him. Each time you do this, he'll have a short phase where he'll hop around in his hat. You can speed up the fight by jumping on his hat during this phase, as well as his head anytime he isn't wearing the hat. Overall, the boss fight's solid. I don't think it's as fun as fighting Harriet, and the intended story path to get up to the arena is mostly underwater, which can be a bit of a slog. A-. The second moon here is Dory Back Rider, and unfortunately it's a just there moon. I'm giving it some extra points because it's tied to Dory, but it's not enough to put it any higher than C tier. Cheap Sheep Crossing is another just there moon, but it doesn't have Dory to bump up its rating. D tier. End of the Hidden Passage. This is another uninspiring moon, but it at least feels like it serves the purpose of getting the player more familiar with how the zipper capture works, so I'll give it a C-. What's in the box is literally just Lake Kingdom's version of From a Crate in the Ruins, so I'm putting it in D tier like that moon. On the lakeshore is a ground pound moon found right next to the Odyssey. Like, this moon doesn't feel like it's just there. It feels like they're actively trying to shove it in your face because it is quite literally 10 steps away from where we start. F-. From the Broken Pillar is up next, following the pattern of Lake Kingdom having absolutely dog shit moons. To get it to spawn, you're supposed to ground pound or fish attack on this pillar. The problem is there's no light, and you'll realistically only feel the rumble for the moon if you just stand there as Mario. Who's gonna explore the boring, slow underwater without a cheap cheap, and even then, what are the chances they get close enough to this pillar to notice? The moon is just hidden in such a stupid spot it's nearly impossible to find without help. Triple F. Treasure in the Spiky Waterway is a mood you can get by taking an alternate route in the underwater tunnels. This part of the game is somewhat interesting because most players will navigate this area without a cheap cheap, but that isn't fun. At the end of the day, I'm not a water level kind of guy, so at best this is a C+. Lake Gardening Spiky Passage Seed is another moon found in the underwater tunnels, except this time you have to take a seed from here all the way back to town. This is just a worse version of the seed moons in Sand Kingdom because it's underwater. C-. Lake Kingdom Timer Challenge 1. Jump across some platforms and sink deep into the water as fast as you can. For a water-themed timer challenge, this is kind of fun. B-. Lake Kingdom Timer Challenge 2 is basically just a harder version of Cascade Timer Challenge 2, so I like it a bit more. B tier. Moon Shards in the Lake is a Moon Shards moon restricted to the main underwater area in Lake Kingdom. This moon isn't too bad because you get to search a nice expanse of water using a cheap cheap, however, I'm not a huge fan. C tier. Taking Notes Dive and Swim is a pretty unremarkable underwater notes moon by the Odyssey. Not bad, not good, fits right in C tier. Taking Notes in the Cliffside is another notes moon, but this time taking place in a cliffside 2D section. The challenge is pretty cool too. I love how it forces you to travel along this moving platform, jumping on and off of it to collect every last note. It's difficult, but in a good way. Though I will say, having to leave and re-enter the 2D section to give it another try can be a bit annoying. B tier. Lake Fishing, another fishing moon. B tier, just like the last one. I Met a Lake Cheap Cheap is another one of those capture fetch quest moons, but for a cheap cheap, putting it in B tier like the previous similar moons. Our Secret Little Room is a hidden moon found in a secret passage in the back of town. It's not too creative or hard to find, so D+. Let's Go Swimming Captain Toad. This is one of my favorite Captain Toad moons because of the location. You have this incredibly deep hole filled with water. Now, I'm not sure everyone can relate to this, but the first time I encountered it, I tried to swim down as Mario, but by the time I realized I wasn't gonna make it, it was too late, so I died. After that, it became pretty obvious I needed a cheap cheap, so I grabbed one, swam down, and found Captain Toad. This is not a complicated moon, but I just love the fact that there is this deep, ominous hole in the middle of town. It's fun for the silliest reasons, so I can't help but love it. A tier. Shopping in Lake Lamode. Again, D tier. A successful repair job is a puzzle moon where you have to position a block so that it lines up with the other one in the room. I'm not good at these sorts of puzzles, but I really appreciate that this moon does something new. B tier. I Feel Underdressed is another outfit moon where this time they want you to bring swimwear to get the moon. But did you know that wearing boxers also counts for this? For that reason alone, it's a B+. Unzip the Chasm is the sub-area designed around the zipper capture. Basically, you use the zipper to carve platforms out of the wall so you can reach a key at the end before traveling backwards through the level to collect the moon. The secret moon is hidden along the way and is found by unzipping this extra part of the wall and falling down to a hidden platform with a moon on it. This isn't that great of a sub-area, but that makes sense given it's based on one of the least engaging captures in the game. It doesn't suck though, so I'm still giving both moons a B. Jump, Grab, Cling, and Climb is our next sub-area, which focuses on fuzzies, flower bounce pads, and hanging from walls. The sub-area is some pretty solid platforming and hides the path to the secret moon on top of one of the moving walls, which I think is pretty clever. None of what the game does here is too crazy or memorable, but it's definitely fun, and both moons deserve an A-. Secret Path to Lake Lamode, our next Secret Path moon. This one had me travel down inside the giant glass from Seaside Kingdom. It's not that secret, but a fitting spot to put a painting. B tier. Lake Kingdom Hint Art. This one's really neat because it's genuinely just a spot the difference puzzle. The image on the left has 5 rocks instead of 6, so if we go to Cascade Kingdom where the 6th rock is missing and ground pound that spot, we'll find a moon. I like this style of hint art a lot. You wouldn't expect to see a literal spot the difference puzzle in a 3D Mario game, but here we are. A tier. Taxi Flying Through Lake Lamode. You really gotta wonder, did Nintendo actually think these were good moons? Because there's been one in almost every kingdom so far. Triple F. The next 3 moons are from the Style Sisters, each of them looking for a specific outfit. One a pirate, another an astronaut, and then last a cowboy. These moons aren't better than any of the other outfit moons so far, so all 3 are going in C+ with the rest of them. Lake Kingdom Koopa freerunning. I gotta say, the intended path for this one definitely isn't my favorite. Swimming in those spiky tunnels and then traveling up through town to reach the finish just isn't my cup of tea. However, once you start incorporating shortcuts, the race here can be pretty neat. You get to skip the entire underwater section with a single jump and then later do another jump to get straight up to the finish line. I think being able to take an over 1 minute race down to around 20 seconds is pretty cool. Still, it's not as cool as some of the other freerunnings we've seen, but worth the S+ all the same. Wowee, are you telling me they put Peach on the boss arena in another kingdom? C tier. You knew it was coming. It's time for the Lake Kingdom Moon Rock moons, which means more bad filler like behind the floodgate. F-. Oh, don't want to forget High Flying Leap either. This one gets an F because at least you have to do a jump for it. Deep, deep down. This is another moon you need to travel down that deep hole in town to get. I give it a high rating like Captain Toad, but putting a second moon down here just ruins what made the original special. This gets a D- for that reason. Rooftop of the Water Plaza is another boring ground pound moon found on the rooftop of the Water Plaza. D-. Bird traveling over the lake is another sullen bird moon. This one's a bit weird because it doesn't start traveling until you get close to it, but I don't think that helps or hurts it at all. I'll put this one in B tier. It's a pretty straightforward chase and overall an alright moon. Love by the Lake is another Lady Goomba moon, but it fails to be all that interesting. All you need to do is take a Goomba from this pond area and make a small jump to where the Odyssey is to find your moon. Could be better, C+. Finally, we reach Lake Kingdom's one and only Moonrock sub-area, Waves of Poison. The intended way to go through this is by capturing the frog and using it to platform across the room while avoiding the poison. At the end, you can either collect your moon and leave, or go for a bonus key that'll earn you an extra moon if you survive. What's cool about this sub-area is you don't actually have to use the capture to beat the level, and the developers were aware of this. The platforms you have to travel across actually sink if you stand on them as Mario, which doesn't happen as the frog. Whether this was to discourage players from doing it without the frog, or to nerf Mario because a lot of players found the room easier this way, can't be said for sure. But I do love how the game is acknowledging the player's decision. Overall, this is a fun sub-area, pretty difficult in a fair way, and incredibly satisfying to finally finish. S tier for both moons. I always knew Lake Kingdom was one of my least favorite levels, but dang, ranking the moons really put that into perspective. So much here feels like filler, which is sad. I was hoping a smaller kingdom would mean less pressure to include bloat, but it ran into the opposite issue of not having enough space to do anything interesting. I think this is furthered by it being a water level, because so much of the kingdom is underwater, but there's very few moons that actually use the space. Overall, I think Lake Kingdom does a better job of being pretty than actually being a fun kingdom to explore. Here's to hoping Seaside does a better job at the water level when we get there. It's time for Wooded Kingdom and a new set of story moons, starting with Road to Sky Garden. We travel through the forest until reaching the Sphinx, answer a quiz question, and then travel up these mechanical moving platforms while avoiding the poison piranha plants. Next, we have a quick 2D maze using the uproot capture, and then finish off the moon by killing a giant poison piranha plant. I think this moon works well as a solid introduction to the kingdom. The challenges are fun, the aesthetic here is great, overall a good first story moon. B+. Flower Thieves of Sky Garden is up next, bringing us across some grassy platforms and up to the top of Wooded Kingdom's tower to fight Spewart. Spewart is definitely my least favorite brutal boss. His gimmick is coating the arena with poison that you can only get rid of using Cappy. Jumping on top of him is the only way to speed up the fight, and is also really easy to do, so it doesn't even feel rewarding. Overall, I'd put this fight in B tier. After beating Spewart, we'll see a mysterious object flying to the secret flower field, bringing us on a journey to higher parts of the kingdom. We'll need to blow up a set of stairs out of the wall, use some rocket flowers to climb a steep slope, and then finally use the tank to blow up the blockade Bowser created. This story moon is a lot of fun, especially the part at the end where we have to blow up the blockade. Balancing dodging the bombs and shooting the targets is a neat challenge that utilizes the tank capture really well. It's a great moon and fantastic introduction to the tank. A tier. Immediately after collecting the last moon, we can hop down to the secret flower field and fight the kingdom's main boss, Torque-Drift. The fight takes advantage of the Uproot, Wooded Kingdom's main capture, by making you extend upward to destroy the mech shields before going into the center to get a hit. In between phases, you're greeted with a circular laser attack that you have to use the Uproot to jump over. Unlike other fights in the game, there's no real way to speed up the battle, which is a slight letdown. However, the boss's presentation definitely makes up for it. Having this giant mechanical UFO makes for a really cool boss design, and the section you have to hop over the lasers are really fitting for the capture. Easy S+. Behind the rock wall takes us back to that breakable wall from earlier, where if we break this specific part, it'll reveal a moon. This is another pretty neutral moon because I don't think it does anything wrong, but it's not that good either. C tier. Back way up the mountain is another pretty average moon. You find it near the top of the kingdom by breaking some blocks and then heading into a 2D section. Once you reach the end, you'll find the moon at the top of some rising platforms. Pretty basic 2D section, hidden in an unmemorable way. C tier. Rolling Rock in the Woods is another, you guessed it, rock moon. I still don't like these guys because I don't like the idea of having to break every rock in the game just to find a moon, but this one is marked somewhat by these bushes in the ground, so it's not quite as bad as the others. D tier. Caught hopping in the forest is Wooded Kingdom's hopping moon, and it's fine as another moon in the series, just a little less exciting considering the small circle it runs in. B tier. Thanks for the charge. It's a ground pound moon found at one of the charging stations in Wooded Kingdom. Doesn't deserve more than a D-. Atop a tall tree is our first nut moon, which is a set of moons hidden throughout the kingdom inside of nuts. In this one, you climb up a tree with an uproot. I think it's an alright moon and helps teach the uproot capture while also being hidden in a fair spot. C+. Tucked away inside the tunnel is pretty much the same as the last moon, but you're not climbing a tree. C+ once again. Over the cliff's edge is a hidden moon that takes you past the breakable rock wall into a platforming section, mixing together falling platforms and swinging poles. I like how this moon is hidden in a somewhat obvious spot, but makes you work a bit to actually reach it. My only real complaint is how easily you can skip the whole challenge by jumping down from above. B-. The nut round the corner. It's a nut moon, but around the corner. You're supposed to use an uproot to get to it, and these falling platforms do pose somewhat of a challenge for that, but D+. Climb the cliff to get the nut. It's another nut moon hidden around the kingdom. Again, you're supposed to use an uproot to reach it, but it's not all that interesting. D+. Nut in the red maze. Yes, we're still on nut moons. I like how they put this one in the little maze section, but I feel like they could have put it somewhere more interesting than right at the start. C-. The nut at the dead end. Given the other moons, do I really need to explain why this one is a D+? Cracked Nut on a Crumbling Tower is a nut moon that I actually like compared to the last few. You have this short crumbling block section that you have to pass as you climb to the top of this tower on the outskirts of the kingdom. That being said, it's barely better than the last few moons, so C+. The nut that grew on the tall fence is another nut moon, though this time I'm putting it in C tier because I kinda like how it's hidden up on this massive fence in the middle of the kingdom. Fire in the Cave is a Capulus challenge where you have to kill a fire bro. It's an okay challenge, pretty quick and easy, C+. Hey Out There Captain Toad is another really solid Captain Toad moon because of the different ways to get to it. The obvious and most common answer is flying gliding over from the top of the kingdom, but you can also do it the cool way and trick jump over using these rocket flowers. I know this isn't likely intended by the developers, but this is still a solid Captain Toad moon because it's put somewhere interesting. B tier. Love in the Forest Ruins. It's a Lady Goomba moon where you have to stack up some Goombas, which can be fun. C+. Inside the rock in the forest is a moon where you have to take a tank from the other side of the kingdom back to the Odyssey to destroy a rock and collect its moon. I think it's cool they designed a moon on figuring out how to get a relatively immobile capture to another part of the kingdom. However, I do have one major gripe with it. There is nothing indicating that there is a moon in this rock. It should have been given a glow, but no, it just blends in with the rest of the scenery as something unimportant. D tier. Shopping in Steam Gardens. D tier, like every other shop moon. Nut Planted in the Tower and Stretching Your Legs are both uproot-centric moons found in Wooded Kingdom's Sky Garden Tower. Your goal here is to climb up the inside using the uproot, along the way break the nut for the first moon, and then reach the top so you can stretch up to the last moon. The challenge here is pretty basic, like, it's not bad, just forgetful. C+ for both. The next moon takes us down below, back way up the mountain to some spinning plus shaped platforms. If we can manage to make our way across the two, we'll be awarded a load of coins and another moon. It's a simple idea, but I really enjoy the idea of platforming across these giant mechanical cogs. It fits the kingdom well and is fun to do. I just wish they built off of this idea more and made something bigger. B tier. Make the Secret Flower Field bloom is a moon you get for heading back to the Torture Boss Arena and throwing Cappy so that all the flowers are blooming. Even though the moon is pretty simple, I love how doing this will turn the entire floor into a sea of blooming flowers. It's small touches like these that I really appreciate on these smaller moons. B-. Up next, the game takes us down into Deep Woods for our next set of moons, starting with Rolling Rock in the Deep Woods. I don't think there's many Rolling Rocks in Deep Woods, but I still dislike this moon on principle. You should not be forced to kick every rock in the game. F-. Glowing in Deep Woods is up next, and strangely one of the only timer challenge moons in the game without timer challenge in the moon name. Though that's besides the point. The premise here is you activate the challenge and have to roll up the hill without hitting any trees to collect the moon. It's pretty tame given the only thing it does is place a moon somewhere else on the map, but it's still somewhat fun. C+. Past the peculiar pipes. Oh boy, this moon. I'm willing to bet almost everyone watching this video got this moon by brute forcing themselves down the right path. I mean, hey, I did too. But what you might not know is Mario actually looks at the correct pipe. This is so stupid. Mario doesn't do anything like this elsewhere in the game, so why would anybody be looking for this tell? They should have made it something more intuitive that players could figure out instead of giving us this obscure garbage. F-. Up next, we have By the Babbling Brook in Deep Woods and Hard Rock in Deep Woods. I hate both of these moons for the same reason I hate the Rolling Rock moons. There's a ton of these breakable boulders in Deep Woods, and two of them randomly have ground pound moons under them. Good luck figuring out which. The only saving grace here is you get the dinosaur, so checking all the rocks isn't as bad as it could be. Still, they're going in F-. Oh, this next moon. Oh, this next moon. I hate this moon. Let me tell you about my least favorite moon in the game, a treasure made of coins. To get this moon, first you need to find the one invisible enemy hidden in Deep Woods. Next, you have to take it over to the lake and proceed to spit 500 coins into this plant. Not only is that 5 times more expensive than a shop moon, but it's unfun to just sit here for minutes shooting coins into a plant. And even if it wasn't an issue, you still have to deal with finding a stupid invisible enemy in an area that was intentionally made hard to navigate. I hate this moon. It's 100% without a doubt my least favorite. Triple F, Nintendo, please delete it from the game. Beneath the roots of a moving tree. I like this moon because you get to be a tree. B tier. Deep Woods Treasure Trap is the first of 3 treasure trap moons in the game. They work like memory puzzles. Guess the order wrong and mummies will spawn to punish you, but you'll be shown the answer in the process for the next attempt. This first one is a little underwhelming because it's only 3 chests, but I love the idea. A cute little memory puzzle like this is a great addition to the game, and I can't wait to play some of the harder versions found later. B-. Exploring for treasure is the last moon found in Deep Woods, and it's an outfit moon, but this time we need an explorer outfit. C+. Up next is Wooded Kingdom Timer Challenge 1, and if you've been following along, you'd know that that's a lie because glowing in Deep Woods is definitely a timer challenge moon, but whatever. This is a pretty simple one where you swing off some poles. I like this moon mainly because swinging around in this game just feels good. B-. Wooded Kingdom Timer Challenge 2. This is another solid one where you have to quickly navigate up some rising and lowering platforms. Not too hard, but still a fun one. B-. Up next, we have our first real sub-area with Flooding Pipeway. This sub-area fits perfectly into Wooded Kingdom's steampunk garden aesthetic, acting like you're in some pipeway as water is being pumped through. Not to mention it's a fun challenge too. You have to do your best to navigate up and around fuzzies as the water sinks and rises around you. The secret moon here is hidden up in the ceiling, which is admittedly a bit of a letdown though for such a cool sub-area. The main moon here gets an A, while Ceiling Secret gets a B-. Our next sub-area is Wandering in the Fog, which is a foggy moonshard sub-area. Now, I'm already not a big fan of moonshards, so having a room where they're all placed in a dense fog is not fun for me. The secret moon here honestly just feels like another moonshard too, which doesn't help the level's case. Both moons get a D+. The Flower Road Run sub-area is up next, which follows us on an auto-scroller as we dodge Goombas. We can get the secret moon halfway through the room by doing a high jump once the road hits a wall. After that, we just continue to follow the path until we reach the end of the challenge. Overall, the sub-area is fine, and even though the secret moon feels like it doesn't fit at first, putting it somewhere that you have to be quick so you don't lose the road is a cool implementation. That being said, the challenge itself is an underwhelming auto-scroller, so I can't put these moons any higher than B tier. Finally, we have a good sub-area with elevator escalation. This is a tank sub-area where we will be traveling through a series of floors using the tank to defeat any enemies that get in our way. I will admit, it's a pretty simple idea, just shoot some enemies with the tank. The only thing I don't like about this sub-area is the secret moon. All you have to do is turn around at the beginning and shoot a block in the distance. That's boring and doesn't fit the theming of the sub-area at all. I'll give the main moon an A+, but I'm pushing the secret moon down to a B. Walking on Clouds is our first above the cloud style sub-area. These rooms are made to reward the player with tons of coins, but that doesn't mean they don't come with 2 moons like a standard sub-area. The main moon requires you to reach the end without falling, but the other makes you use the up route to reach a higher platform while the auto-scroller continues below you. None of this is hard, but that's the point. These rooms are meant to feel more like a dash for coins than an actual challenge, and I like that. Both moons go in A tier. Moon 49 is Wooded Kingdom's Secret Path Moon. The painting for this one is found right next to the Odyssey in Metro Kingdom on my save file, putting it in B tier just like the rest of these moons. Wooded Kingdom hint art is up next, and this one is admittedly a little weird. It shows a picture of the trace walking Koopa in Sand Kingdom with an arrow pointing north towards a series of bushes where an X marks the spot. If we head to trace walking and then travel directly north, we'll find the 2 bushes where we can ground pound for our moon. I do think this hint art is fine and gives us plenty of information to find the moon on your own. It's just the walking part, I don't know, it's a bit tedious. However, hint art moons are still pretty cool, so I'm putting this moon in A tier. Swing Around Secret Flower Field is a moon hinted at by the key spot near the top of the kingdom. If you travel over to the side of the flower field building, you'll find a series of swinging platforms that'll take you to the keys so you can claim the moon. Not the best moon, but I like the way it's hidden. B-. Jammin' in the Wooded Kingdom is our next Jammin' Toad moon, and this time he's looking for sky-high coins of plenty, which is a reference to the above the cloud sub-area. A- like the other Jammin' moons. Wooded Kingdom Koopa Freerunning. This is a fun one. You have to head down from the starting area, up some moving platforms, and then finally through the maze before you reach the finish. The intended path is cool, but there's a couple of obvious shortcuts that add a lot to the fun. Instead of jumping down the hole, you can leap right over the railings, and then later you can even skip the maze entirely with a long jump and a cap bounce. These shortcuts are even acknowledged by the game because the Golden Koopa in Master Cup does both of them. Overall, it's a fun race. Not too hard to learn, but a lot of room to master. S+. Guess what? Peach is in another kingdom getting another C tier. And with that, we have the Moon Rock moons, which means we have High Up in the Cave, a moon that's sort of just placed high, and that's it. F tier. Lost in the Tall Trees is a box moon hidden high up in the canopies of Wooded Kingdom. It's not too hard to find given it's a moon rock moon, but I think that works because even if you know where to look because of the map, you'll still have to search a bit to find the moon. B-. Looking down on the Goombas is similar to the last moon in the sense you have to look up to find it. I don't like this one as much though because it's missing the fun of being hidden in a tree. C+. High Up on a Rock Wall is our third look up and you'll see it kind of moon, except for this one, the capture you need to reach the moon is right next to you. Kinda getting sick of these moons. D+. The Nut in the Robot Storeroom. I mean, I'm just disappointed. F tier. Above the Iron Mountain Path is another moon that's just there, but this one is literally in the middle of the sky, which means you can do a fun jump to get it. It's not a good moon, but I'll at least give it a C for being fun. I like the nut under the observation deck for similar reasons to Lost in the Tall Trees. You can find it on the map like other moon rock moons, but because it's hidden under the observation deck, you have to actually look for it a tiny bit. C+. Bird Traveling the Forest is one of my least favorite bird moons. You don't exactly chase it because it flies so high above the kingdom and takes this absolutely outrageous path that's hard to follow. To get this moon, you essentially need to wait in one of the few spots where it passes close to the ground and hit it, which I don't think is fun at all. D-. Invader in the Sky Garden is our first Invader moon. These moons function as a sort of mini-boss where you stack up Goombas high enough to jump on the UFO and then repeat it again to win. This is a really fun addition to the game. I like the idea of having a smaller boss enemy hanging around the kingdom that you can challenge whenever you please, though I wish this was an idea the developers explored a bit more because there's nothing else like it in the game besides when the same enemy shows up again. It would have been really cool to see themed mini-bosses for other kingdoms, but I'll take what we got. A tier. Hot 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 from the Campfire is a straightforward fetch quest moon where you need to find something in the kingdom to light the fire. You can do this with the fire bow pretty easily, and overall it's an okay moon. C+. Wooded Kingdom Timer Challenge 3 takes place high up on the iron fence where you have to platform across moving blocks and swing from bars to reach the moon at the end. I've always thought this was a pretty fun challenge and actually feel like it fits being a post-game timer challenge quite well because of its difficulty. Easy B+. Moon Shards in the Forest takes us back to the maze section of Wooded Kingdom to find a series of moon shards. I think this is a really good use of this area in the level because it gives you more of a reason to travel around different parts of the maze. However, I do think it helps highlight how small and underwhelming the maze actually is. B-. Taking Notes on Top of the Wall is easily one of my favorite notes moons. It takes you down a narrow hill near the edge of the kingdom, collecting notes at high speed. It manages to be a challenging moon while also being super fun and engaging to collect. To me, this is exactly how a notes moon should be done, feeling fast, satisfying, and difficult. S tier. Taking Notes Stretching is next, and it's just a notes moon centered around using the uproot. I think it's okay. C+. I Met an Uproot is another one of those fetch quest monitor moons, but this time we have to take the uproot capture back by the crumbling tower to get the moon. I think this is a pretty solid spot to put the monitor because getting the uproot back to this tower is an interesting challenge compared to doing it regularly as Mario. B tier. Up next is the Invisible Road subarea, which is a fantastic level that takes advantage of the poison piranha plants and invisible floors. All the floors in this room are covered in blots of poison. You can remove it, but because the floors are invisible, less poison means the room is harder to navigate. This is a really cool interaction that forces the player to tackle the room in creative ways. The secret moon is hidden in a neat way too. There's a hole in the wall with an invisible floor leading right to it. You can either assume the floor is there based on the hole, or capture a piranha plant to shoot poison in that direction to reveal the floor. Overall, I'm a big fan of this one. Both moons get put in A tier. Herding Sheep Above the Forest Fog is our next sub-area and is a pretty controversial one. This level is hard. Guiding the sheeps is finicky to begin with, so making a difficult sub-area surrounding them makes for a very frustrating challenge. Giving this sub-area a high rating would definitely be unfair because of how finicky and unfun it can be, though I can't deny that I like how they at least tried to make a hard challenge using this mechanic. The Secret Moon even fits well into the challenge, giving you a short timer to launch the sheep across a gap and into its pen. I think I'm going to give both these moons a B- because they do try to do something interesting, which I appreciate, just fail to do so well. Lastly, we have the Breakdown Road sub-area, which is a really cool challenge and concept. You're supposed to run down the road as bullet bills explode your path and then travel back across the wreckage they've created. The only problem is that you can capture any of these bullet bills to fly back, which nullifies the entire point. Even the Secret Moon encourages you to do this, forcing you to capture one of the giant bullet bills to break a wall back near the beginning of the level. I still like the idea and am willing to give the main moon an A-, but the Secret Moon makes the challenge feel pointless, so that one gets a D-. I didn't realize this casually, but Wooded Kingdom kinda has a lot of bad moons. Like, the average moon rating here is really bad, but I still love the kingdom. In spite of having so many underwhelming moons, the atmosphere is so cool and unique, I can't get enough of it. Like, I wouldn't have expected Nintendo to make a post-apocalyptic steampunk greenhouse kingdom with a surf rock theme song, but here we are. Up next we have Cloud Kingdom, which is our first boss fight kingdom, meaning this level basically only exists for a single boss fight and that's it. However, there is still a small number of moons in these types of kingdoms, which means we have to rank them, starting with the Goomba Picture Match sub-area. This is a really cool set of moons where you have to capture a series of parts to rebuild the Goomba's face as accurately as possible. The more accurate your placement, the higher your score. The second moon here builds off this by turning part of the Goomba's face completely invisible and requiring you to get a higher minimum score. This is such a fun concept and a great use of the capture mechanic. Odyssey really excels when it does these sorts of weird challenges, so it makes me really happy to see standout moons like these. A+. Cloud Kingdom may be small, but that doesn't mean we won't get another Peach moon. C tier once again. Up next is Digging in the Cloud, a ground pound moon rock moon, meaning you have to use the map to find its location, then use the rumble in your controller to find the exact ground pound spot. Not a great moon. D-. High above the clouds is very similar to a hat, skip, and a jump in Cascade Kingdom where you have to platform across the temporary cloud box, so I'm putting it in B tier, just like that moon. Crossing the Cloud Sea is similar to the last moon, but with a key you have to travel to and then come back for the moon. However, my problem with this one is you can very easily just jump past every single cloud and make the whole challenge pointless. Still giving it a C though, because there are definitely worse moons. Taking Notes Up and Down is another really solid notes moon where you have to ground pound a platform and try to collect the notes as you quickly shoot up and down past them. This is a really solid idea for a Taking Notes moon, so I'm glad they included it. It's challenging, fun, and an easy B+. And finally, we have Cloud Kingdom's only moonrock sub-area, King of the Cube, which is a really cool 2D challenge. Having Mario travel around a cube to collect 5 moon shards is a fun concept, and they absolutely nail the aesthetic too. I've already talked about how much I love these trippy and experimental looking sub-areas, and theming them around this 2D cube just works perfectly. Each side has its own unique challenge for a moon shard, and even the 6th side was used for the secret moon. This is easily one of my favorite 2D sub-areas in the game, S+. Being one of the 2 boss fight kingdoms, it's really interesting to see what sort of moons they came up with for such an uneventful space. Some are pretty cool, but others just aren't. Most of these moons could have easily been put anywhere in the game, especially the sub-areas because they aren't even Cloud Kingdom specific. That being said, I don't hate the kingdom. I'm glad they gave you a reason to come back, though it would have been cool if the world was expanded more outside of the arena instead of it just being the entire level. Starting off Lost Kingdom, we have a top or propeller pillar. For one of the moons that's just there, you actually have to work a bit to get it by either platforming over as Mario or using a tropical wiggler. Regardless, it's still a weak moon. D+. Below the cliff's edge. Gee, I wonder where I've seen this moon before. D-. Inside the stone cage is a moon hidden behind this stone cage that you can only reach by going up and ground pounding this platform to reveal the entrance. It's not horrible, but I don't really like it. C-. On a Tree in the Swamp is another one of those just there moons. However, I kind of actually like this one. Most players will get this moon by finding a way to jump up to it, which works well. However, there's a more intended solution than that, which I find to be super interesting. If you take a wiggler up to the ground pound platform and then invert it, you can reach the moon with a simple stretch. When I first saw this, my mind was blown, so even if this isn't a very good moon, I find this solution to be really satisfying, bumping it all the way up to a C+, which is a very big deal for this sort of moon. Over the fuzzies above the swamp and avoiding fuzzies inside the wall are 2 moons that mirror each other on the outskirts of Lost Kingdom. One has you in 3D avoiding fuzzies to grab a moon, but the other has you going through 2D to do the same. It's a really neat idea to have 2 moons like this in the overworld that go hand in hand, but neither of them are individually that great. Like the 3D moon, you can just drop from above to get, and the 2D moon is a bit too easy. C tier for both of them. Inside the Rising Stone Pillar is basically just the same as the Stone Cage moon from earlier, except it's a bit more hidden. Still a C-. Enjoying the view of the Forgotten Isle is a moon you find at the very top of the kingdom. I would give this moon a lower rating, but it just feels right to have one here, so C tier. On the Mountain Road, it's a ground pound moon found partway up the kingdom. F tier. A propeller pillar's secret is the hidden version of a top or propeller pillar, so it's also worth a D+. Wrecked Rock Block is up next, which helps teach the player they can use the trapedal enemies in this kingdom to break blocks. It's not a great moon besides that, but I do think it serves its purpose. C tier. A butterfly's treasure is a moon where we have to sneak up on a butterfly from behind so we can hit it and spawn the moon. I think this is sort of interesting. Not my favorite addition, but not bad either. C+. Caught hopping in the jungle is up next and is one of my favorite hopping moons. The rabbit only travels in a very short circle around the propellers here, which can be really annoying to chase down as Mario, but I think that's intentional. What the game wants you to do is capture a tropical wiggler and stretch across the propeller, so whichever way the bunny jumps, you'll get it. I think this is a really creative solution, and designing the hopping moon around the wiggler capture was a cool idea. A-. Cave gardening, it's just like Make Secret Flower Field Bloom, where you have to use Cappy to grow flowers, except without Flower Field's cute flair. C+. Moon Shards in the Jungle is a really solid Moon Shards moon where you use the tropical wiggler to navigate over poison and collect the 5 shards. A couple are hidden in neat spots that aren't too hard to find, but overall create a fun experience, especially since you can challenge yourself to collect all the shards without the wiggler. Really enjoyed this one, A-. Peeking out from under the bridge is an interesting moon where you're supposed to stretch a tropical wiggler under the bridge to safely grab the moon. However, most people just jump into the moon and take the death, which defeats the whole point. D+. Twist and turn up treasure is like peeking out from under the bridge, but you can't just cheese it by dying because you're collecting a key and have to actually stretch back to grab the moon. I honestly think this makes it a much better one, so B tier. Soaring over the Forgotten Isle is a moon where you use Glidon to fly off to a distant island to collect a moon. Not revolutionary by any means, but given the theme of the kingdom, this moon feels appropriate. C+. The Cage Gold is our next Torpedo moon, but this time we have to actually aim at a cage off in the distance. Nothing too crazy, but I don't think you could do anything more interesting with this enemy anyways, so C+. Get Some Rest Captain Toad is Lost Kingdom's Captain Toad moon and one of my favorites in the series. It has us taking a tropical wiggler back to the moon shard section and then wrapping around the back of the island into a secret cave to find him. This is a pretty cool hiding spot and even makes us use the kingdom's capture, which is perfect for this sort of moon. You can technically reach him without it, but it's incredibly difficult for inexperienced players, so it feels more like an alternate solution than a problem. A tier. Shopping on the Forgotten Isle. Do I even need to say anything about these moons at this point? I've already explained why it's D tier. Taxi flying through the Forgotten Isles is another one of those horrible moons where you have to use the binoculars to look off into the distance. I still hate these, but I will note this one is my favorite of the bunch because it is by far the easiest to find of the whole set. Still a triple F though. I Met a Tropical Wiggler is Lost Kingdom's Capture Fetch Quest moon where you have to bring a tropical wiggler to this monitor found on a wall. You get the wiggler here by using the ground pound stair platforms, which I think is neat, but overall the moon is still pretty average. B tier. Lost Kingdom Koopa Free Running is up next, and I'm a big fan of this one, mainly because of the fast strats that you can incorporate into the race. While the main route takes you around most of the kingdom, you can instead do this difficult jump right at the beginning to make it up to the base of the cliff and then wall jump straight up to the finish. This is a really cool route, even if it wasn't intended, which in turn makes grinding for top times pretty fun. It's not quite as good as Cascade Free Running and some of the others we'll see later, but I'm definitely a fan. S+. Peach in Lost Kingdom, another Peach moon that's getting put in C tier like the rest. Up next are the Lost Kingdom Moonrock moons. Some of these suffer the same fate of being boring filler like other post-game moons, but this next one, it kind of looks like a banana, and that's really funny. For me, this brings up what would normally be an F-rated moon up to B tier. Jump down on top of the tree, on the other hand, this moon is not funny. D+. Line It Up, Blow It Up is basically a more involved torpedo moon where you have to first ground pound this platform so that you're able to properly shoot the rock. B-. Taking Notes, Stretch and Shrink takes advantage of Lost Kingdom's Capture the Tropical Wiggler, forcing you to stretch across the spinning platforms and collect the notes under a strict timer. I think this is a good moon. It makes good use of the Wiggler while still being a fun and difficult challenge. B+. Lost Kingdom Timer Challenge. You do a small jump off a cliff and then climb a tree. Pretty basic, but still kind of fun. C+. Stretch and Traverse the Jungle is Lost Kingdom's Wiggler sub-area. It follows the player stretching across small stumps as they use P-switches to temporarily lower poison to progress even farther and eventually get the moon. The main moon here is fun and an easy A, but I can't help but feel the secret moon is out of place. The secret is hidden halfway through the level where the player has to break blocks using the Wiggler so that the piranha can light 2 separate torches. While you're intended to use the tropical Wiggler to get the moon, it just feels completely unnecessary and even unfitting for the level, so it gets put in C tier. Chasing Klepto is our next sub-area, and as the name implies, this is the kingdom's Klepto sub-area. The goal here being to get Cappy back from the bird so you can use him to open a cage with the moon inside. I think having a sub-area like this in the game makes sense, but I'd be lying if I said it's fun. Chasing Klepto around so that he's in a position where you can grab pound for the kill ends up feeling more annoying than exciting. That being said, I do think the secret moon fits well into the room. Having it be a moon that's hidden in a spot you can find only after getting Cappy back is a cool way to tie Klepto to the secret's location. However, it's not enough for me to give either moon a rating higher than a B-. Lost Kingdom was a weird one. It's a small kingdom similar to Lake, but it's definitely one that I enjoyed more. I really didn't feel like there was an overwhelming amount of filler, but at the same time, there weren't any moons that were very memorable. Heck, there's not even a single sub-area in this kingdom until post-game, which is a weird decision. I would have loved to see another sub-area like the Wiggler one that leaned into that tropical poison vibe, but I guess the developers didn't think it was all that necessary. With the end of Lost Kingdom, that means we're on our way to trying out a fan favorite Super Mario Odyssey kingdom, Metro. And let me just say, this level starts out strong. The presentation of the rainy nighttime Metro Kingdom is phenomenal. The tanks make you feel like you're in a war zone, the freaky bugs meld perfectly into the theme, and at the end of it all, you get to fight a giant mechanical wiggler using a tank. This moon is fantastic. The developers put so much work into the presentation of Metro Kingdom's first moon, and it turned out great. Having a boss that uses the tank capture like this is a ton of fun without even feeling all that difficult, though I might just be saying that because I played a ton of first-person shooters. Regardless, this is easily one of the best story moons in the game. They put so much work into making it perfect, and it 100% paid off. S+. After beating the boss fight, we can meet Pauline in front of New Donk City Hall and learn about the next 4 story moons. She needs us to go around the kingdom and find 4 musicians for the festival she's preparing in our honor. One's right next to her, which makes Pauline look dumb, but I'll excuse it because it works as a tutorial. Another is in Pauline Commemorative Park, the next Squawks Park, and finally the last is found on top of the building. I'd say these moons are overall okay. They aren't anything special since you can see where they're located on the map, sort of like Moonrock moons. However, I have to give credit for the music progression in Concert Hall. Having each additional musician add more and more to the 1-1 remix is super satisfying and turns an uneventful set of moons to something really memorable. B+ for all 4. Once we've brought the band together, Pauline needs us to head down to the sewers to turn back on the power. We travel through a main room that has some mechanical platforms that start spinning when we throw Cappy against them. This is a neat mechanic, which makes it a bit strange because I'm pretty sure this is the only area in the game with platforms like this. I honestly wish they expanded upon this mechanic a bit more, but I guess it's also cool to see the developers were willing to spend time making something, even if the player would only ever see it once. After clearing the room, we enter a pipe to the core of the power plant where we have to kill 2 giant piranha plants to spawn the moon and restore the power. Overall, a really solid story moon, A-. Next up, we finally reach the festival, and oh my god, is this a good moon. The feeling of hearing that introduction for the first time as the crowd cheers and the music starts to play is comparable to nothing else. Maybe I'm just being a nostalgic sap because of how much of an impact this silly game has had on my life, but this is genuinely a very good moon. The song, presentation, aesthetic, it's all fantastic. The gameplay here isn't anything too crazy, but it doesn't need to be. The game just gives you a chance to enjoy the music and collect some coins, which is a lot of fun. When I started making this tier list, I wasn't sure which moon would be number 1, but getting here and playing this again, it seems kind of obvious that this one would have a really good shot at it. It's definitely my favorite so far, and I don't know if there's a single moon that comes later I like more, but I guess we'll have to find out. God tier. Inside an iron girder is a moon hidden behind some crates inside, well, an iron girder. I think this hiding spot is fitting for the kingdom and kind of cute, so B-. Swaying in the breeze is a moon that feels like it's just there, but still gives you a small challenge by making you walk across a swaying steel girder. Not that great of a challenge, but not horrible either. C tier. Girder Sandwich is another moon hidden among the girders on the outside of the kingdom. You find it by traveling back behind this building and wall jumping up to find it. It's a pretty average moon, so C+. Glittering above the pool is a moon that is simply just placed floating above the pool, pretty boring and completely unnecessary. F tier. Dizzying Heights is a moon that you find at the very top of the tallest building in Metro Kingdom. You could argue that this moon is just sort of there, but at the same time, I think it'd be wrong to not put a moon up here. This is just a spot that feels like it has to have a reward. A tier. Secret Girder Tunnel. It's another girder moon, but this time it's hidden right by the Odyssey. Honestly, I don't like this one as much because there's no crates blocking the entrance, and it feels a bit more obvious because it's right at the start of the kingdom, so C tier. Who piled garbage on this is a random ground pound moon found under some trash on top of a building. At least they tried to hide it under some trash, I guess. D tier. Hidden in the scrap is another ground pound moon, but I think this one is kind of cute because they put it in a broken piece of the Mecha Wiggler boss. C+. Left at the cafe is another boring ground pound moon, but this one has barely any indicators that it's there. There's a few inconspicuous birds nearby, but I don't think that's an effective hint. You essentially just have to get lucky and cross the spot where you'll feel the rumble so you know to ground pound. Because of this, I'm giving the moon an F-. Caught hopping on a building is Metro Kingdom's hopping moon, and honestly, I don't like this one that much. It's not that I think it's a bad moon, it's just that jumping across the buildings to try and catch hopping quickly becomes obnoxious instead of fun. For that reason, it gets a B-. How Do They Take Out the Trash is a moon I like solely because it's a garbage can randomly sitting on top of a giant steel pillar, which I think is funny. You also get to do a fun jump to it. B tier. Metro Kingdom Timer Challenge 1 is our first timer challenge of the kingdom and takes us up some seesaw platforms we have to shift to reach the moon at the top. I think this is a fun one. The timer is relatively tight, and if you're too slow, you even risk falling off the edge of the kingdom. B tier. Metro Kingdom Timer Challenge 2 is another solid timer challenge where this time we get to ride a scooter high up above the kingdom collecting a key and then the moon it spawns in. This is a really simple challenge, but I like it a lot simply because we get to ride the scooter around so high up and can even jump off after collecting the moon if we want. B tier. The next 3 moons are Metro Kingdom Seed Moons, which function a bit differently to the ones we saw in Sand Kingdom. Instead of 3 pots right in the center of town, we have 3 seeds that we have to bring to pots hidden throughout the city. We have another tutorial pot that's right here in the park, one hidden nearby on top of a building, and then another hidden on a rooftop by the slots building. I like these seed moons a lot more than the ones in Sand Kingdom because instead of finding a seed and just walking it back, you have to find a pot and then figure out how you're going to get the seed there. This isn't always obvious because of how your movement is restricted when you're holding these seeds. Are you going to jump off a taxi, wall jump up a back alley? It's your choice to figure out, and that's cool. B+ for all 3. For our next moon, we're back at it again with our boy Captain Toad, who's hiding at the back of the kingdom on a long girder stretching out over the abyss. It's a boring location for a Captain Toad moon, but I still like the guy, so C tier. Free Parking Rooftop Hop and Leap of Faith are moons where we have to take a scooter to some rooftop parking lots. I like these moons for similar reasons to the seed moons because it's about getting the scooter somewhere weird. For the first one, we can just drive it up these steps to reach the lot, but for the other, we have to do the big leap from the top of City Hall and land on a roof in the distance. Overall, both fun moons. B+. Bench Friends is one of those moons that I like not because it's a good challenge, but because it stands out in a heartwarming way. You get the moon by sitting next to someone on a bench, bringing them company in what often feels like a lonely city. It's wholesome and not to mention more memorable than the vast majority of moons in the game. For that reason, it goes in S tier. Shopping in New Donk City. I thought about giving this one a higher ranking because it's in a bigger, cooler shop, but D tier. Metro Kingdom slots is just Sand Kingdom slots, but with an extra slot added in. B tier like sand slots. Jump Rope Hero and Genius are the 2 jump rope moons received from scoring 30 and 100 jumps respectively. I like both of these moons because it incorporates another fun high score challenge into the game just like Koopa Freerunning. However, the minigame is a bit simplistic because you're just timing A presses. Still a fantastic addition to the game, so 2 A+. Remotely Captured Car is up next and has us capture a literal man so we can control his RC car. This is really cool, however, it's not the most fun use of the mechanic. You're navigating through a tight space to reach a moon in a small opening, which ends up being somewhat frustrating. I still like the moon at the end of the day, but I think they could have done something more fun for this part. A-. Now, RC Car Pro and Champ, on the other hand, these moons are exactly what I want out of an RC car challenge. We get to navigate a short racetrack at high speed using the RC car with the goal of getting a time below 31 for the first moon and under 26 for the second. Like other high score moons, you can continue to play for a better time and a better position on the leaderboard. I know in a lot of ways this is less complex than Koopa freerunning, but I can't help but enjoy it more. Playing through the game casually, I spent hours here on my first trip through Metro to the point where I literally got a top 10 time. I absolutely adore the RC car race. I'm disappointed this is the only one they included in the game, but I'm glad it's here. God tier. Taking notes in the private room is a pretty cool notes moon that takes you in and out of a 2D section to collect all the notes. It's not very hard, but hopping in and out of 2D makes for a fun and satisfying notes moon. B+. City Hall Lost and Found takes us back into the City Hall interior we had to navigate through during the Metro story moons. I like this area a lot, and climbing back up the moving platforms and poles to reach the top of the hidden moon is pretty fun. It's not exactly hidden that far out of the way, and is honestly something I'd expect a lot of players to find on their first trek through the room, but I don't think that's a bad thing. This is basically a sub-area that lacks a main moon, so making it easy is a way to reward the player for clearing the room without feeling like they forced a story moon right before the boss. A-. Sewer Treasure is a bit like the last, where it's a hidden moon in a story-focused sub-area. This time, however, we're in the sewers, finding a secret moon hidden above one of these spinning platforms. It's a bit more hidden than the last one, but I like this moon for all the same reasons. Again, A-. Celebrating in the streets is sort of like the last two moons, but it fucking sucks. Did you know that you could replay the festival? Not to mention, did you know there's a hidden moon in it? If you did not go for 100%, I would not be surprised if you never knew either of these things. That's why I hate this moon. You have a moon in a really easy spot to miss in the festival because you have to jump on these question blocks and then hit invisible blocks to reach a pipe that is normally out of view in the ceiling. This is such an obscure spot to hide a moon, and it's so easy to miss because it's somewhere most players will only visit once. Triple F. Crowded Room is our first proper Metro Kingdom sub-area, and it fits the kingdom perfectly. The main moon has Mario facing up against a timer challenge where he has to rush against the flow of the crowd to reach the moon before the time runs out. This is a cute idea given how Metro is a big bustling city kingdom. That being said, it's not that hard of a challenge and admittedly isn't all that fun or memorable. The secret moon doesn't help this either, it's just found hidden above the crowd and does nothing to add to the room's core theme. Pushing through the crowd gets a B, and high over the crowd gets a C+. Rewiring the neighborhood is our next sub-area, which requires the builder outfit to get into. Once inside, we'll be greeted with the challenges that mix the wire captures and fuzzies. This is a pretty cool level because it's all about timing your wire movements properly to avoid getting hit. At the end, we have to collect 5 moon shards while avoiding fuzzies to get our main moon. The secret, on the other hand, can be found halfway through by uncapturing a wire and finding a hidden crate atop one of the buildings. This isn't a bad secret moon because it's hidden in a way that considers the wire capture's mechanics, but I definitely think they could have done better. The core sub-area is really cool and fun, with extra side paths to explore, and this is all they could come up with for the secret moon? Rewiring the neighborhood gets an A, while Off the Beaten Wire gets a B-. Our next sub-area is Moon Shards Under Siege, which takes us back to a stormy Metro Kingdom with ruined taxis and tanks roaming the streets. Here we have to use the tank to shoot blocks and destroy debris to uncover 5 hidden moon shards. As for the secret moon, it can be found hidden in a block high up in the room. Honestly, I don't like this sub-area that much. There isn't much of an indicator as to what objects the moon shards are hidden in, which can make 1 or 2 annoying to find. Additionally, just having the secret moon be hidden in a block high up in the sky is boring. It just feels like an extra moon shard, but in a bad way. B- for both. The rotating maze is our next sub-area, which sends Mario off collecting moon shards once again, but this time through a tight maze with platforms we can rotate around using Cappy. It's not anything difficult, but I do think it's a fair bit of fun. It would have been cool to see them expand upon this idea with a bigger maze or maybe create a more complex puzzle, but I'll take what I can get. The secret moon, on the other hand, has to be one of the worst in the game. I mean, look at it, it's just right off the edge and that's it. This moon is a complete cop-out. The developers could have put it in any sub-area where they decided they didn't want to make an actual interesting moon, and I guess this is the one they picked. Inside the rotating maze gets an A-, while outside the rotating maze gets an F-. Hanging from a high-rise, our next sub-room focuses on swinging bars that challenge you to platform across buildings high above the clouds. Some move side to side, others spin in unison, but really neither of these are a hard challenge. I do like the sub-area though. There's something fun about swinging with these poles that can only be described as satisfying. The secret moon is pretty solid too, building off these mechanics by forcing you to use vertically moving poles and wall jumps to reach a moon high up in the level. Both moons get an A+. Bullet building is our next sub-area, which takes us through a series of moving poles that we have to climb across while avoiding an onslaught of bullet bills. The secret moon is found by capturing a bullet bill after the first section and turning back to find a floating platform with a moon. Overall, the sub-area is fine. Like, I don't love it by any means, and it feels a bit weird you can just capture a bullet bill to fly straight to the end, but I guess they just want to reward the player for clever thinking given the secret moon. I'm going to place both these moons in B tier. Up next, we have Motor Scooter Escape, which is easily one of my favorite sub-areas in the kingdom. You use a scooter to run away from a massive T-Rex who will occasionally lurch forward to try and attack you. Along the way, you have to avoid blocks, collect coins, and even climb up crates to do a big jump for the secret moon. I don't have much to say other than that this is a fun sub-area, and driving away from the T-Rex is exciting. My only complaint is that it's a little difficult to see where you're going. The game tries to make up for this by marking the ground with yellow before anything shows up, but it's really easy to miss. I didn't know about it until I started speedrunning the game, and this might be your first time ever hearing about it. In spite of that, it's still a ton of fun, and both moons are more than worth the S+ rating. Moon 51 is Metro Kingdom's secret path moon, which on my save file is found on this pillar in Sand Kingdom. B tier like the rest. A tourist in Metro Kingdom is actually the first tourist moon you'll find in the series. The hint is blatantly Metro Kingdom, but it's still a cool moon idea. B+ like the others. Found with Metro Kingdom hint art is a screenshot style hint art where we have a picture of Poochie who dug a moon somewhere in another kingdom. This one is pretty obviously in Lake Kingdom somewhere in town. Looking at the top of the picture, we can figure out it's on the top floor of the town by the water elevator. Not the most creative hint art, but still a good moon. B+. Bird Traveling the City is a moon I hate for similar reasons to the Wooded Kingdom bird. It's hard to find, nearly impossible to chase, and there's only a small handful of locations in the kingdom where you'll realistically get it, making the moon a boring waiting game more than anything. D-. Mario signs his name as a cute moon where you'll spell out Mario's name with letters in one of the parks in New Donk City. This is just a silly and fun moon. There's nothing else like it in the game, which makes it feel special in spite of being pretty simple. B+. Up next, we have Surprise Clown, which takes us to this man mysteriously placed in the back corner of the kingdom who's looking far off into the distance. If we talk to him, he mentions how he could really go for a laugh right now and wishes there was a clown around. Head here with the clown outfit and he'll give us a moon. This is a C+ like other outfit moons, but can I just talk about how strange this is? The man has specific programming to stay looking over the edge when you first talk to him, and given his location and the fact he's sad, that's really weird for a Nintendo game. I don't know if they're trying to imply what I think they might be, but if it's just a coincidence, that's a pretty ridiculous oversight. A request from the mayor is sort of like the Sphinx questions from earlier, except you don't have a real way to know the answers for most of them. For some, you can infer, like how Pauline practices singing on her days off. But on the other hand, how are you supposed to know her hobby is going on walks, or that she wants to visit Cloud Kingdom? Unless I'm missing something, this isn't a fair quiz, it's just brute force guessing until you get 4 right in a row. After that, we're not even done. It's her birthday and we need to get her a gift, and she will only accept the handbag found just under the heliport. The developers tried to make an interesting moon with this, but in the end it just ended up being stupid. D-. Jammin' in Metro Kingdom is Metro's Jammin' Toad moon. The prompt here is revving a tiny engine, which means we need to select the RC car track theme to receive our moon. A- like the other Jammin' Toad moons. Sphinx in the City, another horrible binoculars moon. Triple F. Up next, we have Metro Kingdom Koopa freerunning, which sets us back in a dark and rainy Metro Kingdom. I love this freerunning because it gives you so many different options for how you can get to the finish. You can stay on buildings the entire time, hop down to the ground and take the wire to the top of City Hall, or take a more direct route towards the finish and fling your way back up with forks. It's not just the options that are cool either. This is a satisfying race to do fast, and the decision to bring back Rainy Metro really adds to the overall cool vibe. Easily my favorite Koopa freerunning. S+. Hide and Seek in the City brings us another Hide and Seek moon. This one is just as bad as the one in Sand Kingdom for all the same reasons. D-. Powering up the plant takes us back down to Metro Sewers, where we have another moving block puzzle moon like the one we saw earlier in Lake Kingdom. It works the same way, where we have to line up the block properly to get the moon, except this time the space we have to work with is a bit different. Once again, a solid B tier moon. For our next 2 moons, we're back in another sub-area with a Super Mario Bros. 1-1 recreation. With this one, I like how instead of just putting the moon at the end, they scattered moon shards throughout the level, making the experience a little unique in spite of just being a 1-1 clone. The secret moon fits well with the level's theme too, being hidden in the underground section of the level. I really like this sub-area. The decision to make it a movie theater is really charming, with a lot of care being put into the details of the level, like with a life apart being placed in the invisible 1-up block. This is the only spot we ever see this sprite, which means it was likely made specifically for this room, which is really neat. Both moons get an A+. Peach in Metro Kingdom. I like this one a bit more than every other Peach moon because she's a bit out of the way on top of this building. It actually feels like she's hiding as opposed to being a moon out in the open. C+. With that, we have made it to Metro Kingdom's moon rock moons. Like normal, this brings us to a really basic moon, hanging between buildings, which you guessed it, is hanging right between some buildings. This one gets a slightly higher rating of a C because you can do a fun jump to it or use some temporary timer blocks, which gives it some flavor. Crossing lines is a moon you get by shaking your controller while you take this electrical wire, which is fine, but it's also just really easy to jump to, and it's not a fun jump either, so D tier. Out of a Crate in the City. There are many moons like it, and all of them are D tier. Bird Traveling the Park is Metro Kingdom's second bird moon, and it's fine, I guess. The path is restricted to the small area in the park, which literally turns it into a moon where we're just waiting around. I still like it more than the other bird moon in Metro Kingdom because at least it's just boring and not frustrating. D tier. Metro Kingdom Timer Challenge 3 gives us a limited time to run without Cappy past the RC car area to some girders on the outside of the kingdom. It's a bit tricky platforming past this area without being able to cap bounce, but other than that, it's a pretty average moon. B tier. Found in the Park, Good Dog is our second dog moon in the game, and unlike the first, we aren't automatically given the moon when the dog goes to dig for the first time. Instead, we have to walk the dog through the small area of the park until it finds the right dig spot for the moon. I don't think this makes the moon better or worse than Sand Kingdom's dog moon because it's still a cute dog, and the moon shouldn't take all that long to find. S tier. Hide and Seek in the Crowd is Metro Kingdom's second Hide and Seek moon, and it's honestly worse than the first. The reason being, it's in a sub-area. There isn't any new monitor that spawns either to tell you their friend is inside. The only saving grace is the moon rock markers that'll show you the location on the map. So yeah, I don't like this moon. However, I do think it could have worked as a non-moon rock moon if they redesigned the sub-area to include a monitor on the inside who exclaims he's looking for his friend. It makes so much more sense than the moon that can be found just by looking up, but that's not how Nintendo decided to do it. F- because I am spiteful. Up next, it's time for the moon rock sub-areas, and we're starting strong with Pitch Black Mountain. We're brought into a dark room, forced to climb the mountain by scaling the ogre enemies scattered throughout the room. It's a neat challenge, and the dark lighting gives it a spooky vibe that really adds to the weird aesthetic of the room. It also leads well into the secret moon since it's found on a small island just off the mountain in the distance, challenging us to approach the light while being wary of the poison and the ogres on our way towards it. Overall, great sub-area. A+ for both moons. Our next sub-area, Swinging Scaffolding, takes us across a series of swaying girders as we jump and dodge past Hammer Bros. It's a pretty difficult challenge given how easy it is to miss these small swaying platforms, which makes for a great main challenge. The secret, however, can be found off the side, forcing us to capture one of the Hammer Bros and break a giant rock to receive our moon. I think this fits well, though I wish the path over to the block was more swaying platforms since it'd make for a really unique platforming challenge. Swinging Scaffolding Jump gets an A+, while Swinging Scaffolding Break gets an A-. Last but not least, we have the Motor Scooter sub-area, which takes us through a series of timer challenges where we have to ride the scooter quickly across a variety of dangerous roads before they disappear. The Secret Moon fits perfectly into this theme by giving an alternate route during one of the timer challenges that's harder by making use of falling platforms. I love this room. Going fast in games, especially when you have a time limit, is just plain fun. Maybe it makes me basic for rating all the sub-areas and moons like this one so high, but I can't help it. They're always good times. S+ for both moons. What can I say? Metro Kingdom is phenomenal. A city-themed level in a Mario game is cool, and it's packed with so many fun and unique references, I can't help but adore it. It's part of what makes it so satisfying to have the vast majority of moons here actually be good. It's not a wooded kingdom where it's a cool theme with crappy moons. There's genuinely so much great content. Sure, there are bad moons still, but that's inevitable with over 80 in the city. I know this isn't a ranking kingdoms video, but I gotta say, Metro is definitely my favorite so far. Entering into Snow Kingdom for the first time, we're greeted with a massive blizzard, forcing us to rush into the underground town of Shiveria, where we have to help the residents undo the blockade leading down to the raceway. To do this, we'll need to clear 4 sub-rooms, each with their own challenge. We start with the icicle barrier, which takes us into an icy room where we have to navigate across the slippery floors or use the Goombas to better stick to the ice. Overall, this is a very average story moon. We just have to climb up top and let some ice fall into the floor to knock down a giant icicle that will give us passage to the moon. Nothing too special, largely because skipping this part with the jump is really easy. B-. Up next is the Ice Wall Barrier, which is another simple sub-area focused around collecting moon shards and the Bite Frost enemy. Collect all 5 shards and then climb up the enemies to reach the moon. Overall, another very average story moon, but I do enjoy it a bit more than the previous one. B tier. Third, we have the Gusty Barrier, a room where we can platform around the Typhus and Spinies until we reach the end, capture a Typho, and knock them all into the poison. This is definitely a better room than the previous 2. It's more engaging and has a visual design that stands out a lot more. That being said, it's still somewhat underwhelming when it comes to story moons. B+. Lastly, we have the Snowy Mountain Barrier, which takes us up a snowy pillar until we reach Rengo at the top. This time, his arena is covered in ice, making it a much more difficult fight. However, I wouldn't describe it as a good difficulty. Ice physics aren't that fun of a challenge, so when that's the main change, I can't help but be a little annoyed. Rengo is still a cool fight though, so I can at least give this a B. After completing all 4 barrier sub-areas, we're sent down to the Shiverian racetrack where we can get our next moon, the Boundable Grand Prix. This is another race-style challenge where you control a Shiverian and bounce through a track to get the fastest time. After getting the moon, you can come back and try and improve your time, or even go for a second moon by racing higher skilled competitors. This isn't quite as fun as Koopa Free Running, but it's still really enjoyable. Bouncing around this track feels great and has such a good sense of speed that adds to the fun, putting both the story moon and the harder version of the race in S tier. Now that we're done with Snow's story, it's time for some normal moons, like Entrance to Shiveria. It's a moon right by the entrance to Shiveria. Pretty underwhelming, but you do get to knock over some boxes, so I'm giving it a couple bonus points. D+. Behind Snowy Mountain takes us back into the Rengo room to find a secret moon hidden past a false wall just under the arena. The fake wall made of snow makes for a really cool hiding spot, so I'm content with giving this one a B-. The next moon, Shining in Snowtown, takes advantage of snow too by hiding a ground pound moon under some of it. I don't think this is as cool as a fake wall, so C tier. Atop a blustery arch brings us back into the poison room to find another hidden ground pound moon. If you climb up these steps and jump over to the arch, you can ground pound this X to get a moon. In my honest opinion, pretty boring. D+. Caught hopping in the Snow Kingdom is Snow Kingdom's Hopping Moon. It's pretty comparable to the other ones we've seen so far, so it gets a B+ like the majority of them. The Shiverian Treasure Chest is a moon you find after traveling to the upper parts of Shiveria and past all the scattered snow. It's at the very end of the path in a chest, and while it's not that good of a moon, it does feel appropriate to have here. C+. Treasure in the Ice Wall takes us back to the Bitefrost room for another hidden moon. This one can be found near the end of the sub-area by letting a Bitefrost carry you up and then climbing across the ledge until we find the moon. This isn't anything revolutionary, but I do think it fits the sub-area quite well. B tier. Snow Kingdom Timer Challenge 1 has us hopping across floating ice platforms to reach a moon in the time limit. There's nothing special or memorable about this timer challenge, but I can't call it bad either since it's somewhat fun. B tier. Snow Kingdom Timer Challenge 2 has us climbing up a series of poles to reach a moon high in the air within the time limit. This one is also very average. B tier. Moon Shards in the Snow is up next and has us collecting shards all throughout Snow Kingdom's overworld. This always felt like an appropriate spot to have a Moon Shards moon because of how small the overworld of the kingdom is. You can realistically hide them all throughout the map without making the quest to find them unfun or annoying. None of the spots they're hidden in are all that difficult to find either, except the underwater one, which is pretty easy to miss. Alright for a Moon Shards moon. B tier. Next we have Taking Notes Snowpath Dash, a moon that has you running across the hills on the edge of Snow Kingdom collecting notes. This is a solid moon. You just get to run around collecting notes, which can be fun, especially at the end when you get to dash down the hill. The challenge isn't anything groundbreaking, but I like it enough to give it a B+. Fishing in the Glacier is Snow Kingdom's fishing moon. B tier like the other fishing moons. Ice Dodging Goomba Stack takes us back to the Icicle Barrier sub-area, forcing us to stack up 4 Goombas to hit a switch and reveal a moon. Normally, I like Goomba stacking, but this one is pretty boring and inconsequential. D+. Captain Toad is Chilly brings us once again to another Captain Toad moon. This one does a similar thing to Behind Snowy Mountain, where Captain Toad is hiding behind a false wall made of snow. I like that, and I like this moon even more because it's Captain Toad. B tier. I'm Not Cold is a strange moon where Chivarian wants to see Mario in his underwear because it's considered the traditional Chivarian racing uniform. I think this is a pretty funny one, and the moon name, I'm Not Cold, really helps sell me on that. So while this is just another outfit moon, it gets put in A tier because of the extra charm. Shopping in Chivaria. These moons are still D tier. What did you expect? For me to change my mind? Walking on ice brings us back to Koopa trace walking, but this time we need to make a triangle while dealing with ice physics. To get both moons, we need to once again achieve a score over 80 and then another score over 90. To my surprise, I actually like that they used ice physics here. It's a very natural difficulty progression of the trace walking format and never came off as an annoying mechanic in this context. However, we are still just making a shape by walking on the ground. B-. Also, fun fact, the name Koopa Trace Walking is meant to be the polar opposite of Koopa Freerunning. Trace Walking, Freerunning, get it? As we get into the Snow Kingdom subareas, we're starting off strong with dashing over cold water. This is a rocket flower focused subarea where we have to travel fast, dodging spikes and other obstacles while picking up rocket flowers to keep going. This is really fun. I mean, I am a sucker for speedy challenges, but this one knocks it out of the park. Using Snow Kingdom's cold water so the player is appropriately punished for mistakes is really smart, and there's even room for a little shortcut halfway through the level that I refuse to believe wasn't intentional. My only problem with this room comes up when we start talking about the secret moon. The way you're supposed to get it is by having enough speed from rocket flowers at the end of the level to dash up the extra wall and reach the hidden moon. I think that's a cool idea, but my problem comes with the fact that grabbing the main moon resets your momentum and deletes all your rocket flowers. This means if you want the secret moon, you either need the foresight to skip the main moon, which isn't realistic, or have to awkwardly jump back down into the level and try again. It's just so graceless and feels like a horrible way to incorporate the secret moon into the level. Dashing over cold water gets an S, but dashing above and beyond gets a B-. Jump and Swim is our next subarea, which takes us into a capulous room to swim through blocks of freezing water. While this is a fitting subarea for the kingdom, Odyssey's swimming mechanics aren't the most fun thing in the world. They aren't bad, just not my favorite thing to be doing in the game. So when we have a subarea that's about swimming through blocks of water, it shouldn't surprise you I'm not a fan. The secret moon here is found by traveling on top of one of the moving blocks, which I think is fitting, but I don't have much else to say other than that. Both moons get a B-. Our next subarea is another puzzle room, similar to the repair room in Lake Kingdom, except this time we're using a typho to push around blocks to make some stairs. While this is definitely one of the easier puzzles, it's a really creative use of the typho capture. I think Mario Odyssey is often at its strongest when it uses the capture mechanics in creative ways like this, so I'm really glad this moon made it into the game. It gets an A- only because I would have loved to see more complex puzzles building off this idea. Up next is the Snow Kingdom outfit subarea, requiring the snowsuit to get inside. This one is a circular 2D section the player has to navigate to collect a series of moon shards while avoiding the spinies flooding the floor. By far, one of my favorite parts about this subarea is once you finish the first loop, you get to hit a Koopa to defeat every single spiny in the room with a single kick. This is a very satisfying ending to what would normally be a pretty basic 2D challenge. The second moon here is hidden just above the Koopa past a false ceiling. While this secret isn't something you could only do in this subarea, I appreciate that it's designed this way. I'd worry anything else might start to get in the way of this room's core design and that satisfying kick we get to do at the end. Not to mention it's a fine hiding spot too. Both moons get a B. Spinning above the clouds is another high up in the sky coin collecting sub-area. These rooms are always a treat because it always feels good to collect a ton of coins. The core challenge is really solid too. Using the flower trampolines and whirlwinds to spin Mario through rings of coins is simply fun. It works well and really tests how close you're willing to push it to grab some extra gold along the way. My only complaint with this room is the secret moon, since they just put it off to the side in a non-interesting way. It doesn't feel forced into the sub-area like some secret moons, but I do wish they did more with it. Spinning above the clouds gets an S, but high altitude spinning gets a B. Secret Path to Chivaria is Snow Kingdom's secret path moon. On my save file, you can reach it by taking the painting by the Odyssey in Mushroom Kingdom. An extra fun fact about this moon is it's one of the few secret path moons you can reach without the painting by doing a fairly difficult jump from the top of the Odyssey. While I think this is a cool detail, I don't think it warrants a score higher than the normal B tier for the secret path moons. Found with Snow Kingdom art is another Poochie hints art where we have a screenshot of a different kingdom and have to use context clues to find where it's located. This one brings us to Lost Kingdom on the edge of a tree in the center of the kingdom. This hint art is fine, though I would be willing to argue it's a bit too obvious. Compared to the Metro Kingdom hint's subtle details, this one shows off literally everything, making it incredibly easy to pinpoint the exact location in Lost Kingdom with minimal effort. I still like hint arts, but this one is definitely one of the worst ones. B tier. Up next, we have Snow Kingdom Koopa freerunning, which is easily one of my least favorite freerunnings in the game. It's still fun because you always have the opportunity to grind out top times with these moons, but the main route is just boring. All you have to do is roll off at the start, capture a Cheep Cheep, and then swim straight towards the end. That's it. That's the optimal strat. There's still some nuance to learn, but it's negligible compared to other races. It's not hard to come up with yourself, and once you do, it's one of the most uninteresting to grind out. Like I said, it's still a freerunning moon, so it gets put in A+. Just know this is one of my least favorite of the bunch. Hide and Seek in the Snow is another reminder of how much I dislike these types of moons. You have to find the monitor looking for his friend in the center of town, but to find the head he's on, you have to go into another room. Wouldn't it make more sense to have the monitor in the same room as his hiding friend? It's just so unintuitive. I'd be fine with it if they had some sort of proper hint system. Like for this one, the monitor is hiding on a Shivarian in the race room. Couldn't this guy give us a hint about how his friend likes racing instead of just saying he's bundled up against someone for warmth? It doesn't have to be exactly that. I'm just disappointed these moons could be so much better than a random hunt. F tier. Peach in Snow Kingdom. It's Peach again, in another obvious part of the kingdom. C tier. With that, we have finally made it to the Moonrock moons, which means it's time to go through another set of pointless filler, starting with Shining on High. Yes, you're looking at this right, that's the moon. You just jump up to it. F-. And what's this? Above the freezing fish pond? You can just walk to this one. F-. Ice flow swimming is more filler, but it's a little bit better since they hid the moon under the freezing water, encouraging you to use a Cheep Cheep capture to collect it. I think that at least makes it D tier. Icy Jump Challenge takes us back into the Poison Room for a third time with another Just Jump style Moonrock moon. This is a bit more involved than your average post-game filler because of its location between two typhoons that are pushing a block back and forth. For this reason, it's going in C tier. Forgotten in the Holding Room takes us down to the back parts of the Shivarian race area where we'll find a stack of boxes. At the very top of one of these, there's a moon hidden in a crate. I think this is an alright spot to hide a moon, and I appreciate the fact you can either climb up to the top of the boxes or break them all down to have the moon come to you. C+. Popped out of the ice is a ground pound moon found on top of one of the icicles in Snow Kingdom's overworld. This is another just okay moon that isn't as bad as most filler, but isn't anything I'm excited about. C+. Deep in the cold, cold water is another Moonrock moon that's just sort of placed in front of freezing water, except this time it's done with a ground pound spot. This is essentially identical to Ice Flow Swimming and is going into D tier for the same reasons. Water pulling in the crevice takes us once again to the Bite-Frost room for a worse version of deep and cold, cold water. D-. Squirming under ice is a worse version of the Lurker moon we saw in Sand Kingdom solely because it is on ice. These moons are finicky, so adding ice to the equation just makes them more frustrating. I'll give the moon some credit for being a creative idea though. C-. Snow Kingdom Timer Challenge 3 is up next, and it actually presents us with a somewhat interesting test. We start by hitting an underwater switch, which will spawn a moon in another part of the water, blocked off by some land. So we have to make the decision to either uncapture our Cheep Cheep to cross, or try to bounce past as a fish out of water. Each way is completely valid, both work and leave you with a little time for error. So even if the core idea is super simple, I have an appreciation for this moon. B+. Stacked up Ice Climb is what Ice Dodging Goomba Stack should have been. It's the same sub-area, requires more Goombas, and actually takes us to the very end of the room instead of stopping halfway. This is what a Goomba stacking moon should be. There's an actual challenge that's combined with the stacking element, which is nice because most Goomba stacking moons do not give you this. A-. I Met a Snow Cheep Cheep is a reskin of the moon we saw in Lake Kingdom, where we have to bring a Cheep Cheep to an NPC looking for one. This one is slightly more engaging because we have to climb out of water to reach the NPC, but other than that, it's the same moon. B tier. Iceburn Circuit Class A and S are a second set of Shivarian race moons that take place on an entirely new track, and these ones can get hard. The race this time is a lot longer, and for the second race, the difficulty ramps up so much that you have very little room for error. In spite of its incredible difficulty, I think this version of the track is a step up from the previous. It's generally a lot more fun to race around with tons of room for optimization. There's even a shortcut you can take by hopping out of bounds while staying close to the track. I know this isn't intended, but since there's an online leaderboard, having a trick like this that you can learn and optimize does make me enjoy it more. S+ for both moons. Lastly, we are left with the only proper Moonrock sub-area in Snow Kingdom, running the Flower Road. This is a Flower Road autoscroller type level where you have to follow the road and avoid obstacles like spikes and bullets that come up along the way. The secret here can be found in the Bullet Bill section by being quick and hopping behind one of the blasters to collect the moon. When it comes to sub-areas, this is by no means bad, but it's nowhere near my favorite either. At the end of the day, it's an autoscroller that takes a while to complete, so even if the challenges it presents are fine, the level itself drags on. B+ for both moons. Snow Kingdom is a very underwhelming kingdom. There's a few highlights here and there, but the story here is boring. They quite literally just made 4 sub-areas and called it a day. This takes away the fun exploration aspect of the kingdom because you don't get to explore a city in chaos or undercover sandy ruins. You just go into a room, collect a moon, and leave. It's really disappointing. At the end of the day, I describe Snow Kingdom as having an overworld that's too small, a town with nowhere to explore, and story sections that are largely uninspiring. I wish they could have built off this cute Arctic town idea more, but sadly they didn't, and it resulted in Snow Kingdom feeling quite literally like an empty Arctic wasteland. Seaside Kingdom finally gets us out of the cold and onto a beautiful sunny beach. The order we do the main 4 story moons here doesn't matter since we're just trying to open up 4 separate fountains like the 4 barriers in Shiveria. If we follow the order on the in-game moon list, first we're going to head over to the Stone Pillar Seal. This one is definitely the worst of the set, simply requiring a Gushin to fly up onto the platform the moon is on. I guess this is meant to serve as a tutorial for the story along with how to use the Gushin, so I can't be too harsh on it. C tier. The Lighthouse Seal is up next, which takes us down a dark tunnel filled with eels we have to avoid. This section essentially serves as a sub-area for the story moon, meaning along the way we can collect Looking Back in the Dark Waterway, a secret moon found by keeping close watch of your surroundings in the subroom. I'm gonna give this moon a C+, because it's a boring hiding spot before continuing on and reaching the end where we'll emerge at the top of the lighthouse and get our story moon. I always like this moon, less because of the challenge and more because of the atmosphere. The eel enemies are fun, and putting them in a dark waterway like this is really fitting. B+. The Hot Spring Seal is our next story moon, and while this one isn't super complex, I do think it's interesting. To get the moon, you have to use a Gushin to spray away the lava flooding the Hot Spring Island. Once that's done, you can hop in the springs and grab the moon. The challenge is very easy to execute, but there's definitely a sense of satisfaction from helping clean up the island. Not to mention, I think this moon was designed to be a tutorial for the upcoming boss fight because lava can be found atop its head. Overall, a solid moon, B tier. The seal above the canyon is our last story moon before the boss, making us travel up this narrow beach path, avoiding spike balls until we reach the moon at the top. It's not the hardest moon, but I do like the idea and think it fits within the story. B+. After opening all 4 seals, it's time to face off against Seaside Kingdom's boss fight, Brigadier Mollusk Lancier III to Finaba Blaine. I've always really liked how this boss isn't designed with an arena in mind and can instead roam freely around the kingdom. This is really cool since we don't see it anywhere else in the game, though the downside of it is it can get annoying. This is mainly because of the method of attack for the fight. You have to capture a Gushin, fly above him, and spray downwards to eventually get a hit. Since you're forced to chase Mollusk down so frequently, it becomes very easy to fly into the air too early and run out of water before you even have a chance to start attacking. I know this can be written off as a skill issue, but it's really frustrating, and that's what I care about here. Giving this moon a B+ because it's still a cool fight, just one of the less fun ones. On the cliff overlooking the beach is another use the Gushin to fly up to somewhere high moon, so I'm giving it a C like the first moon. Riding the jet stream is another Gushin-centric moon, but it's a lot cooler because you have to use it to fly to the ceiling of a hidden beach cave. B-. Ocean Bottom Maze is a 2D section found underwater that functions as its own sub-area with 3 moons, 2 that are here normally and 1 that appears in post-game. The main moon can be found by navigating into the section through the bottom pipes and hitting some invisible blocks to make a floor. The player can then enter through the top right pipe and travel through the rest of the section to reach the moon. I think this is a really fun idea for a 2D section. Having multiple pipes that enter into different parts of the room and forcing the player to figure out when to go where is neat. The Secret Moon does a similar thing by pretty clearly showing you a breakable block that leads somewhere, but you have to figure out how to open it. The way to do it is by entering the bottom right pipe and kicking a Koopa shell down to break it open and get the moon. Lastly, we have the Notes Moon. This one is pretty difficult, and the best way I've found to do it is by knocking the Koopa from the upper block so it can collect a series of notes to speed up the process. I like a Notes Moon that rewards creative thinking like this. It's nice to not just be running into everything as 2D Mario and instead be given a chance to use our environment to help us out. All 3 moons in the section get a B+. Underwater Highway Tunnel is a hidden moon found in an underwater tunnel on the outskirts of the kingdom. I like this hiding spot, not too hard, but hidden in a spot that's still satisfying to find. B-. Shh, It's a Shortcut is another hidden moon in an underwater tunnel, though I end up liking this one a lot more, partially because of the cute name, but also because of the narrow shape and path of the coins make for a much more memorable location on the map. B+. Gap in the Ocean Trench is our 3rd underwater tunnel moon, and I don't like this one as much as the other 2. Not because I'm getting tired of this type of moon, but because its spot isn't something that's exciting to find or explore. It's kinda just there. C tier. Slip Through the Nesting Spot is our next underwater tunnel moon, and yes, I know there's a lot of these, but trust me, this is the last one. For this moon, we have to quickly travel past an eel shortly after it shoots out of its nesting spot. If we do this, we'll find a hidden side cave with a moon at its center. Hiding a moon in a spot like this has a certain coolness factor that I can't overlook, making it very satisfying to collect. B+. Merci Dory is a moon found swimming along right below the purple Dory. This moon is fine, just like the one in Lake Kingdom. C tier. Bonjour Dory is a similar moon where instead of having the moon swim along underwater, it instead floats high above the shop. I think this is neat because it forces you to capture a Gushin to collect the moon. C+. Under a Dangerous Ceiling is a moon found surrounded by the seaweed enemies right below one of Seaside's islands. Not a fan of this one. It's pretty boring and the enemies don't serve any sort of interesting threat. D tier. What the Waves Left Behind is a ground pound moon found on the east side of the kingdom with no real indicator that it's there besides a rumble when you get close. For this reason, it is one of the single worst ground pound moons in the game. Like, what are the chances you walk into this tiny hole on the rock and notice the rumble? F-. The Back Canyon Excavate is another ground pound moon found within the range of one of these spinning lines of spikes. What can I say? It's a ground pound moon, but with a twist. D+. Bubbling Northern Reaches is a weird type of ground pound moon where you have to hit these 3 mounds while enemies spawn in after each one. After hitting all 3, you can attack the middle to despawn the enemies and get your moon. To me, this is a pretty standard, average quality overworld moon where you have to do some menial objective to get it. For that reason, it's a B-. Wriggling on the Sandy Bottom is our 3rd Lurker Moon, this time using the gimmick of being underwater. This is easily my least favorite moon in the series. The slow underwater movement coupled with the finicky hitbox you need to ground pound is not a fun combination. D-. Glass Palace Treasure Chest is a chest moon found directly beneath the giant glass in the middle of the kingdom. The location of the moon feels appropriate and there are some enemies blocking the way, so I'll give it a C+. After several kingdoms, we finally have another treasure trap moon. I still really like this idea, though 4 chests isn't a real upgrade from 3. Also, that's still too few. A memory game with 4 elements isn't much of a memory game. B-. Our next 4 moons are Seaside Kingdom's seed moons. One is found in the inlet by the pots, another by the canyon, the next on the hot spring island, and then finally the last is deep underwater in the ocean trench. I hate these seeds for the exact same reason I dislike the lake seed. You have to travel incredibly far back to the pots through primarily water. Swimming in Mario Odyssey is slow and not that fun. You can use rocket flowers to speed up the process with some of these, but that's more of a band-aid fix than anything. All 4 moons get a C-. Seaside Kingdom Timer Challenge 1 takes us deep underwater to a 2D section. We can ground pound the switch outside and rush into 2D to try and make it up to the moon before the timer runs out. The clock here is very tight, and most players will probably only get the moon after going back in for the second time. I would describe this moon as fine and nothing more. B-. Seaside Kingdom Timer Challenge 2 is very simply a moon that tests if you're capable of swimming underwater in a straight line. I'm giving this one a C- because it at least makes you do something, unlike the other moons. Found on the beach Good Dog is where we start to see a decline of the dog type moon. Instead of the dog immediately running to the moon, we have this huge stretch of beach near the Odyssey we have to explore. If the dog walks near enough to the correct dig spot, we get the moon. If not, we just have to keep walking the beach until we find it. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't think walking around hoping to randomly find something is good gameplay. Fortunately, walking the entire beach doesn't take too long, and the dog is still cute, so I'll leave this in C tier. Moon Shards in the Sea is quite easily the worst Moon Shards moon in the game for one reason and one reason alone. It is a capulous underwater moon. You have to swim around deep underwater and collect 5 Moon Shards without using any captures. What makes water sections in Mario Odyssey enjoyable is things like the Cheep Cheep, and you're telling me I can't use that here? Yeah, this sucks. A D-. Taking Notes Ocean Surface Dash is a very similar moon to Taking Notes Running Down in Sand Kingdom. Both moons have you trying to hold a straight and steady line while going at high speed, and both are kinda just average moons. C+. Loved by the Seaside takes us back to the Rolling Spike Canyon from earlier, where this time we're tasked with traveling up as a Goomba to meet a Lady Goomba for our moon. I think this is an appropriate way to have the player revisit a challenge like this. It's still the same, sure, but now you have to do it as a Goomba, which is fun. B+. Lighthouse Leaper is a capture fetch quest moon where you have to bring Glydon from the lighthouse down to the Glass Palace to meet one of the locals. I've been putting a lot of these moons in B tier for being a neat addition to the game, and I plan to keep it that way. Good Job Captain Toad is Seaside Kingdom's Captain Toad moon and is pretty comparable to some of the moons we saw earlier where you're using a Gushen to reach a platform that wouldn't be easy to get to otherwise. I'd rate this the same as those moons, but the Captain Toad buff brings the moon up to B tier. Ocean Quiz Good and Sphinx Underwater Vault brings us to another series of quiz questions. Answer the first one to open the vault and an additional 4 more to get a bonus moon. I still think it's quite strange that these are 2 moons instead of 1, but regardless of that, answering questions pertaining to Seaside Kingdom is quite fun. Ocean Quiz Good gets an A- while Sphinx Underwater Vault gets a B+ since it only requires you to answer 1 question. Shopping in Bubbling. You probably think this one is going to get a D like all the other shop moons, but no, it gets a D+ because I think it's really cute how the shop is moving around on top of Dory. Up next are the beach volleyball moons, which can be some of the most controversial moons in the game. So what do I think? Well, I like volleyball. I think it's a really unique addition to the game and is pretty easy to understand. It's quite difficult, but I think only requiring 15 volleys at first makes sense fine. However, what I do have a problem with is how the second moon requires 100 volleys. Not only is that insanely hard, but it doesn't even make sense. The jump rope moon required 30 and 100 jumps, so why is volleyball 15 and 100? Shouldn't it be 15 and 50? Like, what's the point of scaling the first moon down for difficulty reasons when you aren't even going to consider the second moon at all? It's stupid and literally created a moon that's harder than Darker Side for some players. Beach Volleyball Champ gets an A- because I still think it's a cool moon, but Hero of the Beach gets an F- for its horrible difficulty scaling. A Rumble on the Seaside 4 is our second Rumble moon and goes in D tier just like the first. A Relaxing Dance requires us to collect 15 purple coins, buy the resort outfit, and then head into the outfit room to perform a dance with some of the locals. Not a very difficult moon, but still rather charming. B tier. With that, it's time for some Seaside Kingdom sub-areas, starting with the Cloud Sea. This room is quite literally themed to be a sea of clouds, forcing the player to throw Cappy and trigger lasers to help clear out the foggy platforms and make navigation easier. I really like the use of lasers here because of how it doubles as an obstacle and asset for the player. If you don't want to jump over lasers, you can avoid them entirely, or if you want to be able to see the stage clearly, you can trigger them whenever you want. I will admit though, it isn't the most difficult obstacle. It makes me wish they continued to trigger after being activated to add an extra cost to the visibility they give you. The Secret Moon here is tied into the sub area by making it an extra hidden path you can find beneath the clouds, which is fitting. You'd think this would be annoying to find, but it's actually not because you can clearly see something off in the distance, hinting at the secret's location. Both moons get an A-. Up next, we have the Narrow Valley Gushen sub-area. This level makes excellent use of the Gushen's limited flight mechanics, forcing the player to navigate through the narrow passages and eventually reach the end of the room. The Secret Moon even fits right into this idea by being a bonus for the player if they can make it through the final section without wasting too much water. Both moons get an A+. Hurry and Stretch is our next sub-area, which strangely enough focuses on the uproot capture from Wooded Kingdom. While I don't fully understand why this is a seaside sub-room, it is a phenomenal level. Having the player speed through mostly vertical platforming sections while lava rises around them is a lot of fun. Having that constant pressure pushing at you and letting you know that even just a few slight mistakes will force you to start over is great. Even the secret moon builds on this by being a harder side path that dares the player as lava continues to push up around them. I know the whole theme here is a bit of a trope at this point, but I do genuinely enjoy the sub area. S+ for both moons. Secret Path to Bubbling on my save file has us traveling into the kingdom through a painting near the 2 mid-bosses in Bowser's Kingdom, just as good as all the other Secret Path moons. B tier. Found with Seaside Kingdom hint art presents us with a mysterious sign that says the words keep. This is a really clever hint because on one end it looks completely absurd, but on the other there's only one kingdom you can find the word keep in. Solid A tier moon. Seaside Kingdom Koopa Running is up next, and in spite of having the majority of the level take place over water, it's pretty fun. You start deep in the ocean in the back of the kingdom and begin by swimming up to the surface. Once you reach it, you can either continue to swim with the Cheep Cheep, use rocket flowers, or even capture a Gushin. The options here add some nice diversity to casual playthroughs of the race, but once you start to optimize and improve your times, it becomes pretty obvious that using the rocket flower and Gushin is the winning pick. My other gripe with this race is it's not as fun to optimize either. For most of it, you're just traveling in a straight line with the Gushin or rocket flower, which leaves less room for improvement. Both moons are still S+ for sure, but they aren't perfect. Peach and Seaside Kingdom can be found right on top of the glass in the center of the kingdom. Like always, the moon is C tier. Finally, we've made it to Seaside Kingdom's Moonrock moons, which means we get above the parcel catch. Yes, it's another jump up high moon, F tier. Our next 2 moons, What Shines Inside the Glass and A Fine Detail on the Glass, are both fine on their own. But my problem is that these guys are right next to each other. One you get by swimming down on the glass, and the other you get from jumping off the edge of the glass. Like, these are both subpar moons on their own, but putting them right next to each other like this just feels stupid to me. And it gets even worse when you consider the Secret Path moon painting is right next to the moon inside the glass. Why do you have so many moons here, Nintendo? Inside the Glass gets a D-, and so does Fine Detail on the Glass. Underwater Highway West is a moon they sorta just placed underwater and didn't even try and hide, F tier. Underwater Highway East is a moon they just sorta placed underwater and actually did try to hide, however it didn't work because the moon still renders when the seaweed is too far away too. D- for effort. Rapid Ascent on Hot Spring Island. Use a Gushin to get a moon high up in the sky. The classic use a capture to get somewhere moon that we've seen over and over again, C tier. A light next to the lighthouse. Spin Cappy on the glowing pole and get a moon. Do I even have to tell you that this moon is pointless? I mean, it's even right next to a checkpoint. D tier. I think they heard my complaint on the last moon because Tall Rock Shelf in the deep ocean is the same moon, but underwater. Alright, fine, I'll give it a D+. At the base of the lighthouse is another boring ground pound moon found just below the water near the lighthouse. More pointless filler, D-. Bird traveling over the ocean brings us back to the classic bird moon, and it's actually decent this time. It may be high up, which I complained about for a lot of bird moons, but Seaside actually has a capture perfect for this. If you spot the bird, just grab the nearest Gushin and fly off after it for your moon. B tier. Caught hopping at the Glass Palace takes us back to the center of the kingdom where we'll find a rabbit running in a circle around the glass. This is a pretty boring path for a hopping moon, but it's still somewhat fun. B tier. Seaside Kingdom Timer Challenge 3 is literally all about doing a big jump off the top of the lighthouse. It's a fun kind of big jump though. B tier. Taking Notes in the Sea is a series of 3 circular sets of notes that you can collect with a Cheep Cheep. This is a pretty basic notes challenge which makes it a slightly above average moon, C+. Aim Poke Roll is our first Moonrock sub-area, bringing us into this weird Pokio sub-room where we have to launch bombs into blocks to free a moon. This is a genuinely fun idea that I really wish they built on more. For the main moon, you only have to shoot the bombs a short distance, but it would have been really cool to see something like a full bowling lane to shoot the bombs down. They do make up for this by having a really difficult secret moon where you have to shoot a bomb around this long bend to hit a block at the end. This is exactly what a post-game secret moon should look like, a harder expansion of the core idea presented by the sub-area. Very solid set of moons, S tier for both. Last but not least, we have the Spinning Maze sub-area. This is a remix of the maze room we saw earlier in Metro, except with harder platforming and spinies littered throughout the room. I think this is a solid reimagining of the sub-area. Even the secret moon makes more sense as it's in a secret compartment under one of the spinners. I do still have complaints, mainly that spinies are a really annoying enemy. You can't kill them except by pushing them off the edge, which I know is intentional, but really just ends up making things annoying. Especially since Cappy has a tendency to lock onto enemies, making it harder to spin the walls sometimes. Overall, a cool room with some minor nitpicks. Both moons get an A-. For a water level, Seaside Kingdom is actually pretty fun. Cheep Cheeps make the underwater sections fun enough to explore, and there's really only a small handful of moons that put you through annoying water movement. Seaside also does an infinitely better job than Snow Kingdom with its open-ended story moons. They actually felt like a part of the kingdom and encouraged exploration instead of just being 4 separate sub-areas. Seaside's story is still definitely weak, but if they wanted to design a choose where to go first story, this was definitely the way to do it. Something else I really wanted to make sure I noted about Seaside Kingdom is it genuinely has some of the worst post-game filler moons. Every kingdom has them, but if we exclude sub-areas, there are genuinely only 3 Moonrock moons I would consider passable. I think the sub-areas partially make up for this, but it definitely solidifies Seaside as a weaker kingdom. We start off Luncheon Kingdom with the Brutals are after some cooking. This is our second boss fight against Spewer, and to make things more difficult, they changed the shape of the arena? I don't understand this decision at all and think it's pretty stupid, but at the end of the day, it's still the Spewer fight and should go in B tier like the last one. After defeating Spewer, we head into town, traverse with a lava bubble, and eventually make it to some cheese rocks. From here, we have to capture a Panbro to break them and eventually reveal a switch to get our moon. For a story moon, this is pretty mediocre. It might have been made to help teach the player how to use a Panbro, but this doesn't ever come up again in the story, so I can't justify it. C+. We continue on deeper into the kingdom, traveling up a short mountain to reach a piece of meat at the top. Capturing it will cause Kukatiel to bring us to the top of the volcano, where we can do a short platforming section to collect our next moon. I think this is a pretty solid story moon. There is not a lot to explore on the way from the last one, but I always appreciate when these moons have specific elements made just for them, like the meat capture, or even the platforming section up to the volcano. Solid story moon, A-. After collecting the last moon, we'll be sent back to spawn, where we have to travel through Luncheon Kingdom with some minor changes. Instead of heading to town, we'll travel around the west side of the kingdom until we reach a cave. This works as a sub-area where we have to use a Podoboo to avoid obstacles and lava and then light a lantern at the end of the level to spawn our moon. Even though it's part of the story, like many sub-areas, this has a secret moon that we can reach by turning back at the end of the level and platforming across the lava pillars to reach an alcove. Climb up the cascading magma is easily a strong story moon. It's quite involved and takes us through a large portion of the kingdom before we can collect our moon, while alcove behind the pillars of magma is much more underwhelming. Cascading magma gets an A-, while alcove gets a C. Lastly, for our story, we have to climb up the backside of the volcano and shoot up directly into the pot for our boss fight with Kukatiel. This is very easily my least favorite fight in the game. The hitboxes feel finicky and broken. It can be hard to gauge depth perception climbing up the spewing magma, and even if you ignore that, it's just not a fun fight. Not to mention the strat to speed up the fight is so easy to miss. What you have to do is jump beneath Kukatiel and hit him, which might seem simple, but in-game it just feels so unintuitive. This means most players are just going to have these obnoxiously long sections of waiting where barely anything is happening. Look, this just isn't a fun boss fight. D tier. Piled on the Salt takes us back to the Odyssey to get a moon up on one of the walls. One of the intended ways to get this is by backtracking from the Spewered Arena across the walls until we reach the moon. However, if you make it far enough in the story, there'll just be a fork here you can use to flick up. This makes it harder to give it anything higher than a C-. Lurking in the Pillar Shadow is a moon hidden in a somewhat secret alcove by the start of the kingdom. It's alright, C tier. Atop the Jutting Crag is a pretty cool moon because while it seems obvious, I mean it's just right up there. The way to get it is by taking one of these cannons with a lava bubble and uncapturing when you're directly above the moon. Cool idea, B-. Is This an Ingredient Too is another crate moon, but I like this one a bit more than most because of the theming of the moon name and the fact that it's surrounded by other crates. That being said, it's still C tier at best. Atop a column in a row is a ground pound moon that they just placed on top of a pillar in town. Pretty boring, but it could be a lot worse. D+. Surrounded by tall mountains is one of the few ground pound moons in the game I actually like. It's hidden back by the meat plateau behind one of the small mountain ranges. This is a really cool hiding spot without being too weird or absurd. B-. Island of Salt floating in the lava is a ground pound moon, but placed in the middle of the sea of lava. I think this makes it acceptable as a moon, though in a very C tier kind of way. Overlooking a bunch of ingredients is basically just surrounded by tall mountains too. It's a ground pound moon high up on a mountain range. B-. Light the lantern on the small island is a lantern moon by Meat Plateau you can get either with a Firebro or by hopping a lava bubble up to it. Both are equally easy since they're placed nearby, making it another average C tier moon. Instead of having more seed moons, the Luncheon Kingdom decided to do things differently by having 3 golden turnip moons. These work just like seeds, where you find them throughout the kingdom and have to bring them back to a core point to get your moon. Just this time, we're throwing them into a soup instead of planting them. The first is found right by the pot, working as a tutorial. The second is found up next to the jutting crag moon, and the third is under a pile of cheese rocks beneath Meat Plateau. As a whole, I like these moons more than the average seed moon because throwing turnips into a pot for instant gratification is a lot more fun than waiting 20 minutes for a plant to grow. A solid set of B tier moons. Luncheon Kingdom Timer Challenge 1 can be summed up as doing a few wall jumps to get a moon. Hey, I mean, at least it's something. C tier. Luncheon Kingdom Timer Challenge 2 has us navigating across a set of platforms that fall when we touch them to get a key before traveling back across the mess we made. This would be a cool idea if it wasn't so easy to just jump over everything. C+ for effort. Luncheon Kingdom Timer Challenge 3 has us going after another key, except this time we have to navigate across these unstable platforms and line up a higher jump to even have a chance to grab it. This is a much better timer challenge than the last one. Not only does it feel like a proper challenge, but the unstable blocks are a cool mechanic that fits perfectly right on top of the lava. B tier. Beneath the Rolling Vegetables takes us to a remote island in the back corner of the kingdom for a 2D section. This ends up being a pretty solid and fun linear section with hammer bros, lava rides, and even potaboos that shoot down from the ceiling. The level is even designed around the shape of the island, which is really cool. B tier. All the cracks are fixed takes us out of the 2D section and onto the island where we have to ground pound all the cracks. Originally, I was going to complain about how this is a bit stupid because why would you ever ground pound all of these, but then I learned there's actually an NPC asking for help, so I guess there is a reason. The moon itself ends up being pretty solid. Running around the island to clear cracks while avoiding vegetables is a good mix. B tier. Taking notes swimming in magma has us use a lava bubble to swim through notes. There's not a real challenge here, nor is it notably fun. Overwhelmingly a C-. Love Above the Lava is Luncheon Kingdom's Lady Goomba moon, and probably my favorite moon of this type in the game. What you have to do is capture a stack of Goombas and then ride them across a giant piece of corn without slipping into the lava. It's pretty simple, but using the corn to do log rolling is creative and works especially well with the Goombas because of their reduced movement. B+. Shopping in Mount Valbano is once again back to D tier. Luncheon Kingdom slots is just slots with 5 slots now. B tier. Up next is the Luncheon Kingdom outfit sub-area Strong Simmer. We can get into this room with the chef outfit, and once inside we can capture a lava bubble and jump it into the pot for a moon. This feels like a tutorial for how the moon works, which I think is acceptable given we haven't gotten a moon like this in the game yet. As for the second moon, we have to use the lava bubble to platform across the room without losing the capture by hitting land. It's a fun idea that makes great use of the tomato enemies we've seen elsewhere in the kingdom. B+ for both. Treasure Beneath the Cheese Rocks is Luncheon Kingdom's version of Inside a Rock in the Forest. Take a capture across the entire kingdom to break an unassuming rock with no real indicator of a moon inside. D tier. Light the Two Flames is a moon that explains itself, and as expected, it is incredibly average. C tier. Light the Far Off Lanterns is the same moon as the last one, except slightly better because we have to use a piranha plant which takes a higher level of thinking and problem solving. C+. Bon Appetit Captain Toad is a surprisingly complex Captain Toad moon. Given to reach it, we need to bring a lava bubble down from the top of the mountain to the ocean of lava in the back of the kingdom. Only then can we reach the island Captain Toad is relaxing on. It's a solid spot that requires some work to get to. B tier. The treasure chest in the veggies is one of the few moons in the game that just makes no sense to me. There's this random door by Meat Plateau and inside there's just a chest moon? Why is this here? It feels like there was meant to be something more, but it got scrapped late into development, leaving an awkward treasure room. Like maybe at some point we had a Sphinx here or something else? I can't say for sure. D-. I've explained hopping moons plenty of times already, and caught hopping at the volcano is pretty standard, so I'm just gonna give it another B+ and move on. Taking Notes Big Pot Swim is a solid lava bubble notes moon where we have to collect notes while dealing with bits of food inside the pot. It makes for a decent challenge, and I really appreciate how it rewards clever thinking by letting you clear the pot before attempting the moon. B+. Magma Swamp is our next Luncheon Kingdom sub-area, this time being centered around collecting moon shards as tiles sink in and out of the lava. I've never been a huge fan of this one. The core challenge isn't bad, but it's never really engaged me personally, especially since the tiles don't even sink fully into the lava. The room could have been a lot cooler if it was something like Beat Block Skyway in Mario 3D World, but that's not what we got, so the main moon here gets a B-, and the secret moon gets a C- because they just hit it around the corner. Magma Narrow Path is our next sub-area, which can pretty simply be described as a lava bubble platforming sub-area. When it comes to the concept, I think this room does about everything it needs to for it to work, even making the secret moon an appropriate side path. I wouldn't call any of the level inspiring though. Both moons get a B+. Fork Flicking is another Luncheon Kingdom sub-area, and I describe this one as just being fun. It focuses on you flinging Mario up through the level and then throwing Cappy at these boosters to capture even more forks higher up in the room. Simply put, this is a fun challenge that has a chaotic and silly nature to it that I love seeing in Mario games. The Secret Moon fits right in too by forcing you to flick across a large gap to an island on the side. Fantastic sub-area, S tier. Up next is the Cheese Rock sub-area, which is a moon charge challenge where we have to spam pans to break cheese and find the shards. The secret moon can be found the same way, it's just much higher up in the room. The sub-area is fine, I like how you get to break things, but that's about it. B tier for both moons. Lastly, for our core sub-areas, we have Spinning Athletics, a really difficult sub-area where we have to jump across spinning platforms to reach the end, with the secret moon being a notch challenge placed halfway through. I appreciate this sub-area a lot just for how difficult it is. It's not an unfair difficult either, it's just pure platforming, so once you finish it, it's incredibly satisfying. A+ for both moons. Secret Path to Mount Valbano on my save file has us traveling through a painting on the west side of Wooded Kingdom to reach our moon. B tier like the other Secret Path moons. A Tourist in Luncheon Kingdom brings us back to the Round the World Tourist moon series, with this time our hint being that our tourist is hungry for food. I really appreciate this hint because even if it's obvious, it doesn't just blatantly say the name of the kingdom like some of the other hints. A-. Found with Luncheon Kingdom art is another screenshot style hint art where we have to use our context clues to figure out where the moon is. This one is obviously in Seaside Kingdom, and we can narrow down its location by noticing the gradual drop in elevation by the coral. If we head towards the trench in the back of Seaside, we can find the specific spot and get our moon. One of the better screenshot hints. A-. The rooftop lantern is a moon we get for lighting a lantern that's precariously placed atop a building by bringing over a fire bro. We've seen moons like this one before, and generally they're acceptable additions to the game. I do like this one slightly more than most though because of the weird lantern location. B-. Jammin' in the Luncheon Kingdom brings us another Jammin' Toad moon, but this time with the theme, I've Become a Monster. For this, you can either use the dinosaur theme or the theme from the final section of the game where you're Bowser. Solid choices. A-. Mechanic Repairs Complete is another C+ outfit moon, but this time with the mechanic outfit. Diving from the Big Pot is a really silly moon where you have to jump a Podoboo all the way from the top of the volcano down into a pot located inside the town. This is just good, stupid fun. A-. Hide and Seek Among the Food is another one of those hidden monitor moons. I still dislike these, so D-. Up next is Koopa Freerunning, and this version is easily one of my favorites in the series. The main path takes you the normal way up the mountain, but because of how it's designed, there's tons of room for shortcuts both small and large. My favorite shortcut actually comes up in the fastest route, where at the beginning of the race, instead of hopping across the small islands, you jump onto the roof at the start and skip immediately to halfway up the mountain. And then with a few other tricks, you can make it to the end in incredible times. This is an easy S+ freerunning given how cool the race is combined with the optimized tricks. Peach in Lunch Kingdom, she's in town. C tier. From Inside a Bright Stone is our first Luncheon Kingdom Moonrock moon, and it's found just by the arena in a ground pound spot. Typical post-game filler. D-. Under the Meat Plateau is next, and a moon that you can sorta just do a simple jump to. F tier. On top of a tall roof is just more bad filler. D tier. From a Crack in the Hard Ground is another bad post-game ground pound moon. D-. By the cannon pointed at the Big Pot is another post-game ground pound moon. I try to give this one credit for its location, but really it's no better than top of a tall roof, so D tier. Gear Steps is our first Luncheon Kingdom post-game sub-area. It brings in enemies similar to the Bifrost and challenges us to reach the end of the stage by any means necessary. However, if we decide to take on the secret moon, we're challenged to use the Fire Bro capture and light a series of lanterns while traveling to the end of the level. The stage is cool on its own, but I think the secret moon really shines bright here. Forcing you to play through the stage in a capture and also use the capture's ability throughout the level is a neat idea. I'm really surprised more sub-areas don't have a secret moon gimmick like this, because it might be the only one where you have to play through the level in such a different way to get the secret moon. Overall, solid sub-area. Both moons get an A+. Volcano Cave Cruisin' is our next sub-area and is a very weak one at that. The level can be surmised as an auto-scroller. You ride the platform through the level, halfway through you collect the secret moon, and then ride the auto-scroller through the rest of the level. Maybe this would be more fun if there was a bit more urgency to the ride, but instead everything just feels boring and slow. C+ for both moons. Lava Islands is our last moon rock sub-area and features another auto-scroller, except this one is kind of pointless. You can just capture a lava bubble to skip everything. Heck, you're even encouraged to do this to get the secret moon. Like, honestly, I do not even understand what this level wants from the player. Like, what is the most intended way to solve it? Because it feels like they want you to capture the lava bubble, but at the same time to not? I don't know, but I'm giving both moons a D+. Aesthetically, I think Luncheon Kingdom will always be a really cool kingdom. I appreciate instead of making a generic lava level, they made this incredible food-themed wonderland. There's a lot of really solid moons in the kingdom too, but with that being said, there's some glaring weak points here. Primarily the boss fights. Spewart doesn't have any real spin put on his fight, and Kukatil is just flat out the most unfun boss in the entire game. I could also complain a lot about the post-game. There's only 6 moons that aren't in sub-areas, and all of them suck besides Koopa freerunning. Heck, even 2 of 3 post-game sub-areas are bad, which is shocking because most of my favorite levels in the game are post-game sub-areas. Like, I don't get it. The normal Luncheon Kingdom sub-areas are really good, so how did they mess these up so bad? Despite these issues, I'd still describe Luncheon as an overall good kingdom. Even with its weak post-game and bosses, there's still a lot of solid moons put into the kingdom that makes it genuinely fun to move around in and explore. After heading out of Luncheon, we move into our next boss fight, Kingdom Ruined. Our first moon here is very obviously the Ruined Dragon boss fight. While a lot of this fight can be described as an auto-scroller where you dodge attacks, that does not stop it from being such a cool boss fight for a Mario game. I remember coming here for the first time and watching that cutscene of a dragon shooting Mario out of the sky and then falling into this crazy Dark Souls-esque kingdom. It's such a memorable and impactful part of the game's story because it's not what you'd expect to see. Even when you consider the auto-scroller elements, the fight itself is still phenomenal too. Dodging patterns of lightning as they roll across the floor before jumping on the dragon's head to pull out swords and then attacking the weak spot is a fun gameplay loop. Battle with the Lord of Lightning is easily one of my favorite fights in the game, earning its spot along with the other god tier moons. Following the boss fight, there's now a short series of moons to collect in the small kingdom, starting with the ancient treasure chest, found right beneath the wire up to the arena. The spot it's hidden in is somewhat interesting, so I'll at least give it a C. Up next, we have our first Ruined Kingdom sub-area, Roulette Tower. This is a really interesting sub-area with its concept. It has you traveling up a 2D tower, but occasionally exiting it to try and stop moving platforms in the proper positions to progress. There's a lot of combinations that'll work, but the game will reward you whenever you manage to hit the correct spot with a set of coins. This is a fun idea, and I think using a 2D section instead of 3D was the perfect choice. The secret moon is hidden off on a side path that you can only reach by kicking a shell backwards at the halfway point. Once you're there, you have to do another block puzzle where the only way to progress is by stopping both pieces in the perfect spot. This fits perfectly into the level's theme by creating a harder challenge with the same rule set already set by the level. My only complaint would be I wish they made it harder with faster moving blocks or a more complex pattern instead of just requiring you to place them perfectly. Both moons get an A+. Peaches in Ruined Kingdom 2. Who would have guessed? C tier. With that, we begin our Moonrock moon, starting with Caught on a Big Horn. It's a pretty simple moon where you spin your hat on the dragon's horn. Normally moons like this get low ratings, but I can't help but like the idea of climbing atop the dragon and spinning your hat on it. It's neat. B tier. Upon the Broken Arch is a pretty basic ground pound moon found near the beginning of the kingdom. Not a fan. D tier. Rolling Rock on the Battlefield is another one of these stupid moons hidden in a rock, but because it's post-game and easy to find, I'm not going to rate it as poorly as the others. D tier. Finally, we end with our last Ruined sub-area, Charging Through an Army. This is my least favorite sub-area in the game, but why? It's admittedly not that offensive. Well, let's run through the level. You start off by going over to a switch to free a charging chuck that is right in front of the switch. Well, then you capture it and turn around to hit a cage with the moon that's right behind the charging chuck. That's it. There's some other things to run around and break in the room, even this hidden spot filled with coins, but it's all just feels unnecessary. The secret moon is stupid too, just being a randomly placed mummy with a moon inside that you can't even reach with the charging chuck. But fur, is that really enough to rate this as your least favorite sub-area in the game? And that's where my conspiracy comes in. I want you to look at the sub-area and tell me it's not just a beta room they made to test the charging chuck capture. It tests how the chuck kills enemies, break blocks, collect coins, and even whether or not it'll aggro Mario through a wall. This room literally has no substance besides testing game mechanics. They could have made something cool with the charging chuck, but no, they just pasted a beta test room into the final game. Triple F tier for both moons. Ruined will always be an interesting part of Mario Odyssey that begs the question of what could have been. Thematically, this might be my favorite kingdom in the game, which makes it so disappointing that it exists for a single boss fight. It's really unfortunate that it's the only memorable thing about such a cool kingdom, and it's purely because Nintendo didn't want to do more with the idea. I hope in future games they explore more worlds that feel unfit for Mario like this one, because they often end up being some of the most exciting to explore and discover. Deep Woods, Ruined, even Metro all give off vibes I've never really experienced in 3D Mario, and I want more. But of course, I can only hope. As we head into Bowser's Kingdom, we find a rather long set of story moons beginning with Infiltrate Bowser's Castle. To get this moon, we have to travel through the start of the kingdom, avoiding enemies until we reach an ogre. We can kill this guy by ground pounding atop his head to spawn our moon. Not the craziest story moon in the world, but this beginning section does set the stage for the kingdom quite well. B tier. Up next, we have Smart Bombing, another solid story moon where we collect a series of 5 moon shards while avoiding bombs and enemies. A lot of these shards are designed to be collected with the Pokio, with some on walls or even in crates that can only be opened by using the Pokio's beak to launch a bomb towards them. This doesn't make the moon anything special, but it'd be unfair to give it anything lower than a B+. Our next story moon is Big Brutal Battle, which is literally just 2 separate boss fights with Harriet and Topper. The Harriet fight's been made harder by having her shoot out 2 bombs at a time instead of 1, whereas Topper now has even more hats. Both these fights are reasonably more difficult than their counterparts found earlier in the game and are fun in their own right. Not to mention having 2 separate bosses block the way is cool, though I wish you had to beat them both in a row instead of having time between fights to heal up. A+. Lastly, for Bowser's Kingdom story moons, we have Showdown at Bowser's Castle. This is the main boss fight of the kingdom, presenting us with Mecha Brutal. This is easily one of the coolest boss fights in the game. The presentation is phenomenal, and using the Pokio to shoot back bombs and climb up the mech is a fun gameplay loop. The developers even snuck in little strategies that you could use to speed up the fight, like how you can climb up the exhausts between phases. Even if this isn't technically the final boss of the game, I would have been satisfied if it was. God tier moon. Behind the big wall is a moon you can find on one of the first islands hidden behind one of the walls you can climb up with a Pokio. This one's pretty hard to miss because you have to climb up this wall to progress in the story anyways, so D+. Treasure Inside the Turret is another Pokio-focused moon where you have to use one to platform across the wall and up into the secret chamber found behind some of the turrets. This moon definitely isn't bad. It takes advantage of the Pokio in a good way, but it's really easy to just jump on this roof and fall down into the secret chamber. B+. From the side above the castle gate is a moon they just sort of placed on one of the roofs. Pretty bad, but I mean, it could be worse. D-. Sunken Treasure in the Moat is a hidden moon you find by exploring this tiny underwater section in the kingdom. It's not a good moon, but I'm glad there's at least something down here. C tier. Past the moving wall is another Pokio moon hidden away near the back of the kingdom. It's a neat idea requiring you to travel across moving platforms to reach the moon. However, I look at this and can't help but wish there was more. All you do is jump onto the moving platform and jump off when you reach the moon. They could have done so many cool things with this, like they did with the main wall you travel up for the kingdom's final boss. I'll still give the moon a B- because it's fine, I just wish they did more. Above the Poison Swamp is an interesting moon because I've always gotten it by jumping from the wire over to one of these platforms, but the most intended way to get it is actually by capturing the Lakitu and flying them all the way over to this platform to reach the moon. I can appreciate this because I feel like most players find some other roundabout way to get the moon. This puts it in B tier for me. Knocking down the nice frame is a moon found nearby that you can reach in the exact same way, except it's hidden in a glowing picture frame. B tier just like the last. Caught on the Iron Fence is one of those moons you probably just didn't find without looking it up. You have to throw Cappy on a flipped Bowser statue head on one of the railings. While the statue head being changed is an appropriate indicator for the moon, these railings are placed literally all over the kingdom. I feel like it's absurd to expect the player to be paying this much attention to these to find a moon. F-. On the giant Bowser statue nose is a moon that's going in B tier solely because I appreciate that they put a moon on Bowser's nose. Inside a block in the castle requires you to take an ogre enemy to break this block and spawn a moon. It's a cool idea, but doesn't really extend much beyond that. C+. Caught hopping at Bowser's castle is Bowser's Kingdom's hopping moon and is going in B+ like most of them. Exterminate the Ogres is a neat little side moon that can be found by taking this wire near the mini-boss arena to a distant island where the player has to defeat 3 of the ogre enemies. This is a lot like the story moon from earlier where we had to kill one, but there's 3 now. B+. Bowser's Kingdom Timer Challenge 1 is another stairs-focused challenge where you have to climb up these large rotating platforms to reach the moon at the top. This is a relatively difficult timer challenge and feels rather fitting, placed right in the center of the arena. I'm a fan of this one. B+. Taking notes between Spinies is a very self-explanatory moon. You collect notes around Spinies. I hate Spinies for being an annoying enemy, so I don't like this moon, but I do think the developers accomplished exactly what they wanted to do here. C-. Stack Up Above the Wall has us stacking Goombas right at the beginning of the kingdom. Stacking Goombas is alright and somewhat satisfying, but not fun enough here to be worth more than a B-. Hidden Corridor Under the Floor is a barely above average moon that you're supposed to get by using the Pokio to break these boxes and enter a hidden compartment. C+. Poking your nose in the plaster wall is a moon that at first glance seems uninspiring. You take the Pokio and poke it in this obvious spot in the wall. The reason I tend to like it a bit more than that is because to get there, you have to travel across these roofs to find the hidden spot back behind the wall. It's a satisfying place to find, and a moon is a fitting reward. B tier. Poking the turret wall, on the other hand, is another moon you get for poking a spot in the wall. However, my issue with this one is how ridiculously it's hidden. You have to randomly decide to break this set of boxes with a bomb, and only then will you see the hole in the wall. This is way too easy to miss and not satisfying to find. D-. Poking your nose by the Great Gate is in the middle of the last 2 moons for me. It's another Pokio moon, but a lot easier to find and even has a slight hint to its existence with the nearby hole. However, it's not that satisfying and pretty forgettable. C tier. Jizo All in a Row and Underground Jizo are a set of 2 moons found in the middle of the kingdom that require you to line up the missing Jizo statues and align with the rest. They're cute moons and the area they're in fits really nicely next to the shop. The more hidden of the 2, Underground Jizo, is also pretty cool as you have to use the statue to break into a secret underground compartment to find where the second statue needs to be placed. Finding this spot isn't hard, but it still feels cool to fall into. Both moons get a B-. Found Behind Bars is a moon you get for taking this electrical wire all the way into a cage behind one of the archways. It's a cute spot to place a moon, but still feels too much like filler. C tier. Fishing in Bowser's Castle is another fishing moon that's going in B tier like the rest. Good to See You, Captain Toad is one of the weaker Captain Toad moons since it's just hidden right around this corner. I still appreciate it because it's Captain Toad, but it's a C tier. Shopping at Bowser's Castle is once again another D tier shopping moon. Bowser's Castle Treasure Vault is a moon that you're supposed to get by hopping down to the slingshot, capturing a Pokio, and then climbing up to the vault itself, though all of this can easily be avoided just by hopping down from above. That being said, I do like this moon. I think Bowser having a hidden treasure vault full of gold somewhere in the kingdom is really cool and makes for a memorable experience to find. This rating might be a little high, but A-. Up next, we have the folding screen sub-area, which is easily one of the coolest 2D sections in the game. To get here, you have to first buy the samurai outfit and then take it to the back of the shop to be let into a secret room. Here, you'll go through a series of short 2D levels set atop a beautiful folding screen. In the middle, you'll even have a second moon that requires you to collect notes before the time runs out. This area is just fantastic. The unique theming sets it apart from every other 2D section in the game, creating a memorable experience that I absolutely adore. S tier. The Spinning Tower is our next sub-area, which is a really cool Pokio themed challenge where you have to climb a tower as parts of it rotate. Each side has different pokeable spots requiring the player to think before moving in case the area they're aiming for is rotated out. The main moon is found by reaching the top, but the secret can be found by first dropping down for a key and then climbing up the tower to reach the moon. This is a really cool sub-area and uses the Pokio capture perfectly. The challenge feels fair and difficult while also being fun. A+. Jizo's Big Adventure is another Jizo sub-area that's designed a bit like a puzzle. Your objective is to collect the Jizo statues that can only be reached by placing other statues on these question blocks. Once you've collected all 3, you can bring 2 to the finish to create a set of walls that you can use to wall jump up to the moon. The secret moon ties right into this idea by rewarding the player for taking the 3rd Jizo back to the start and setting it down on another tile that'll open up an extra compartment with the moon inside. I honestly don't think there's a better way you can make a Jizo sub-area than this. The pressure plate mechanic works perfectly and does require a decent amount of thinking. A tier. Dashing above the clouds is our last above the clouds sub-area, but that doesn't stop it from being a really fun one. It focuses on the rocket flower pickup, running us down a slide of coins where we have to make occasional jumps to reach the moon at the end. There's even a small side challenge partway through where we have to drift to the side and collect the hidden moon without falling off. This is a really easy sub-area you can beat by only occasionally tapping the A button, but for me, that doesn't stop it from being fun. The high speeds and plentiful coins make for an enjoyable experience. S tier. Sphinx over Bowser's Castle is another one of those crappy look off in the distance at something random to get a moon challenges, but thankfully, it's the last one in the game. Triple F. I Met a Pokio is another happy monitor moon, this time requesting a Pokio as the moon name implies. It's not too hard to find one nearby, nor is it that hard to get the Pokio to the monitor. That being said, I still think it's a neat moon and a good addition to the game. B tier. Bowser Kingdom Koopa freerunning is very much the longest freerunning in the game. This is partially due to the strict linear nature of the course. You're traveling from the very top of the kingdom all the way back to the beginning, so there aren't any major skips, just pure racing to the finish. In some ways, I appreciate that, but compared to a lot of the other races, it can be quite draining to do such a long track. Still a really good and fun moon, it's another Koopa freerunning after all. S+. A rumble under the arena floor is a ground pound moon found in the back corner of Mecha Brutal's boss arena. My problem with this moon is the only indication that there might be something there is these birds and a slight rumble. In my opinion, this moon is way too easy to miss without outside help. F-. Secret Path to Bowser's Castle is Bowser Kingdom's Secret Path moon, which in my save file can be found in Cascade. B tier like the other Secret Path moons. Peach in Bowser's Kingdom is another C tier Peach moon. Found with Bowser Kingdom's hint art is a moon that shows us a hint of Poochie burying something on the ledge of Sand Kingdom by a cactus. Our biggest hint for this moon is actually the extra ledge in the back of the kingdom, which can only be seen from the poison area on the west side of Sand Kingdom. That leads us to the right cactus, which gets us our moon. This is a solid hint. It's just a screenshot, so it's a bit easy, but there's enough going on in the picture to work as a genuinely solid hint towards the moon's location. A-. Behind the Tall Wall Poke Poke brings us to our first Moon Rock moon. Surprisingly, this moon isn't just filler, requiring us to capture a Pokio and poke it to a small hole in the wall without falling into the pit below. This can be surprisingly difficult, but not in a fun way. C+. From the crate in the moat is a relatively boring crate moon that can be found underwater. All you have to do is break some boxes. Not very engaging, but it could be worse. C-. Caught on the Giant Horn is a spin your hat moon that is just sort of there. It's not hard to reach or satisfying to find. F tier. Inside a block at the gate is a moon that seems basic at first. I mean, just figure out a way to break this block. But the way you have to do it is by capturing a Pokio and launching a bomb all the way across the bridge into the block. This is a pretty cool idea and exactly what I want to see in a post-game moon. A tier. Small Bird in Bowser's Castle is a moon where you have to time your cap throw at the bird so it isn't looking when you throw Cappy. This moon never really stood out to me as one that's interesting or good, but it's still worth at least a C+. Invader in Bowser's Castle is another one of those UFO moons like we saw in Wooded Kingdom, where we have to fight this cool spaceship mini-boss by stacking Goombas up to jump on its head. A tier, just like the one in Wooded. Jumping from flag to flag is a moon you get by traveling across these banners at the midpoint of the kingdom. This is a neat idea, but since you're jumping up poles that set you to the correct angle each jump, this is nearly impossible to mess up. C+. Bowser's Kingdom Timer Challenge 2 is a fun moon where you get to jump off these roofs down onto a little platform with a key to collect the moon. This is a really basic idea, but it's still fun. There's just something enjoyable about being able to jump down from a high up platform like this. B tier. Taking Notes on the Wall is a Pokio-focused notes moon where we have to maneuver across the wall to collect them all before the time runs out. This can be genuinely challenging because of the tight timer, which I appreciate. Plus, incorporating the kingdom's main capture into a moon is cool. B+. Taking Notes with a spinning throw is another notes moon, this time focusing on us using the spin throw mechanic. While the moon is possible to get without spin throws, it is incredibly difficult, practically forcing us to use motion controls to complete it. That part I don't like. However, it is still pretty satisfying, especially since there's just so many notes to collect that you're able to grab so quickly. I'm putting this moon in B+. Third Courtyard Outskirts is a moon you get by shaking the controller while taking an electrical wire between two islands. This moon is stupid and pointless, but hey, at least they make use of a capture for it. D tier. Stonewall Circuit is a moon where you have to jump down to this key from a wire and then recapture the wire before falling to our doom. Pretty average moon. I mean, I don't hate it, just like, who cares though? C+. Hexagon Tower is our first of two moon rock subareas, which challenges us to fly around a dangerous tower, collecting moon shards on 5 of the 6 sides to spawn our moon. The 6th side is what contains the secret, which can be found by flying dangerously close to the poison to collect a key. In a way, this key feels like a 6th moon shard, but I feel like it fits given the theming of the level. I would describe the subarea as being solid, but not one of the greats. I enjoyed playing it, think it's well designed, but wasn't blown away. A tier for both moons. Wooden Tower is our other Moonrock subarea, which focuses on Pokio platforming. I really appreciate how many quality Pokio subareas there are in the kingdom, and this is definitely one of them. It's fun to jump around these walls with the Pokio and climb higher and higher until you reach the end of the level. The Secret Moon is solid too, requiring us instead to drop down with the Pokio and destroy a set of crates to reveal our moon. Both get an A+. I was really impressed with how consistently good Bowser's Kingdom was. A solid set of story moons, fantastic bosses, good sub-areas, and even post-game moons that didn't just feel like filler. That last point is really surprising given how consistently bad some post-game moons have been. Sure, there's still a couple of bad apples, but a lot less than most kingdoms. I think it makes sense that a level disguising itself as the final kingdom is such high quality. However, what is surprising is that they were able to do this all with such a linear design. Almost every kingdom we've seen so far is open and focused on exploration, but Bowser's Kingdom is basically designed as a single straight path. It's impressive they were able to fit so many cool things along this line that are just as fun to explore as some of the more open kingdoms. Finally, it's time for Moon Kingdom, and weirdly enough, this is the first kingdom where we won't be starting with any story moons. There is a story section, but it doesn't directly reward you a moon, so that means we'll be starting with Shining Above the Moon. This one is placed high up in the air by the Odyssey, where you can either reach it by jumping off this cliff, or jumping into these invisible blocks to build your own ladder. Either way, it's a pretty dumb moon. D tier. Along the cliff face takes us into a 2D section on the wall of Moon Kingdom where we have to jump past fuzzies to collect the moon. I think this is a fine challenge. It lacks in comparison to other fuzzy sections like Flooded Pipeway, but the moon gravity does help it stand out at least somewhat. B-. Tip of the White Spire is a spin your hat moon found right on top of the church. We've seen enough of these moons to know I don't like them that much, so D+. Rolling Rock on the Moon is another one of those moons that sort of just expects you to break every rock in the kingdom to find it. I guess it's sort of indicated as important by this big circular crater, but I'm not sure that's enough. F-. Caught Hopping on the Moon is another bunny moon that this time introduces the low gravity gimmick. For me, this isn't enough to bump it out of that cluster of hopping moons I have ranked B+. Cliffside treasure chests can be found by jumping across this gap on the edge of the kingdom with a rocket flower to reach the moon. Just another moon that doesn't stand out, but isn't horrible either. C+. Moon Kingdom Timer Challenge 1 is a relatively simple one, requiring you to do a couple long jumps across the edge of a cliff to reach the moon. Though you can circumvent this entirely just by jumping back onto the cliff and rolling over to where the moon is. I honestly kind of appreciate this. It's just way too obvious to not have been considered by the developers, but they still chose to leave it in for clever players. Even with that in mind, I'm putting this moon in B tier. Taking notes on the moon's surface is a relatively straightforward notes moon where we have to collect these two arches of notes by using a long jump. I find this a bit interesting because you might not think to use a long jump at first because the jump seems a bit too far, but thanks to low gravity, it actually lines up perfectly. Nothing crazy, but I can appreciate that a little bit. B-. Under the Bowser statue can be found immediately after entering Moon Cave by capturing and moving this statue out of the way. Pretty simple moon, but I do like how they made a unique capture just for it. B tier. In a hole in the magma is a dry bones focused moon where we fly the capture down into this hole to grab a key and spawn our moon. I think this one is alright. It doesn't give much to talk about, but doesn't feel like bloat either. B-. Around the barrier wall is a moon that can be found halfway through Moon Cave, hiding atop one of the walls you pass as the Bullet Bill. There's not too much to this moon besides its hiding spot, which I'd only ever describe as being fine. C tier. On top of the cannon is our next moon, and this one really sucks. If we're talking about moons that you're probably going to miss, this one has got to be one of the worst. On top of this cannon, there is an invisible ground pound spot that has a moon. If you jump on the cannon, you'll probably feel the rumble and find it. But if you don't, the intended way to find the moon seems to be using this moai to see the invisible glow spot and just... I don't think a single person did this. I didn't even know that glow existed on this moon until making the video, and everyone I brought it up to seems to have no idea either. So what I'm trying to say is, Nintendo's hint for this moon absolutely sucks. Triple F. Flying to the treasure chest and back requires us to capture one of the bonsai bills and take it back to the beginning of the level where we'll find this little opening in the wall with a chest inside. This is a neat spot to hide a moon because there's clearly something over there, you just need to figure out how to get there. The answer is pretty obvious though, so I'm putting the moon in C+. Up in the rafters takes us back to the church where we'll be able to find a moon hidden on the supports above. You can do a few tricky jumps to get up, but the most intended solution is by dropping down a hole below the bell to land up on the rafters with the moon. Pretty average hidden moon. C+. Sneaking around in the crater takes us back by the Odyssey for another lurker moon, with the gimmick here being you have to ground pound him while dealing with low gravity. This is an appropriate progression for this style of moon to take, but I don't think that makes the core idea behind the moon any better. C+ like most of the others. Found on the moon Good Dog takes us down the gradually worsening path of these moons. The area we need to search for the dig spot has been expanded to this massive beginning part of the kingdom, making finding the actual moon relatively hard. It's still reasonable to brute force, but I do not think that is fun. D tier. Moon Shards on the Moon takes us to this area around the church looking for a set of 5 shards hidden around and atop the building. I'm still not a big fan of moon shards, but I think this was a good spot to include one of these moons. There's plenty of places to check on the church, and the low gravity definitely makes it more fun to jump around. Plus, the part of the level is pretty self-contained, so you aren't going to run into many issues questioning where the remaining shards might be hidden. B-. Moon Quiz amazing, and Sphinx Hidden Vault brings us our last set of quiz moons. Even if this is the last one, they don't introduce new ideas, which is fine because it's a quiz at the end of the day. That being said, Moon Quiz Amazing gets an A- like the other quizzes, and Sphinx Hidden Vault gets a B+ like the other Vault moons. Next Captain Toad is Moon Kingdom's Captain Toad moon, which can be found right at the start of the kingdom in a group all looking back down at the earth. I think this is a cute scene of characters to include in the kingdom, but that doesn't make the Captain Toad moon good necessarily. C tier. Shopping in Honeyloon Ridge. D tier. Walking on the Moon is the last moon in the Koopa Trace walking set. I always found this one a little strange because the moon's low gravity gimmick doesn't come into play, and the shape is the same circle we see in Sand Kingdom. The moon does end up being harder though because of the minimal points of interest, but it still might as well be the same moon. B-. Up next, we have another set of Koopa Freeing moons, and this race is pretty solid. I don't think low gravity is the most fun environment to race in because it adds this awkward feeling of slowness that can't be overlooked even if your movement speed hasn't changed. However, the developers considered this. There's plenty of rocket flowers scattered throughout the track to give the players that extra jolt of speed these moons needed. There's no major skips or crazy strategies, which puts this race somewhere in the middle compared to other free-running moons for me, but that also means the moon itself is still S tier because of how enjoyable Koopa freerunning is as a whole. Doctor in the House is a moon where we have to partake in medical malpractice by pretending to be a doctor so that this Chivarian feels better and pays us a moon. While Mario pretending to be a doctor is funny, the moon is pretty average. C+. A tourist in Moon Kingdom takes us back to our taxi driving friend who hinted in Luncheon Kingdom that he wanted to go somewhere above and beyond. I like this hint a lot because while it does very clearly allude to Moon Kingdom, it doesn't just blatantly say Moon Kingdom like some other tourist moons. A-. Peach in Moon Kingdom is where the Peach Moons start to get weird. Now, every Peach Moon I've gotten so far has been available in post-game after talking to the Toad in Mushroom Kingdom. However, this one is different. You need to get every Peach Moon and Cap through Bowser's Kingdom before this one will appear. Why? That doesn't make any sense for Moon Kingdom. It's not Peach returning home from her vacation, and her visiting here last doesn't make sense either because there's no set order anywhere else. It just doesn't make sense. C-, it's just a worse Peach Moon. Found with Moon Kingdom, art shows us another one of Poochie's hiding spots, this time in Wooded Kingdom by a timer challenge. If we do some looking, we can eventually find the right spot for the moon and get our prize. For a screenshot hint art, it's pretty solid. A-. Up next, we have the Moonrock Moon, starting with Mysterious Flying Object. For this one, we have to throw Cappy at a tiny UFO while it's looking away. It's a lot like the Bird Moon in Bowser's Kingdom, and I feel similarly about it. It's average, but not offensive. C+. Hidden on the side of the cliff. Gee, I wonder where I've seen this one before. D-. Jumping high as a frog is one of those challenges where you see a moon in a pretty obvious spot and think, dang, that's high, how do I get there? Normally there's a nearby capture you can use to get the moon, but this one is halfway across the map. And not to mention, bringing the frog capture back is incredibly and painfully slow. Why did they do this? F-. Moon Kingdom Timer Challenge 2 is a pretty average moon. We have to do at least one tricky jump without Cappy, but even then, it's not all that hard or engaging. B-. Taking notes in low gravity brings us back to the 2D wall where we're tasked with jumping around fuzzies to collect notes. The limited time we have to move past the enemies works really well here since it creates an extra bit of pressure with each and every jump. Not to mention, it's fun. A-. Center of the Galaxy is our first of two Moonrock sub-areas, this time bringing us into a 2D gravity section where we have to jump from planet to reach the core moon in the center. The secret moon can be found off to the edge between a series of two moons circling each other. This is a cool sub-area. It fits perfectly into the theming of the kingdom and is one of the few places in-game where gravity is 2D like this. My only real gripe is moving around in a circle in 2D can be confusing. I think the developers did the best they could to make this as intuitive as possible, but it is weird when sometimes pressing left makes you go clockwise, but other times it makes you go counterclockwise. It does this based on where you are on the planet, which makes sense, but can still be a bit weird in practice. A- for both moons. Giant Swings is our last sub-area of the kingdom and takes us into this cool low-gravity room where we jump across giant pillars and swinging pendulums. This makes for a fun platforming challenge, and the low gravity works really well for navigating across the massive pendulums. I even like how they decided to hide the secret moon on top of a set of them. It feels right and offers a fitting reward for those daring to try and climb up. A+ for both moons. Moon Kingdom definitely has one of the coolest portions of the game when it comes to Mario Odyssey's story. But I didn't get to rank that here because you don't get a moon in Moon Kingdom for beating the game. But even if you ignore the story, this is a very solid kingdom. It had some bad moons, but barely any of them felt like filler, which I think makes sense given how few moons there are. It's so large, but you can only find 38 hidden in the entire level, and I think that's a good thing. We've had so much bloat throughout this game, it's nice to have a kingdom that lacks it. It's definitely not my favorite, but I wish more followed a philosophy like this of less filler and more content, even if some of it falls flat. All that being said, there are parts I wish they did more with. I wish the fiery depths that are the moon caves weren't designed as a linear challenge and instead designed as something more open like Cascade Kingdom. There we had a pretty clear path to follow to reach the boss, but it never compromised the more open design of the kingdom. In Moon Cave, it's just a straight line with zero branching paths. There's nowhere to go off and explore, which is really disappointing because even in Bowser's Kingdom, which is incredibly linear, there were still tons of side areas. Overall, it's a good kingdom and I appreciate they didn't overdo it like some others, but I'd be lying if I said it wasn't at least a little undercooked. And finally, we've made it to Mushroom Kingdom, starting with the moon perched on the castle roof. This moon is simply placed atop the castle, making it rather average in my book. C tier. Pops out of the tail is up next and is another pretty basic spin your hat moon that's done on this tree's tail. I think the tail part is kind of cute, so I'll give it a D+. Caw hopping at Peach's castle is our last rabbit moon, and unfortunately it doesn't do anything that makes it stand out from the rest, so it gets a B+ as well. Our next 4 moons are the Mushroom Kingdom seed moons. We have 4 to find throughout the kingdom that we can then bring back to Toad at the Hedge Maze. To me, these are the same tier as the Sand Kingdom seeds. They can be fun to find, but somewhat of a hassle to bring back. Fortunately, none of them are too bad, so C+ for all of them. Grow a flower garden. It's pretty simple. Just spin through a cappy once to get all the flowers and a moon will spawn. Pretty forgetful and somewhat easy to miss. C-. Mushroom Kingdom Timer Challenge is a pretty straightforward moon. Throw a cappy, start the timer, and roll as fast as you can towards the moon. The only redeeming detail about this moon is the timer is pretty tight, but other than that, it really is just a straight line. C+. Found at Peach's Castle, Good Dog is the final boss of dog moons. You can take this little guy anywhere in the kingdom, so have fun looking for this moon. This is just stupid. Do the developers really expect you to walk aimlessly around the entire kingdom in hopes of finding the right dig spot? I mean, they might as well. The only good thing about this is if you decide to travel westward, the moon spot isn't very far from where you start, so there's a good chance you'll run across it by accident. That being said, I still think this moon sucks. F. Taking Notes Around the Well is a notes moon that takes us in and out of this small 2D section collecting notes. The moon isn't bad, but the game doesn't do anything noteworthy here either, so I'm putting this one in C+. Herding sheep at Peach's Castle is easily one of the most annoying moons in the entire game. There are 6 sheep hidden throughout the entirety of Mushroom, and your goal is to find all of them and bring them back to Toad. I don't think the concept of fighting sheep is horrible, but when you have to bring back 6 of them so far across the kingdom, it very quickly becomes frustrating and overly tedious. I do not like this moon. F. Our next 3 moons are the Gobbling Fruit with Yoshi moons. Each of these you get for collecting a set of 10 apples with Yoshi, making for 30 apples hidden throughout the kingdom. While I think it's really cool they included Yoshi as a capture, I'm not a big fan of how he moves. It's a bit clunky and can oftentimes feel awkward. Additionally, I'm not a big fan of the fruit idea. They basically serve as an additional 30 purple coins you can only get as Yoshi, which works, but isn't super engaging. Though, I do have to give this idea some credit. They needed a reason for you to want to run around the kingdom as Yoshi. If you got to Mushroom, found Yoshi, and you didn't technically need him for anything, that'd be dumb. So creating a moon that 100% forces the player to use Yoshi is a good addition. I just wish it was something cooler. B tier for all 3 moons. Love at Peach's Castle is a moon that has 2 main solutions to complete it. One is jumping across the moat and landing on the other side with Lady Goomba, while the other is draining the moat so you can stack up a set of Goombas to reach her. I think the option to drain the moat is the more expected way to solve the moon because the jump is barely possible, but it's hard for me to imagine that the developers thought it was impossible to do. I'm a big fan of this moon. Draining the moat to stack up Goombas is a satisfying solution while making the jump almost feels like you did something you weren't supposed to. B+. Toad Defender brings us to a daring Toad who is not scared of Goombas. As it turns out, that was a lie. These moons are cute. B tier. Forever Onward Captain Toad brings us right above the shop where we can find Captain Toad looking off into the distance. Pretty easy to find, but it's still Captain Toad, so C tier. Jammin' in the Mushroom Kingdom is our last Jammin' Toad moon, where this time we're asked to play a flat and blocky classic theme, which given the kingdom feels really fitting. If we play any 8-bit song from the soundtrack, we will receive our moon. Just like the rest of the Jammin' Toad moons, it's a cool addition to the game. A-. Shopping near Peach's Castle is another D-tier shopping moon, but hey, at least this is the last one I have to rank. Mushroom Kingdom Koopa Freerunning is admittedly the second worst freerunning moon. Instead of doing something cool like forcing us to run all the way up to the top of the castle, we instead just have to reach the bridge right in front of it. This race can be summed up by capturing rocket flowers quickly and having good lines. It's still a lot of fun because it's Koopa Freerunning, but it's a bit of a letdown because they don't go for a cooler finish. S tier. Up next we have another picture match moon, this time requiring us to make Mario's face. I'm really glad they brought this idea back from Cloud Kingdom because it's a really cute challenge that can make for some hilarious results. Because this is just Goomba picture match with a new set of paint, I'm also giving these moons an A+. Our next moon takes us to the castle for a cute reference to Mario 64. Stand in the middle of the room and look up into the ceiling and you'll see a glowing light that'll spawn a moon. I think it's neat they included some fan service like this, though it would have been even cooler if it took you into an SM64 themed sub area. Regardless, it's still B tier. Loose Tile Trackdown is a moon that you can find by ground pounding these tiles that are pushing slightly out of the ground. I think this is an interesting idea, but I also never really found it that fun. C+. While we didn't get an SM64 themed room for the light in the ceiling, the SM64 outfit grants us access to a courtyard with classic textures. Here we're granted a moon for spinning our hat on the fountain and then can get an additional moon for hitting all 8 chests in the correct order. I love the addition of this room, and having to memorize the order of the 8 chests can genuinely be a challenge. However, I do wish they took a more memorable area for Mario 64 to put in the game. Like if this was the slide level all over again, I would have screamed. That being said, this room is fantastic and both moons still deserve an A+. Our next sub-area gives us Yoshi once again to track down more fruit. I actually like this fruit moon a lot more than the original 3 we saw earlier. The fact we have to do actual platforming centered around Yoshi's movement kit is cool. I still don't like his movement, but this moon is definitely a more interesting use of the capture, which makes it a bit disappointing that the secret moon here is just hidden on a platform in the clouds. Like, this has nothing to do with the sub area. Why is it here? Yoshi's Feast gets a B+, while Sunken Star gets a C. Up next, we have the Secret 2D Treasure sub-area, which is the hardest 2D challenge in the game. The level takes you through an auto-scroller as you dodge bullet bills while staying on pace with the screen. If you're too slow or too fast, you'll pop out of 2D and fall to your demise. At the end, there's even this incredibly difficult gravity section where you have to hop between circles while avoiding fuzzies. And even if you get past that, you still have to avoid fuzzies on your final jump to the moon. Nintendo was brutal with this room, and I respect that. Heck, the secret moon even requires you to bounce off a bullet bill to reach a moon that would be impossible to get otherwise. They hold back no punches with this challenge. I really love when Mario games dare to be difficult, but I can't in good faith give this sub-area an S tier rating. The fact it's an auto-scroller is so annoying. I get it's a part of the challenge, but auto-scrollers are almost never fun, which knocks down my rating for both moons to an A+. This next moon starts off our harder boss fight moons. These take battles throughout the game and add in interesting changes to the fights. In the case of Knuckle Attack, that is through the mummy enemies. They now spawn all throughout the arena, which is very fitting for the kingdom, even if at times it feels a little unfair. I'd say I like this version of the fight slightly less than the original, since I don't really view the enemy spam as an improvement, but at the same time, it's not much of a detriment either. S+ like the original fight, but it's one ranking lower on the final tier list. Struggle in Steam Gardens Rematch is easily the coolest boss fight remix in the entire game. The concept is simple, using Torque Drift's lasers to trigger more lasers, but when those are placed in just the right way, you get this incredible pattern of light that you have to dodge using the uproot. It's satisfying, fun, challenging, and is in contention for being my favorite moon in the game. This was such a cool idea and is appropriately being put in God tier. Dust Up in New Donk City Rematch is another satisfying boss remix, this time putting us up against the Mecha Wiggler boss fight, but with 2 Wigglers. This is a really cool way to change up the fight, and there was clearly effort put into the idea, though I do wish they lead more into the concept of you fighting 2 different Wigglers. When they're vulnerable and crawling across the wall, they move together like one, when it would have been much cooler to have them separate, maybe even on different walls. Heck, if they wanted to go all out with the idea, they could have made it so the second Wiggler goes into rage mode when you kill the first. Still a really solid fight remix, but not enough changes to push it higher in the rankings. S+. Visually, Battle and Bubbling Rematch is very different from the original fight. Instead of taking you back to Seaside for the refight, we're high above the clouds with the giant glass remaining as a cool centerpiece. This is the only refight that is actually easier than the original. You never have to refill your water because it's raining, but in spite of that, I actually still like this fight more than the original. The atmosphere is incredible, and refilling your water was honestly the most annoying part of the first fight. While all of these changes make the boss more casual, it's definitely a big improvement from the first. A-. Blow Up at Mount Valbano Rematch impressively made a bad fight even worse. It's just the Kukateel fight, but they added these spinning spike balls into the soup. A lot of the time when you're navigating the arena, you can't even see these things before you jump into them, which is just plain annoying. When you add in that with all the jank that made the original fight suck, you get an easy F tier moon. Lastly, for the remixed fights, we have Rumble and Crumbled in Rematch. This one brings us face to face with the ruined dragon once again, except in an icy arena with even harder attack patterns. I absolutely love this refight. It makes one of the coolest boss fights in Mario Odyssey even harder and more menacing. Though because of how much praise I gave the original fight, it's hard to give this one a rank that's much higher. God tier once again. Secret Path to Peach's Castle is our last secret path moon, which can be reached on my save file by taking this painting in Luncheon Kingdom. Like the previous moons in this series, it also gets a B. A tourist in Mushroom Kingdom can be found after talking to the tourist in Moon Kingdom, where he'll hint that he wants to go to the kingdom with the rarest mushrooms. Obviously, this is Mushroom Kingdom, but I still do appreciate the hint not blatantly saying that. A-. Found with Mushroom Kingdom art is simultaneously really cool, but also stupid. The hint is an image of Cap Kingdom's tower covering the moon. To find the proper spot for the hint art, you need to do exactly as the picture does. Line your camera up so that Top Hat Tower covers the moon. This is a really cool idea, but the problem with it is there's a lot of spots you can stand where it looks right. This can make for a very annoying experience if you think you have it, but the moon just isn't popping up. Or worse, you could think you were wrong and move on to try different things. I don't know if there's a clear way Nintendo could have fixed this, but it's a problem. B-. Hide and Seek Mushroom Kingdom is a weird hide and seek moon that can only be found in Mushroom Kingdom after you've found all the previous ones. This series of moons is dumb as is, so why lock this one behind an arbitrary objective that makes no sense? F-. And finally, we have Princess Peach home again. This Peach moon has the same requirements as the Hide and Seek moon, where you have to find Peach in every kingdom before she'll return home. Here, I can actually appreciate that because it makes sense. The whole point of Peach traveling to the other kingdoms was that she was on vacation, so it's logical for her to appear back here after you meet her everywhere else. I don't think it makes the moon any better than the prior Peach moons, but it does at least feel right. C tier. This next set of 61 moons is a weird one. I like to call them the achievement moons because the way they work is when you talk to Toadette for the first time, she'll give you a list of achievements you can accomplish that will all reward you 1 moon each. This is a cool idea, but in practice, the execution is a bit flawed. Firstly, before talking about any specific achievements, I want to mention how you're awarded these moons. One at a time, each time you talk to Toadette. So if you want every moon here, you're going to need to talk to Toadette a total of 61 times. No more, no less. This is just stupid and tedious. Why Nintendo didn't just give you the moons in a batch makes no sense to me, but whatever. How are the achievements themselves? Well, the first one you get is for beating the game, which I think is pretty cool, especially since this is the only moon you get directly for that incredible ending sequence. And to me, the game's ending is easily God tier, though I think getting the moon in a location so far detached from that moment knocks down my ranking a bit, still putting it in S tier though. There's also another achievement in there for clearing the story in every kingdom, and I think that one is cool and deserves a C+ for at least being something interesting. As for the remaining 59 achievement moons, it would be stupid to go through them all one by one when I can divide them into 2 core categories that will each get their own rating. The first category is moon achievements. These are achievement moons you get for collecting certain types of moons. As an example, slot machine, collect 3 power moons playing slots, or power moon ruler, collect 600 power moons. These are very clearly filler. You are quite literally getting bonus moons for collecting moons. It's stupid. All it does is make the number of moons in the game bigger instead of adding actual real content. This set, including 39 moons, gets D tier. The other set of achievements are the ones not directly related to collecting moons. These usually involve collectibles like Souvenir Savant, where you have to collect 40 souvenirs, but can also include things like Jump Jump Jump, where you have to jump 10,000 times. I think these achievements are a lot more interesting than the ones you just get for collecting moons, but overall they're still boring. This set, including 20 moons, gets put in C-. Mushroom Kingdom definitely threw around a lot of cool ideas. There's a good chunk of filler here and there, but the highlights of this kingdom are incredible. The classic references, the cool boss fights, and even the surprise of being able to capture Yoshi make for a fantastic post-game kingdom. My main wish is that they did something more interesting with the achievement idea. Basically, every single achievement moon is just filler to reward you for doing something you would have done anyways. It's baffling they didn't take the opportunity to put some weird stuff in there. Like challenge me to find a way to stay airborne for a minute or make the largest Goomba stack possible in the game. Neither of those are ideas they'd have to do, but I would have loved to see achievements for stuff that you have no reason to do other than Toadette said so. Dare the player to do weird things just for the gratification of getting an achievement. Like, it's stupid, but validating something like that in game with moons could have been really fun. We are in the final stretch, heading over to Darkside for a boss rush with Arrival at Rabbit Ridge. This moon challenges us to fight the 4 main Brutals in a row with moon gravity, and then finishes off with a rematch against Mecha Brutal where we get to use a Hammer Bro instead of a Pokio. This last fight with Mecha Brutal is really cool. I love how they completely flipped the battle on its side with a new capture which actually felt like it utilized the low gravity really well. However, that can't be said for the prior bosses. Low gravity didn't feel like it changed much in the fights against Topper, Harriet, or Spewart. Rengo's the only one that felt noticeably different, but even the low gravity didn't make the fight more fun. I honestly would have preferred if these fights had normal gravity with all their own gimmicks like the boss rematches in Mushroom Kingdom, but I guess something like this is easier to develop. I think this moon is best fitted in S tier. A boss rush is really cool and I love how the Mecha Brutal refight plays, but everything else is underwhelming. Like, the boss rush as a whole is less impactful to me than the mech fight on its own in Bowser's Kingdom. That being said, it's still cool and I think it still deserves an S rating, but yeah, this could have been a lot cooler. Captain Toad on the Dark Side is our last Captain Toad moon and can be found by traveling back up to the boss rush, but instead of entering the pipe for the last fight, we pass it to find our little friend. This is a decent hiding spot and I appreciate the fact Nintendo had the foresight to put a wire that leads up to the layer Captain Toad is on, otherwise redoing the entire boss rush just to get this one tiny moon would be quite annoying. B-. Up next come the Dark Side sub-areas. These levels are small remixes of prior areas, with our first being Breakdown Road. When we saw this level earlier, it was incredibly easy to cheese with Cappy, which just made the whole challenge feel pointless. This version, on the other hand, is entirely Cappy-less. This means once you travel down the road for the key, you're forced to platform back while dealing with all the platforms that have already been broken by bullet bills. For the Secret Moon, instead of just jumping down to capture a bonsai bill, you're instead required to do a series of difficult jumps while the bill chases you. While I do still think it's kind of silly the Secret Moon circumvents the original challenge, for a lot of players these jumps are even harder than taking the main run back, so I wouldn't consider it a big issue like in the original room. Overall, this is easily one of my favorite sub-areas. It is so brutally hard in creative ways that are fun to engage with. Plus, I played this game a lot, so it's refreshing to have to deal with genuine challenges like this. God tier. Up next is the Invisible Road remix. This sub-area takes us back to the Invisible Floors Poison Room in Wooded Kingdom, but once again, this time we do not have Cappy. This is a fitting difficulty boost for the level, as it's harder to avoid the poison littering the floor since you can't remove it with Cappy like before. Getting through the room with these restrictions is difficult, but once you reach the end, you still have to kill 3 giant piranha plants, which is significantly more difficult without Cappy. You have to find the right timing to do a large jump like a triple jump or a ground pound while they're all still shooting poison at you. But once that's done, you get the moon. Like before, the secret is hidden on an invisible path to the side, which still works just as well as the original. Overall, I think this is a solid remix. It's fun and challenging. A+ for both moons. Following that, we have the Vanishing Road sub-area remix. Not only is this room Cappy-less, but we have to do it without the scooter we had before. This is a massive difficulty boost that makes each timer to get from one building to the next feel nearly impossible. Like before, the Secret Moon can be gotten by traveling up an alternate path that honestly is made even harder by the lack of scooter. This is a really simple but effective remix. All the developers really did was remove a vehicle, but that one change made for a memorably difficult challenge that feels incredible when you finally finish it for the first time. Not to mention, the change in Skybox is a nice touch too. God tier. Next, we have Yoshi Under Siege, a remix of the Moonshard sub-area from Metro Kingdom, but this time with Yoshi and fruit. Using Yoshi to remix a sub-area like this is a fun idea, but this is where Yoshi's clunky movement really starts to shine. Sometimes just sticking your tongue out at fruit feels difficult, especially if it's in a weird spot. For that reason, both moons here get a B-. So I know I said the last level is where Yoshi's clunky movement starts to shine, but there it's only a minor inconvenience. In Yoshi on the Sinking Island, however, it starts to become painfully apparent. We're brought back to Seaside's Rising Lava sub-area, which is a cool room on its own, but climbing this as Yoshi is painful. The amount of times Yoshi just does not do what you want to here is infuriating, especially because each little mistake lets the lava get higher and higher. What's even weirder is both moons here are fruit moons, so you can end up in a situation where you have one fruit left that's sitting halfway through the level. Like, the idea of climbing the tower while eating all the fruit is muted when you don't have to collect it all in one go. Heck, even if you die, you don't lose your fruit. This sub area is annoying, the challenge itself feels pointless, and honestly, I just hate it. F tier for both moons. Finally, we have Yoshi's Magma Swamp, another Yoshi-themed remix where we have to eat fruit while jumping around the sinking platforms. This room fits well as a Yoshi sub-area, and for me was definitely the most fun of the three. It felt somewhat challenging, and the fruit layout minimized a lot of the usual jank I'd complain about with Yoshi. B tier for both moons. Up next, we have the Dark Side Hint Art moons. There's 10 of these, so I'll go through them kind of quickly. Starting with Dark Side Hint Art 1, we have Poochie on a hill somewhere in Cascade Kingdom. If we explore around, we can find this spot on a hill in the former boss arena. It's a solid screenshot hint art, A-. Dark Side Hint Art 2 presents us with a picture of what appears to be a helipad along with some other markings on the ground. With the hint, we're able to narrow down that something like this is probably a Metro Kingdom, and with more digging, we can find this exact pattern as shown in the picture. Ground pounding on the spot where the moon icon is will reward us with the moon. This is a cool hint. I like how it's a drawing of what's on the ground instead of just being a screenshot like many other hints. A tier. Dark Side Hint Art 3 shows us another abstract image, this time with colored blocks and icons that represent purple coins. Narrowing down where this art might be is difficult, but with enough thinking, it's definitely possible to make the connection between the art and the hedge maze in Mushroom Kingdom. Ground pounding the spot seen in the picture will grant us our moon. Another solid hint using a cool piece of abstract art, A tier. Dark Side Hint Art 4 follows in the pattern of drawn hints, this time representing the Cloud Kingdom area as indicated by the phases of the moon shown on each of the smaller circles. Find the circle that's seen in the picture, ground pound the center, and get the moon. Cool hint, A tier. Dark Side Hint Art 5 is essentially a screenshot hint art, but still feels a little abstract. We're shown an image that's clearly from Shiveria with an arch behind it. Our goal is now to go to Shiveria and find the archway. If we head down to the rice room, we can find the exact wood carving we're looking for hanging atop an arch. Ground pounding it gets the moon. Once again, another fun hint. A tier. Dark Side Hint Art 6 is a bit of a weird one, but I don't think it's bad. The four things pictured can be found in Seaside Kingdom. The idea is that you find Talkatoo, travel north until you find the binoculars, travel east until you find umbrellas, and then travel south until you find the two pillars. Ground pounding between them will grant the moon. I think all the information on this art can be overwhelming, but it's necessary, and with a little bit of thinking, it becomes very easy to find. Once again, solid hint, A tier. Dark Side Art 7 takes us back to simpler times with a screenshot hint art, but there's an extra hint. The C and 4 on the edges of the image correspond to a location on the map. So if you realize this is Lost Kingdom, you can very quickly narrow down your search and get the moon. It's a fun hint, but not as cool as the ones that aren't screenshots. A-. Dark Side Art 8 gives us another spot the difference hint art. This one has a lot more going on in the picture, which I think is a good thing. It makes the hunt to find what's missing in one picture all the more fun. The change here is the added fork by the pot in picture 2, which leads us directly to the moon. A tier. Dark Side Art 9 goes back to something drawn with a series of pillars showing the moon at the final set between two broken ones. This is a hard moon to narrow down at first. Plenty of kingdoms have pillars, but if you check the ones in Lake Kingdom, you'll notice they have the exact designs as the one in the hint. This makes it easy to match up these broken pillars with those in the picture and get the moon. This is a well-made hint, and even if it can be a bit hard to narrow down at first, it's still reasonable and rewarding to find. A tier. Lastly, we have Dark Side Art 10. This is just another screenshot that I feel is not hard to narrow down to Ruined Kingdom, so once that's done, it's only a matter of time until the moon is found. Nothing crazy, but still fun. A-. Darkside is a really cool post-game kingdom. It has a boss rush, difficult remix stages, and a ton of new hint arts that really require you to think. With all that said, however, I wish things were done a bit differently. The boss rush being focused on low-gravity brutal fights is underwhelming. Heck, even if it makes no sense, I would have loved the boss rush to include every major boss in the game. Heck, you could even make them harder refights. I understand my opinion on this is a bit skewed since I'm a more skilled player with an unreasonable amount of hours in the game, but I think saying they could have at least done something cooler than low-gravity fights is fair. I also really wish Nintendo had a different approach to the remix sub-areas. Each of the rooms follow one of two themes: no Cappy or use Yoshi. It would have been much cooler if there was an anything goes policy. It opened an endless amount of new ideas for harder challenges, and I would have loved that, especially since half the rooms are wasted on Yoshi challenges. Like, I get it, they need a place to utilize Yoshi as a capture, but these sub-areas could have very easily just been a mushroom instead. Lastly, I want to talk about the hint arts. I don't know why they decided to put every last one of these in Darker Side, but I'm really glad they're here. Hint arts are one of my favorite moon types in the game. I mean, heck, every single one in this kingdom was an A or A-. It's such a unique concept that I'm happy they dove head first into it for a kingdom. I do think it's a bit weird they put all 10 of them into one world, but maybe locking these to somewhere in post-game gave a lot more flexibility to where they could hide the moons without creating confusion. That's just a guess though. And lastly, after a stupid amount of work, it's time to talk about Darker Side, the very last moon. This one is the classic gauntlet level, a trend seen in more Mario games where Nintendo creates an incredibly long and difficult challenge that you have to beat in one life. Die anywhere and you're back at the beginning. It starts off with a solid platforming section focused around lava that isn't too hard. Right afterwards, the game inverts the idea by making us use a lava bubble to platform over land to reach a cannon. This is definitely one of my favorite sections in the level. It's a cool idea, and the spinning spikes make it a really difficult challenge of perfectly timing your jumps. Afterwards, an uproot section, followed by a quick freezing water fuzzy section, and then a short Yoshi section where we avoid more fuzzies. Right after that, we get a small auto-scroller section with flower paths. This whole middle part of the level from the uproot to the auto-scroller has always been pretty forgetful to me. It's definitely difficult, but also very reasonable to clear on your first attempt up to this point. I don't think it's bad that every part of this level isn't impossibly hard, but this section is definitely the boring part. Up next is the push block, where you have to platform without Cappy around blocks that push out of the wall. This part is really cool and has a crazy feeling of pressure as more and more blocks close behind you. There's definitely a learning curve to this section, but it's never unfair. Once you've got it figured out, it's unlikely you'll die here again. Right after is a short glide-on section that will realistically only chip away at your health, followed by a fork-flinging section on top of lava. This part isn't super hard, more so unforgiving. One mistake here might as well be guaranteed death, since you'll get locked into the burning animation with no easy way of recovering. Make it through all that and we'll reach what is often considered the hardest section of the level, the Burbo Autoscroller, where you have to survive an onslaught of enemies while traveling across a moving platform, and then the dreaded Pokio section, an incredibly difficult platforming challenge where you have to swing from moving platform to moving platform as a Pokio. I appreciate how difficult Nintendo made this section. Even playing back through it now, I still have trouble doing these parts. I would personally describe this as the bottleneck of the level. It is incredibly difficult and placed in a position far enough in where there is immense pressure to not screw up. I think this was the perfect spot to put the hardest section because you don't have to play through the entire level to get here, and there's the added pressure to not mess up once you do finish it. Overall, absolutely adored this section for how evil it is. All that's left now is two main challenges, the 2D Donkey Kong section and the Bowser section. Both of these pose a threat, but I wouldn't call either of them impossibly difficult. The 2D section is short and only really a challenge if you're low on health. For the Bowser section, you're tasked with going through a harder escape sequence while breaking rocks and dodging an onslaught of boulders. This is easily my favorite part of the level because Nintendo actually decided to use the Bowser capture again in a fun and creative way. It works just as well as a climactic finish here as it did in the original Escape. Once that's all done, the level is finished. We can ride through an electric thank you sign and then climb an impossibly high tower to reach the last multi-moon at the top. This is a fantastic finale to the game, and the short speech from Cappy is the perfect cherry on top. It is easily ranked in God tier. There is not a level in Mario Odyssey that has a more satisfying payoff to finish than this one. But does that make it the best moon in the game? Well, let's find out. I've compiled an ordered list that goes all the way from Moon 836, the worst in the game, to Moon 1, the best in the game. This is gonna take a while to all say, so let's just get started. A treasure made from coins, taxi flying through Bonneton, Sphinx in the city, Sphinx traveling to the waterfall, taxi flying through Lake Lamode, taxi flying through the Forgotten Isles, Sphinx over Bowser's castle, herding sheep at Peach's castle, found at Peach's castle, good dog, the mummy's curse, charging through an army, on top of the cannon, celebrating in the streets, from the broken pillar, what the waves left behind, a rumble under the arena floor, left at the cafe, on top of the rubble, rolling rock on the moon, rolling rock by the falls, caught on the iron fence, by the babbling brook in the deep woods, the hard rock in deep woods, rolling rock in the deep woods, past the peculiar pipes, hide and seek in the crowd, beach volleyball, hero of the beach, jumping high as a frog, hide and seek, Mushroom Kingdom, love at the edge of the desert, outside the rotating maze, on the lake shore, above the freezing fish pond, behind the floodgate, shining on high, above a high cliff, overlooking the desert town, underwater highway west, explore, caught on the giant horn, above the parasol catch, mighty leap from the palm tree, hide and seek in the snow, on the mountain road, high flying leap, under the meat plateau, high up in the cave, the nut in the robot storeroom, glittering above the pool, next to Glass's bridge, above a strange neighborhood, blow up at Mount Valbano rematch, fruit feast on the sinking island, Yoshi on the sinking island, wriggling on the sandy bottom, underwater highway east explore, an invisible gleam, digging in the cloud, under the mummy's curse, hide and seek in the city, hide and seek among the food, hide and seek in the sand, into the flowing sands, top of a dune, moon shards in the sea, desert gardening, seat on a cliff, a request from the mayor, a fine detail on the glass, what shines inside the glass, deep, deep down, from a crack in the hard ground, the treasure chest in the veggies, from the side above the castle gate, below breakdown road, bird traveling the city, bird traveling the forest, poking the turret wall, water pooling in the crevice. Thanks for the charge, lost in the luggage, from inside a bright stone, fog-shrouded platform, hidden on the side of the cliff, below the cliff's edge, next to the stone arch, under the big one's brim, treasure under the cliff, on the leaning pillar, rooftop of the water plaza, at the base of the lighthouse, bottom of the waterfall basin, what's in the box, out of a crate in the city, from a crate in the ruins, by the cannon pointed at the big pot, under the old electric pole, under the ground, rolling rock in the woods, rolling rock on the battlefield, upon the broken arch, on top of a tall, tall roof, shining above the moon. Who piled garbage on this? Deep in the cold, cold water, ice floe swimming, cheap, cheap crossing, under a dangerous ceiling, a rumble from the sandy floor, a rumble on the seaside floor, Power Moon Knight, Power Moon Wizard, Power Moon Ruler, Super Treasure Chest Hunter, Treasure Chest Hunter, Flat Moon Fanatic, Flat Moon Finder, Timer Challenge Professional, Timer Challenge Amateur, Note Collecting Space Tour, Note Collecting World Tour, Flower Growing Sage, Flower Growing Guru, Lakitu Fishing Trip, Gaga for Goombet, Master Sheep Herder, Globe Trotting with Princess Peach, Touring with Princess Peach, Captain Toad Greeter, Captain Toad Meter, Wearing It Perfect, Wearing It Great, Wearing It Well, Traveling Bird Herder, Super Rad Hatter, Ground Pound Professor, Ground Pound Instructor, Racing with Rabbits, Running with Rabbits, Quizmaster, Supernaturally Sure-Footed, Koopa Freerunning Hall of Famer, Koopa Freerunning MVP, Slots Machine, Art Investigator, Art Enthusiast, Music Maestro, Hat-Sinking Missile, Shopping in Bonneton, Shopping in Fossil Falls, Shopping near Peach's Castle, Shopping in Mount Valbano, Shopping in Honeyloon Ridge, Shopping at Bowser's Castle, Shopping in Toast Arena, Shopping in Chiveria, Shopping in Lake Lamode, Shopping in Steam Gardens, Shopping in the Forgotten Isles, Shopping in Nudong City, Crossing Lines, Third Courtyard Outskirts, Skull sign in the transparent maze. Hang your hat on the fountain. Treasure beneath the cheese rocks. Inside the rock in the forest. Spin the hat, get a prize. Among the 5 cactuses. Bird traveling in the park. Island in the poison swamp. A light next to the lighthouse. Cockatiel showdown. Found on the moon, good dog. Atop a propeller pillar. A propeller pillar's secret. Jump down on top of a tree. Behind the big wall. Nut around the corner. Nut at the dead end. High up on a rock wall. Shopping in Bub Lane. The tall rock shelf in the deep ocean. Pops out of the tail. Tip of the white spire. On the statue's tail. Nut hidden in the fog. Wandering in the fog. Binding band returned. Ice dodging Goomba stack. Inside the busted fossil. Peeking out from under the bridge. Across the floating aisles. Climb the cliff, get the nut. Flying over the lava islands. Treasure of the lava islands. The back canyon excavate. Atop a blustery arch. Our secret little room. Atop a column in a row. Entrance to Shiveria. From crates in the moat. Piled on the salt. Grow a flower garden. Inside the rising stone pillar. Inside the stone cage. The nut in the red maze. On the eastern pillar. In the skies above the canyon. Goomba Tower Assembly. Corner of the magma swamp. Where the birds gather. Regional coin shopper. Fly Cappy fly. Jump jump jump. Swimming in coins. Rolling in coins. Loaded with coins. Checkpoint flag enthusiast. Checkpoint flagger. World warper. Moonrock liberator. Fashion icon. Fashion maven. Hat icon. Hat maven. Capturing master. Capturing apprentice. Capturing novice. Souvenir savant. Souvenir sleuth. Souvenir sampler. Peach and Moon Kingdom. Seaside Kingdom Timer Challenge 2. Taking notes between spinies. Taking notes swimming in magma. Sea gardening. Ocean trench seed. Sea gardening. Hot spring seed. Sea gardening. Canyon seed. Sea gardening. Inlet seed. Lake gardening. Spiky passage seed. Squirming under the ice. On the north pillar. End of the hidden passage. Above the Iron Mountain path. Hanging between buildings. Enjoying the view of the Forgotten Isle. Alcove in the ruins. Around the barrier wall. Treasure of the waterfall basin. Sunken treasure in the moat. Perched on the castle roof. Found on the beach, good dog. And the ancient treasure chest. Chomped through the rocks. The nut that grew on the tall fence. Crossing the cloud sea. Taking notes, dive and swim. Behind the rock wall. Rapid ascent on Hot Spring Island. Frog jumping from top deck. Lurking in the pillar's shadow. Alcove behind the pillars of magma. Light the 2 flames. Light the lantern on the small island. A glow in the jungle. Secret girder tunnel. Shining in Snowtown. The stone pillar seal. On the cliff overlooking the beach. Wrecked rock block. Herding sheep in the dunes. Poster cleanup. Back way up the mountain. Over the fuzzies above the swamp. Avoiding fuzzies inside the wall. Gap in the ocean trench. Island assault floating in the lava. Bound behind bars. Sunken star in the sea of clouds. Mercy Dory. Doryback Rider. Cap Kingdom Timer Challenge 1. Sand Kingdom Timer Challenge 1. Luncheon Kingdom Timer Challenge 1. Swaying in the breeze. Is this an ingredient 2? Icy Jump Challenge. Peach and Cascade Kingdom. Peach and Wooded Kingdom. Peach and Lost Kingdom. Peach and Cap Kingdom. Peach and Snow Kingdom. Peach and Ruined Kingdom. Peach and Sand Kingdom. Peach and Luncheon Kingdom. Peach and Cloud Kingdom. Peach and Bowser's Kingdom. Peach and Lake Kingdom. Peach and Seaside Kingdom. Princess Peach home again. Poking your nose by the Great Gate. Good evening, Captain Toad. Good to see you, Captain Toad. How you doin', Captain Toad? Forever onward, Captain Toad. Thanks, Captain Toad. Hidden in the sunken hat. Danger sign. High over the crowd. On the lone pillar. On top of the stone archway. Inside a block is a hard place. Bullet bill breakthrough. The caged gold. Hidden corridor under the floor. Looking back in the dark waterway. Loose tile track down. Fly to the edge of the fog. Fly to the treasure chest and back. Moon shards in the lake. Girder sandwich. Glass palace treasure chest. The Shiverian treasure chest. Tucked away inside the tunnel. Looking down on the Goombas. Inside a block in the castle. Atop a tall tree. Stretching your legs. Not planted in the tower. Soaring over the Forgotten Isle. Frog jumping above the fog. Bonjour Dory. Treasure in the spiky waterway. Cracked nut on a crumbling tower. Behind the waterfall. Hidden in the scrap. On a tree in the swamp. The lurker under the stone. Sneaking around the crater. It popped out of the ice. Jump onto the transparent lift. A butterfly's treasure. Small bird in Bowser's castle. Mysterious flying object. Caveman cave fan. exploring for treasure. Mechanic repairs complete. That trendy pirate look. Space is in right now. That Old West style. Surprise clown. Doctor in the house. Fire in the cave. Peach in Metro Kingdom. Up in the rafters. Taking notes in the fog. Cascade Kingdom Timer Challenge 1. Mushroom Kingdom Timer Challenge. Glowing in the deep woods. Forgotten in the holding room. Cliffside treasure chest. Taking notes around the well. Taking notes jump on the palm. Taking notes stretching. Taking notes in the sea. Taking notes in the wall painting. Taking notes ocean surface dash. Taking notes running down. The nut under the observation deck. Behind the tall wall poke. Desert gardening plaza seed. Desert gardening ruin seed. Gardening for toad lake seed. Gardening for toad pasture seed. Gardening for toad field seed. Gardening for toad garden seed. Achieve world peace. Love by the lake. Love in the forest ruins. Under the cheese rocks. Stone wall circuit. Cave gardening. Luncheon Kingdom Timer Challenge 2. Lost Kingdom Timer Challenge. Hot from the campfire. Jumping from flag to flag. Light the far off lanterns. Volcano cave and mysterious clouds. Volcano cave cruisin'. Stack up above the wall. Past the moving wall. Surrounded by tall mountains. Overlooking a bunch of ingredients. Atop the jutting crag. Deep woods treasure trap. Treasure trap hidden in the inlet. Bubbling northern reaches. Cascade Kingdom Timer Challenge 2. Moon Kingdom Timer Challenge 2. The icicle barrier. Treasure inside the turret. Along the cliff face. The rooftop lantern. Fruit feast under siege. Yoshi under siege. Sharpshooting under siege. Moon shards under siege. Moon shards on the moon. Moon shards in the forest. Wooded Kingdom Timer Challenge 2. Wooded Kingdom Timer Challenge 1. Seaside Kingdom Timer Challenge 1. Cap Kingdom Timer Challenge 2. Freezing water near the ceiling. Jump and swim in the freezing water. Found with Mushroom Kingdom art. Magma swamp floating and sinking. Underground treasure chest. Inside an iron girder. Underwater highway tunnel. Flooding pipeway ceiling secret. Ride the jet stream. Off the beaten wire. Swing around secret flower field. Secret of the mural. Secret of the inverted mural. Behind the snowy mountain. Captain Toad on the dark side. Underground Jizo. Jizo all in a row. Chasing Klepto. Extremely hot bath. Dashing above and beyond. Lake Kingdom Timer Challenge 1. Secrets of the Frog Pond. Lost in the tall trees. Line it up, blow it up. Over the cliff's edge. Caught hopping on a building. Bird traveling in the fog. Taking notes on the moon's surface. Bird traveling the waste. More walking in the desert. Walking the desert. Walking on the moon again. Walking on the moon. Walking on ice. Even more walking on ice. Make the secret flower field bloom. Jaxie reunion. In a hole in the magma. Dinosaur nest running wild. Herding sheep on the iron bridge. Herding sheep above the forest fog. I met a lake cheap. Lighthouse leaper. Toad defender. Monitor blockade. I met a tropical wiggler. Glove in the heart of the desert. I met an uproot. Captain Toad is chilly. Good morning, Captain Toad. Good job, Captain Toad. Our first power moon. Secret path to New Donk City. Secret path to Steam Gardens. Secret path to Toast Arena. Secret path to Fossil Falls. Secret path to Bubbling. Secret path to Bowser's Castle. Secret path to Mount Volbano. Secret path to Lake Lamode. Secret path to Shiveria. Secret path to Peach's Castle. Employees only. The Hot Spring Seal. Metro Kingdom Timer Challenge 2. Lake Kingdom Timer Challenge 2. Bowser's Kingdom Timer Challenge 2. Golden Turnip Recipe 3. Golden Turnip Recipe 2. Golden Turnip Recipe 1. Infiltrate Bowser's Castle. Spinning platforms treasure. Knocking down the nice frame. Above the poison swamp. Poking your nose in the plaster wall. Treasure in the ice wall. The ice wall barrier. Yoshi's all filled up. Yoshi's second helping. Gobbling fruit with Yoshi. Luncheon Kingdom Timer Challenge 3. Metro Kingdom Timer Challenge 3. I met a Snow Cheep. I met a Pokio. Dancing with new friends. A relaxing dance. Bird traveling the ocean. Bird traveling over the lake. Bird traveling the desert. Fruit feast in the magma swamp. Yoshi's magma swamp. Taking notes, hurry upward. All the cracks are fixed. Twist and turn up treasure. Beneath the rolling vegetables. The shining fruit. Caught on a big horn. Guarded by a colossal fossil. Under the Bowser statue. Wandering cactus. Beneath the roots of a moving tree. How do they take out the trash? Powering up the power plant. A successful repair job. Bon appetit, Captain Toad. Hey out there, Captain Toad. Sand Kingdom slots. Metro Kingdom slots. Luncheon Kingdom slots. Taking notes in the cliffside. Flower Road reach. Flower Road run. Pushing through the crowd. Snow Kingdom Timer Challenge 1. light from the ceiling, fishing in Bowser's Castle, lake fishing, fishing in the glacier, fishing in the oasis, You're Quite the Catch, Captain Toad, the Snowy Mountain Barrier, Flower Thieves of Sky Garden, the Brutals Are After Some Cookin', One Man's Trash, Bullet Building. Super Secret Zipper, Unzip the Chasm, The Treasure of Jaxie Ruins, Just a Hat, Skip and a Jump, Snow Kingdom Timer Challenge 2, Metro Kingdom Timer Challenge 1, Seaside Kingdom Timer Challenge 3, Moon Kingdom Timer Challenge 1, High Above the Clouds, Searching the Frog Pond, Elevator Blind Spot, On the Giant Bowser Statue's Nose, Moon Shards in the Snow, High Altitude Spinning, Climb the Cheese Rocks, Excavate and Search the Cheese Rocks, Found with Snow Kingdom Art, Slip Behind the Ice, Moon Shards in the Cold Room, Moon Shards in the Sand, Caught Hopping in the Forest, Caught Hopping at the Glass Palace, Welcome Back Jaxie, Smart Bombing, Free Parking Rooftop Hop, Exterminate the Ogres, Hidden Room in the Flowing Sands, Slip Through the Nesting Spot, Shh, It's a Shortcut, Snow Kingdom Timer Challenge 3, Wooded Kingdom Timer Challenge 3, Sand Kingdom Timer Challenge 3, Looking Back on the Flower Road, Running the Flower Road, Mario Signs His Name, I Feel Underdressed, Free Parking Leap of Faith, Guitarist on Board, Bassist on Board, Drummer on Board, Trumpeter on Board, The Seal Above the Cannon, Love by the Seaside, Taking Notes Big Pot Swim, Taking Notes Snowpath Dash, Love at Peach's Castle, Taking Notes Stretch and Sink, Love Above the Lava, Taking Notes in the Private Room, An Extreme Simmer, A Strong Simmer, Ice Cave Treasure, Ocean Bottom Maze Hidden Room, Ocean Bottom Maze Treasure, Taking Notes Ocean Bottom Maze, A Tourist in Metro Kingdom, A Tourist in Cascade Kingdom, Round the World Tourist, Bowser Kingdom Timer Challenge 1, Caught Hopping in the Desert, Caught Hopping at Bowser's Castle, Caught Hopping at the Waterfall, Caught Hopping at the Volcano, Caught Hopping in the Snow, Caught Hopping on the Moon, Caught Hopping at Peach's Castle, Caught Hopping near the ship, Taking Notes with a Spinning Throw, Yoshi's Feast in the Sea of Clouds, The Glass is Half Full, Taking Notes on the Wall, Taking Notes Up and Down, Road to Sky Garden, The Gusty Barrier, The Lighthouse Seal, Hidden Chasm Passage, Past the Chasm Lifts, Found with Metro Kingdom Hint Art, City Gardening Plaza Planter, City Gardening Rooftop Planter, City Gardening Building Planter, The Sphinx Underwater Vault, Sphinx Treasure Vault, Sphinx Hidden Vault, Crossing to the Magma, Magma Narrow Path, Sand Kingdom Timer Challenge 2, Stacked Up Ice Climb, Flowing and Sliding, A Tourist in the Mushroom Kingdom, Tourist in Moon Kingdom, Jammin' in the Wooded Kingdom, Jammin' in the Metro Kingdom, Jammin' in the Sand Kingdom, Jammin' in the Mushroom Kingdom, Jammin' in the Luncheon Kingdom, Tourist in Luncheon Kingdom, Found with Bowser Kingdom Art, Found with Moon Kingdom Art, Found with Dark Side Art 10, Found with Luncheon Kingdom Art, Found with Dark Side Art 1, Found with Dark Side Art 7, Edge of the Galaxy, Center of the Galaxy, Down and Back Breakdown Road, Caught Hopping in the Jungle, Bowser's Castle Treasure Vault, Remotely Captured Car, Brutals Over the Lake, Big Pot on the Volcano Dive In, Powering Up the Station, Jump, Grab, Cling and Climb Some More, Jump, Grab, Cling and Climb, Inside the Rotating Maze, The Spinning Maze Open, The Spinning Maze Search, Atop the Highest Tower, Climb Up the Cascading Magma, Taking Notes in Low Gravity, Swinging Scaffolding Break, Sunken Treasure in a Sea of Clouds, Waiting in the Cloud Sea, Sewer Treasure, City Hall Lost and Found, Battle and Bubbling Rematch, Moon Shards in the Jungle, Diving from the Big Pot, Sand Quiz Wonderful, Ocean Quiz Good, Moon Quiz Amazing, Beach Volleyball Champ, Found with Cap Kingdom Hint Art, Dizzying Heights, Inside a Block at the Gate, Found with Dark Side Art 8, Lake Kingdom Art, Found with Dark Side Art 9, Get Some Rest Captain Toad, Let's Go Swimming Captain Toad, Hidden Room in the Inverted Pyramid, Found with Dark Side Art 6, Found with Wooded Kingdom Art, Slipping Through the Poison Tide, Skimming the Poison Tide, Center of Hexagon Tower, Searching Hexagon Tower, Stretch and Traverse the Jungle, Above the Clouds, Walking on the Clouds, Jizo in the Hidden Room, Jizo's Big Adventure, Flooding Pipeway, Found with Dark Side Art 5, Found with Dark Side Art 4, Found with Dark Side Art 3, Found with Seaside Kingdom Art, Found with Dark Side Art 2, Found with Sand Kingdom Art, Invisible Road Hidden Room, Invisible Road Danger, Atop the Wall Among the Clouds, Across the Mysterious Clouds, Invader in Sky Garden, Invader in Bowser's Castle, Rewiring the Neighborhood, Path to the Secret Flower Field, I'm Not Cold, Multi-Moon Atop the Falls, Showdown on the inverted pyramid. Flying far away from the gusty bridges. Across the gusty bridges. 2D boost from the bullet bill. Secret 2D treasure. Strange neighborhood. Treasure chest in the narrow valley. Fly through the narrow valley. Big brutal battle. Down and up the spinning tower. On top of the spinning platform. Picture match, basically a Goomba. Picture match, a stellar Goomba. Picture match, basically Mario. Picture match, a stellar Mario. Elevator escalation. The invisible maze. Swinging scaffolding jump. Vaulting up a high-rise. Hanging from a high-rise. Reaching pitch black island. Scaling pitch black mountain. Invisible road secret. Invisible road rush. Roulette tower stopped. Roulette tower climbed. Jump rope genius. Jump rope hero. Hidden among the push blocks. Push block peril. Dinosaur nest big cleanup. Jaxie stunt driving. Poke the wooden tower. Climb the wooden tower. Snow Kingdom regular cup. Snow Kingdom master cup. Down inside the big screen. Up on the big screen. A swing on top of a swing. Navigating giant swings. Courtyard chest trap. Totally classic. Taking notes, spinning athletics. Spinning athletics end goal. Lanterns on the gear steps. Stepping over gears. Precision rolling. Roll on and on. Where the transparent platforms end. Taking notes on top of a wall. Dashing through the clouds. Dashing above the clouds. Fork flick and detour. Fork flick into the summit. Poke roll. Aim poke. Jaxie driver. Spinning above the clouds. The forgotten treasure. Found in the park, good dog. Found in the sand, good dog. Bench friends. Through the freezing waterway. Freezing waterway, hidden room. Rescue Princess Peach. Scene of crossing the poisoned swamp. Taking notes in the folding screen. Waves of poison, hopping over it. Waves of poison, hop to it. Dashing over cold water. Mushroom Kingdom regular cup. Mushroom Kingdom Master Cup. The Bound Bull Grand Prix. Snowline Circuit Class S. Arrival at Rabbit Ridge. Motor Scooter Full Throttle Scooting. Motor Scooter Daredevil. The Sixth Face. King of the Cube. Defend the Secret Flower Field. Bullet Bill Maze Side Path. Bullet Bill Maze Breakthrough. Stretch on the side path. Hurry and stretch. Tussle and Toast Arena rematch. The Hole in the Desert. Cap Kingdom regular cup. Cap Kingdom Master Cup. Seaside Kingdom regular cup. Seaside Kingdom Master Cup. Lake Kingdom regular cup. Lake Kingdom Master Cup. Bowser's Kingdom regular cup. Bowser's Kingdom Master Cup. Iceburn Circuit Class A. Iceburn Circuit Class S. Moon Kingdom regular cup. Moon Kingdom Master Cup. Lost Kingdom regular cup. Lost Kingdom Master Cup. Wooded Kingdom regular cup. Wooded Kingdom Master Cup. Cascade Kingdom regular cup. Cascade Kingdom Master Cup. Sand Kingdom regular cup. Sand Kingdom Master Cup. Luncheon Kingdom regular cup. Luncheon Kingdom Master Cup. Metro Kingdom regular cup. Metro Kingdom Master Cup. Motor Scooter Escape. Big Jump Escape. New Donk City's Pest Problem. Dust Up in New Donk City rematch. Sinking Colossal Ruins Hurry. Colossal Ruins Dash Jump. Breakdown Road Hurry. Breakdown Road Final Challenge. Vanishing Road Challenge. Vanishing Road Rush. RC Car Pro. RC Car Champ. Nice shot with a chain chomp. Very nice shot with a chain chomp. Battle with the Lord of Lightning. Showdown at Bowser's Castle. Rumble and Crumbledon rematch. Long Journeys In. Struggle in Steam Gardens rematch. A traditional festival. After going through every moon in the game, the best was pretty obvious in retrospect. There is nothing that created a more impactful and nostalgic feel than the festival. There's other cool moments like the Dragon and Darker Side, or really creative sections like the Torque Drift Refight or the Nice Shot Chain Chomp sub-area, but none of them truly beat out the festival sequence. I could say the same about the opposite end of the spectrum. There's some pretty obviously bad moons in this game, but none of them compared to the stupidity that is a treasure made from coins. Delete this moon from the game along with those stupid binocular moons and all the other garbage I gave 3 Fs. Though if there's anything else I've learned from this experience, it's that Mario Odyssey is a big game. It feeds off that drive for exploration by sprinkling moons everywhere. Sure, some of them definitely should be removed, but I do wonder, if this game only had 503 moons and truly ended at Darker Side, would it be any better? Even after this stupid amount of work, I'm not sure I have an answer. I do genuinely think the game should have less moons, but at what point does removing the filler start to make the game feel empty and less fun to explore? Part of what I've always loved about Mario Odyssey is how fun these worlds are to find things in. Even if on their own a lot of moons suck, I don't think removing every single piece of bloat makes the game better. I want to be able to explore these kingdoms and find random fun things, and even the boring moons help with that. Together, they create something worth more than what they are individually, and that's kind of cool. Again, I'm not entirely sure where the line should be drawn, but what I do know is as a whole, I love this game. And admittedly, it was a lot of fun to rank every single one of these moons. Now, was it worth 8 months of my time? Well, I think that depends on whether or not you subscribe. Thanks for watching.